Hi guys, welcome to your YouTube channel, your great family. This book has several volumes. I made a playlist of 10 videos for this book. In this video, I will read to you To a Quantum Model of Personal Development, The Space of Variance. Enjoy your time. Let's go transurfing. Editions Exergue Rue des Grands Augustins 750,006 Paris. A Quantum Model of VADIM Zealand. Olivier made me read an essay he had written during a previous hospitalization. Tanya made me read bits of automatic translation, and I was able to immediately grasp the extent to which transurfing brought together all the great notions that had appeared to me during a near-death experience and other initiatory experiences: the basis, the uniqueness of our material world in an energy field, called Space of Variance by VADIM Zealand, uniqueness confirmed by the discoveries of quantum physics and the first historical and fundamental point of agreement between science and the great philosophy's millennial spiritual. I was very intrigued and curious to discover the entire contents of the 5 volumes. I was immediately struck by the analogy of his style with that of VADIM Zealand, the quantum physicist author of Transurfing. I was also able to make a lot of connections between the ideas we had developed and those of VADIM. Living in Belgium for a year and traveling frequently to Russia to give transurfing training, I was looking for a translator for French-speaking countries. I was confident. I knew he was going to show up at the right time. I had requested it in accordance with transurfing's ideas. I immediately proposed to Olivier to embark on the adventure, and to my great joy, he accepted. When I met Dania in Brussels, at the exit of a big radio program in which I intervened as a coach, I had no idea of the consequences that this was going to involve in my personal and professional commitment. I had no idea either that I was somehow one of the concretizations that the application of the principles of transurfing had generated. Transurfing deals with strange, unusual things. They may seem quite shocking to you and you may refuse to believe them. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe it. You will receive all the tools you need to verify the claims in this book yourself. In fact, after actually testing After 10 years of personal development, I trained as a coach at the Transurfing Center in St. Petersburg. This training changed my way of seeing reality. I understood how I could unconsciously set limits that prevented me from living the life I wanted, how much I was actually creating a life for myself filled with problems that I thought were unsolvable. I especially understood how to go beyond these limits, very simply, and actively regain control of the management of my life, without being subject to the vagaries of fate as I was before. Transurfing explains in very simple words how mental energy, real, measurable, puts in place energetic structures called pendulums, which materialize and govern the whole of our world. The development of the transurfing model on concrete bases, described in the 2nd chapter of this 1st volume, allows everyone to easily understand what previously appeared to me to be very difficult to explain. Since I translated transurfing, I am able to explain very simply from this model, the most complex principles from quantum physics. Forward. Transurfing meant years. 1. You will better understand the meaning of what Tanya is explaining to you by the end of the book. Transurfing is not a new self-improvement technique, but a radically different way of thinking and acting to get exactly what you want. It is no longer about making efforts, but about simply choosing what you want to obtain, without having to change who you are, by returning to yourself. Transurfing doesn't promise us a nice ride back to our childhood, it doesn't make us go back to the past to fix mistakes, but offers us the possibility of fixing those mistakes, as if we had gone back to the past, or rather, as if we were going forward in the past. It is impossible that you have already read or heard what you are about to discover, and I wish you all the pleasure that I felt myself as I translated the following chapters. Be prepared for beautiful surprises, just as incredible as they were pleasant. Tanya Sikovic. On the energy level, The notion of perfection does not exist since everything is perfect. Perfection is a concept resulting from this bipolarization positive, negative, good/bad engendered by space-time, which belongs only to the world manifested by matter. Transurfing, by constantly referring to what is happening at the energy level, sort of sets the record straight. I am fascinated by the simplicity of this approach, as well as by the many links I can make with the various neuroscience tools that I commonly use in personal development coaching. An additional and essential step in the understanding of human mechanisms has just been taken thanks to transurfing, and I can only thank VADIM ZEALAND for having initiated it so masterfully. Olivier Maslot. Transurfing is a powerful method for doing things that may seem quite impossible from a normal, rational point of view. It allows this by explaining the laws of balance which govern our world, both material and energetic, by putting our finger on the importance that we can give to certain things and which precisely disturb this balance and turn against us, in us concretely showing how to live with the pendulums without ever becoming their puppets, by explaining to us how to act without struggle or submission, but on the contrary in full harmony with the great current of life. There is no miracle, everything is real and very concrete. In fact, the hidden reality is even more incredible than all the magic. Many books teach people how to become rich and happy and are therefore very attractive. But unlike those books, transurfing doesn't require you to do exercises and meditations that require some effort. Life can already seem like a test in itself, so you might as well avoid working harder to reject all that's left in you at all costs. Don't believe those who say you are not perfect and therefore need to change. Offers transurfing. You will radically change the way you see life. The Rush of the Morning Stars. Chapter 1. The Variance Model. Dreams don't come true. This chapter will familiarize you with the theoretical foundations of transurfing. The transurfing method is based on the variance model, which offers a fundamentally different and innovative view of how the world works. Humanity does not know that it is possible to easily obtain what it desires instead of making efforts to achieve it. How then is this possible? The barking of my neighbor's dog woke me up. This abominable creature wakes me up all the time. I hate dogs. Why do I have to wake up to the noises made by this disgusting thing? I need to go for a walk, calm down a little and, somewhere, try to eradicate the intense desire to burn down the neighbor's house. Like dog, like master. There are always bastards who disturb my life and want to have me. I get dressed, mad and angry. Great. My filthy slippers are gone again. Where the hell are you lazy people? Wait till I find you and throw you out. The cigarette smoke reaches my eyes which I cover with my hands, like a wounded child. I'm so sick of it, I'm tired of all this stuff. Then, as if to echo my thoughts, an insidiously dangling birch branch hits me hard in the face. Shit. In anger, I break the branch and throw it away. She clings to a tree and begins to dance up and down and back and forth, like the head of a jack-in-the-box, as if to show me my. Outside it is foggy. I walk along a slippery path, crossing a gloomy forest. Most of the leaves are already on the ground, revealing the great trunks of half-dead trees. Why do I live in the middle of this filthy swamp? I take out a cigarette. I don't really want to smoke, but this old habit forces me to. Make me do it? How long have cigarettes become necessary to me? In fact, it's rather disgusting to smoke in the morning with an empty stomach. At the time, in parties or with friends, I liked to smoke and I took pleasure in it. The cigarette was then a symbol of fashion, freedom and class. But the evenings are over. The gray, rainy days of everyday life have taken over, spreading puddles filled with unsolvable problems. And each time, I toast these problems and smoke by saying to myself, okay, a little cigarette. I hold my breath and plunge back into this turpid routine. Inability to change anything in this world. Depressed, I force myself to continue on my way. Indulging in these gloomy thoughts, I arrive at the sea. Small vicious waves nibble the sand. The sigh, hostile, blows me a wet and cold wind. Large seagulls waddle lazily along the shore, pecking at half-rotten stuff. Their eyes are cold, empty, black, as if the world around me is reflected in them. A simply cold and hostile world. The rustling of the morning stars wakes me up. Where did this depressing dream come from? As if a fragment of my past life was coming back to me? Thank God it was just a dream. Reassured, I stretch just like my cat does. The path sinks through the forest, and the rustling of the morning stars gradually merges into a multi-sound choir of the bird community. There is one, a little further, hidden in the bushes, who makes a colossal effort to eat. Ah, here he is, this little good-for-nothing. How can a little ball of plush like you sing so loudly? Unbelievable. I never noticed that. Every time I try to wrestle with the world, it gives in and makes me hopeful, only to smack my nose even harder right after. Only in the movies do you see heroes racing towards their goal, smashing every obstacle in their way. It never really happens. Life should be like a game of roulette. You can win once, twice, maybe 3. You already see yourself as a winner with the world in your pocket, but in the end, you always lose. You're nothing but a Christmas turkey fattened up the better to roast it before devouring it to the sound of lovely music and hearty laughter. You've got it all wrong because it's not your party. You were mistaken. A tramp picks up empty bottles on the beach. Get the hell out, you slacker. I want to be alone. But no, see how he looks at me. I can already see him starting to beg. I would have done better to stay at home. I don't even have peace. My God, I'm exhausted. I'm always exhausted, even when I'm resting. It's as if I was serving a prison sentence. It seems to me that very soon everything will change, a new era that will see me become a new person, able to fully appreciate his life. But all that is for the future. For the moment, I am stuck in this factory of misery. I'm always waiting for something that never happens. Now, as always, I eat a tasteless toast and force myself to go do this boring job where, once again, I would have to throw out some kind of data, which someone other than me desperately needs. Once again, one more day of a heavy and uninteresting life. Besides, there he is, this big sloth, all spread out on the bed. I see, by the way his ears are pointing, that he has spotted my presence. So bring your face full of mustaches and let's go for a walk. I asked for the sun today and I'm going to the beach. Each bird has its own unique song, and yet there is no dissonance. Even better, the sum of all the songs composes such a wonderfully melodic symphony that the most fabulous orchestra in the world can never reproduce it. Why had I never been here before? Transported, I let myself go without any particular goal, steeped in admiration. No words could describe how the nature around me was so incredibly wonderful. In that moment, I was totally elated, without a single thought in my mind. So I tried to get into it, to no avail. It only made me tired. Yet these experienced people still had an answer. You are a bad person and you have to change yourself, and only then demand something of this world. So I fought against myself, but in reality, it only made things more difficult. The magnificence of nature in this park simply amazed me. Still under the oppressive influence of my dream, I begin to remember my old life which, in fact, was just as bleak and hopeless as my dream. I tried many times, like many others, to demand from this world what I thought it owed me. His only answer was to turn his back on me, indifferent. Experienced people have told me that the universe does not give so easily, that you have to fight to conquer it. Besides, he began to observe me in silence. I approached and when I was about to open my mouth, he motioned for me to be quiet. In a cold voice, he told me that he didn't want to hear anything, that he was tired of these greedy and grumpy visitors who were never satisfied, always asked lots of things, always made a lot of noise and left leaving behind mountains of rubbish behind them. Quietly, I nodded in agreement and walked away. The rays of the sun stretched through the trees. This magical light brings life to the immense depth and incomparable beauty of this forest, transforming the tree trunks into a fairy hologram. The path takes me gently towards the sea. Emerald waves whisper softly, enveloping me in a breath of warm wind. The shore seems empty as far as the eye can see, and yet I feel good and in my place, as if the crowded world has created this little secluded place just for me. Some think that what surrounds us is an illusion that we create ourselves. Well, no, I'm not pretentious enough to think that all this beauty is just a figment of my imagination. The observer soon reappeared. His austere face was. So one night I had a dream. I found myself in a kind of nature reserve. An indescribable beauty surrounded me and I walked while admiring this splendor. Suddenly, an angry old man with a gray beard appeared. I understood that it was the supervisor, the observer of the reserve. Relaxed. With a gesture, he asked me to follow him. We climbed to the top of a green hill where the spectacular panorama of a green valley unfolded before our eyes. Down below we could see a village or something. Small dull houses floated among plants and flowers. It was like a picture from a fairy tale. We could have stayed for hours admiring this spectacle with astonishment if it hadn't seemed so unreal. I was beginning to think that such beauty can only exist in dreams. I questioned the observer with my gaze. He simply had a small smile in his beard, as if he wanted to say, "Wait, you haven't seen anything yet." I asked him what this mission was and who they were. He didn't listen and offered me a riddle that seemed completely ridiculous to me at the time. Anyone can acquire the freedom to choose anything. His ideas were beyond my understanding of my philosophy of life, and I would have liked to discuss them with him. But the observer, not wanting to hear anything, said, "You are crazy? You have the right to choose, but you don't use it." I was beginning to think it was wiser to wake up. The old man must have read my thoughts. "Okay, that's enough," he said. "We do not have much time. I never thought they'd send me an idiot like you. But whatever, I have to accomplish my mission." I replied with the same old refrain that says that not everyone is born rich and that we are not masters of our destiny. The observer did not listen to me and said, "That is precisely the idea. Every human being is free to choose from an infinite palette of destinies. The only freedom we have is freedom of choice. Everyone can choose whatever they want." If I remember correctly, once I became aware that I was dreaming, I hinted to the old man that in a dream, just like in real life, he can say all the nonsense he wants and that's it. There lies all his freedom. But my comments didn't seem to bother him at all. He laughs at me, nothing else. While realizing the absurdity of the situation, why bother trying to chat with a character from my own dream? We were walking through the valley and I realized I couldn't remember how we got there. I really wanted to have an explanation from the old man. I think I made a silly remark about the luck and happiness of people who can afford to live right in the middle of this beauty. The observer answered me irritated. "And what prevents you from being part of it? You don't understand what choosing simply means." This is completely crazy, I thought. What does he mean by I can choose whatever I want? As if everything was allowed to me in this world. Then I realized that this was all just a dream. I was perplexed because I had never woken up inside a dream before and therefore did not know how to act in such a situation. Only one strange word stuck in my memory: transurfing. A single thought swirled around in my head: I have no need to furnish my universe myself. Everything has been created for a long time without my participation and for my well-being in addition. Nor need I struggle to fight against the world for a place under the sun, since it is the least effective method. Apparently no one is stopping me from simply choosing the world I want to live in. Transurfing is the method of literally choosing your own destiny, just like choosing an object in a supermarket. It is precisely what this means that I want to talk to you about. You'll learn why apples can fall in the sky, what it means to hear the rustling of the morning stars, as well as many other strange things just waiting for you to discover them. That he wants. Here is your riddle: how do you get this freedom? If you solve this riddle, your apples will fall from the sky. When I woke up, I realized that unfortunately I could not remember what happened next in my dream. However, I had this strange feeling that the observer had somehow planted information in my head, information that I could not express with any words at my disposal. At first, the idea seemed absurd to me, and most likely I would have forgotten all about this dream. But, to my amazement, I soon discovered that I could remember specific details about what the Watcher meant about the phrase "choose your own world" and how it could be achieved. The solution to the Watcher's riddle came on its own, out of nowhere. Every day I discovered something new, and every time I was quite surprised and at the same time a little scared. I can't rationally explain where all this knowledge came from. I can only say one thing: in no way can it come from me. Ever since I discovered transurfing, or rather, since I was allowed to discover it, a joyful new meaning has filled my life. Those who have always had a creative job know how satisfying and fulfilling doing something with their hands is. But that's nothing compared to the process of creating one's own destiny. Although the phrase "creating one's destiny" is here, in its most common sense, a bit out of place. Where are apples in all of this? I began to lose patience and then told the old man that I had no intention of looking for the solution of any enigma whatsoever. It is only in dreams and in fairy tales that one can see all kinds of wonders, while in reality apples always fall to the ground. To which he replied, "That's enough, let's go. I have to show you something." And yet, the fatal impossibility of escaping one's own destiny can provoke a feeling of discontent, of inner protest. So-and-so may feel cheated, cut off from luck and start complaining, "Why is life so hard?" One person has everything in abundance, while another is constantly in need. Everything seems so easy for this one, while this one runs and spins around like a hamster on its wheel, getting nowhere. One individual receives beauty, intelligence and power, while another, unaware of what sin to redeem himself from, is labeled as a second-class citizen for his entire life. Why this injustice? Why does life, with its infinite variations, impose limits on certain groups of individuals? Why are those who are less fortunate punished? Another teaching attempts to explain why there is so much injustice in this world. This version gives hope, since it promises a generous reward to those who suffer and are in need. Yet again, the reward comes to you somewhere in heaven or in another lifetime. No matter how you look at them, explanations like these don't really satisfy us. It is not important whether these past or future lives exist or not, since in practice a person is not aware of them and only remembers this present life. Therefore, in a sense, this present life remains his one and only life. If you think your destiny is predetermined, then the only way. A helpless person must feel some resentment before resolutely trying to find some explanation of why things are the way they are. Then all kinds of teachings appear in this context, such as telling you that you have bad karma and that you are redeeming yourself for terrible sins committed in a previous life. As if the Lord has nothing better to do than educate his neglectful children. However, it seems that despite his omnipotence, he endures some difficulties with this particular method of education. Instead of punishing his people for their sins in this life, God, for some unknown reason, postpones his vengeance. One can then wonder, what is the point of punishing someone for something he does not remember? There are many diverse theories about the nature of fate. One of them asserts that fate is the same as fate, something predetermined. Whatever you do, you cannot escape your fate. On the one hand, such a hopeless interpretation can lead to depression. If a person's fate is not among the best, then there is no hope for it to improve. But on the other hand, there have always been people who are content with this state of affairs. In the end, it is rather believable and reassuring to know that the future is more or less predictable and does not frighten us with its uncertainties. The enigma of the observer. In other words, as we know, we have to fight to achieve happiness. And how could it be otherwise? Smart people say nothing comes easy. It seems like an irrefutable statement. If you don't want to accept the present as it is given to you, then you will have to fight to find your own happiness. Stay optimistic and be happy with what you have. Some people tell you very clearly that you are unhappy because you are constantly dissatisfied, because you simply want too much. Moreover, you can only be automatically happy, since what makes you happy is to be happy. You must be joyful in life. So you act as if you agree, even if, at the same time, it is a little difficult to be joyful and happy in the face of the sad reality of everyday life. You have absolutely no right to demand more from life. Why force yourself to be happy when you're not? It's just as impossible as forcing yourself to love. The lessons of history sing to us of the bravery with which the heroes fought, how much they sacrificed themselves, fighting day and night, overcoming unimaginable obstacles. The victors of these battles were greatly rewarded, but only after enduring the worst hardships and suffering the greatest losses and incessant brawling, not to mention the flip side of the coin. Millions of people have fought and toiled while only a small handful has really been successful. You can lose your whole life in desperate fights for a place in the sun, and all in vain. Why is this life so cruel and hopeless? There are always around us so-called enlightened individuals, always busy invoking universal love and forgiveness. If you want to avoid your merciless reality, you can put this illusion on like a hood over your head and, it's almost certain, you'll already feel a little better. But, deep down inside, you won't be able to quite understand why you need to forgive people you hate, or love people you don't care about. To do what? After all, that would be forced happiness, not really natural. What a heavy burden to have to fight against the world to be able to make your own happiness. And if the world don't give in, then you. To avoid depression is to surrender and accept your fate as it is. As if joy shouldn't come to you by itself, but rather be expelled from you, like toothpaste squeezed into a tube. Of course, there are people who don't believe that life is so boring and primitive that it leads to a predetermined destiny. They do not want to be satisfied with what they have and therefore prefer to find pleasure and success and not in the present situation. These people have, in fact, another conception of destiny. Man forges his own happiness. And as always, you'll have another explanation for your inability to succeed. Can't you be happy? Be happy. You have probably heard of the well-known idea that reality is an illusion that we create ourselves. Yet no one has really explained the origin of this illusion. Have to fight against yourself. If you are poor, sick and unhappy, it is your fault. You have plenty of flaws and you need to change first. Man has been faced with the fact since the very beginning of his life. He is nothing but an accumulation of faults and imperfections, which constantly requires heavy effort if he wants, even simply, to dream. To happiness. Depressing picture, isn't it? It appears that a man, unhappy from the beginning and who has not had the chance to be born into a happy and healthy family, has only to resign himself to humbly carry his cross or to consecrate his life all to fight without end. It doesn't seem right, one way or another, to have to enjoy such a life. Everything is really hopeless. Is there no light in sight? For example, materialism is based on the idea that matter came first and then consciousness later, while idealism proclaims the exact opposite. And yet, it is not possible to prove either one or the other. Nevertheless, each of these two ideas has been used to construct convincing models of the world, which have won many loyal advocates. These two schools, each in its own way, are able to explain philosophically, scientifically and from a religious point of view, the nature of the world. And they are both wrong and right at the same time. We will never be able to define absolute truth because of the relative nature of the concepts we use to do so. The famous parable of the three blind men describes how one perceived an elephant's trunk, another its leg and the third its ear. From their perceptions, each of them came to a different conclusion about what the animal looked like. Therefore, trying to prove that one way of seeing things is more accurate than the other is absurd. What's most important is knowing that a specific way of looking at things works for you. So, are we just watching a movie? It's not quite like that, but in a way there is a grain of truth in this concept. There is also the opposite view. The material world is simply a mechanism that operates according to strict laws. In such a world, the spirits are incapable of determining anything. There is also a grain of truth here. And yet, there is a solution. This solution is as simple as it is nice, unlike all the alternatives listed above, because we are going to find it on another level. The notion of destiny and transurfing is based on a radically different view of the world. So stop gesticulating and shouting desperately that this is yet another attempt to pile on a pile of nonsense. Begin by agreeing that any known idea about fate is based on the specific worldview, which is in turn based on a few assertions that are impossible to fully prove. Each theory is validated by time and therefore has the right to exist. Any vision of life works the same way. If you decide that fate is predetermined, something you cannot change, then so it will be. In this case, you willingly put your life in someone else's hands, and it doesn't matter whose hands. In effect, you become a small paper boat, swayed by the waves of the sea and which bends to their will. If, from another perspective, you believe that you shape your own destiny, then you are consciously taking responsibility for everything that happens to you in life. You fight against the waves trying to take control of your small boat. Keep in mind that your choice always turns into reality. You get what you choose. Whatever view of the world you adopt, it will be the right one. However, be aware that others will disagree and oppose you, because quite simply, they are also right, regardless of their worldview. The human mind spends its time trying to resolve ambiguities. He absolutely wants to shatter one theory for the sole purpose of idealizing another. Basically, that's what scientists do, century after century. But after every effort to find the truth, only one observation remains on the battlefield. Every theory is nothing but the fragment of the manifestation of what is our multifaceted reality. To create a whole system of knowledge like a scientific theory, all you need to do is take a few facts that don't even need to be fully explained, but nevertheless have their place in the system. For example, quantum physics is based on several unprovable truths called postulates. They cannot be proven since they are the initial points of reference. According to these laws, a micro-object appears as a particle in some cases and as a vibration in others. Scientists, being unable to interpret such a dualism unambiguously, have therefore simply accepted that this is the way things are. The postulates of quantum physics can be accommodated with the immense variety of figures and forms through which our reality can manifest itself. Almost as if the blind men in our parable agreed that an elephant sometimes behaves like a stick and sometimes like a snake. If you take any phenomenon in your reality and make it your point of reference, then you can construct a whole scientific theory. This theory would encounter no contradiction with itself and, moreover, would successfully reflect one of the manifestations of reality. If, when describing a micro-object, we choose to see a particle, we obtain a model of an atom as constructed by the famous physicist Niels Bohr. In this given pattern, the electrons revolve around the nucleus, much like planets revolve around the sun in our solar system. If, on the other hand, we choose vibration as the fundamental characteristic of our micro-object, then the atom looks like. The world is whole by nature, and yet it constantly takes on different appearances. While some struggle to examine and explain an appearance, others go to another stage and find themselves in contradiction with the previous ones. Scientists try to unify the different manifestations of reality to remove contradictions, but despite everything, it is an extremely difficult task. There is only one statement which is subject to no doubt, a fact which alone can reunite all the ramifications of knowledge. The immense variety of forms under which reality appears to us, the diversity of its variants, is the fundamental and first characteristic of our universe. Let's start with the principle that all the forms through which our reality manifests must have an origin, a place, a place where the multitude of variants is found, where are the laws of our universe recorded. The universe turns out to be like matter moving through space and time, and moving matter obeys certain laws. Curiously, they often contradict each other. Despite the generality of our statement, we will see that it brings to light the most interesting and unexpected knowledge. Basically, any manifestation of reality can be the point of reference for a system of knowledge that will surely work and have its place in the world. In seeking the truth, peoples have always wanted to understand the nature of the world in which they live. They tried to do this by studying specific characteristics. The enormous scientific knowledge has been created by describing and explaining specific natural phenomena. This has had different branches appeared. However, physical formulas and laws are just abstract inventions of our minds, created to make it easier for us to understand, and we must use the multiplicity of variants as our starting point for solving the riddle of the observer. In other words, we affirm that reality can manifest itself in an infinite number of ways. Distracted by their intention to explain each separate manifestation, adherents of different schools of thought fail to consider the multiplicity of variants. And after all, what could they get out of it? The multiplicity of variants is only the beginning of a story, or possibly a point of origin. If we take a step back, we can consider that all the starting points of the different branches of knowledge come later. However, and anyway, no one cares about the point of origin, as if it contained absolutely no information. And yet, yes, it contains the most incredible information. A diffuse spot. Both models work, they just reflect different and quite distinct ways of how reality can manifest. So again, we get what we choose. As you know, points are represented on a graph according to specific mathematical formulas. We can say that the movement of a point on a graph obeys a definite function. In our knowledge, we represent the movement of matter using laws, while nature integrates this movement in its purest form, as an infinite number of causes and effects. Putting it more broadly, the coordinates of each possible material object and its path through the infinity of points are stored in a field of information which we will refer to as the space of variance. It contains information about everything that has been, is and will be. The more space there is between sectors, the greater the differences in scenarios and settings. Your destiny is also represented by a multitude of variants. Thus, the movement of any material point in space-time can be seen as a continuous chain of infinite length, composed of an infinity of tiny causes and effects. So each point in the variant space contains its own variance of a particular event. To put it more simply, let's imagine that each variant consists of a scenario and if setting. The scenery represents the external image or the form of the manifested reality, while the scenario is the path on which the material moves. To make things even easier, you can divide the variant space into sectors, and each of them has its own scenario and setting. How can we go about defining points on a graph differently? We could, of course, record the exact coordinates of each point, which is already a problem since there are an infinite number of them. The size of our memory is not large enough and cannot retain such a mass of information. On the other hand, for nature, infinity is not a problem. Nature has no need to figure out the location and movement of every point on a graph using formulas. When we share a linear function into an infinite number of small points, each point can be considered a cause and each consecutive point can be considered an effect. Let's not guess how this information is stored. It's not that important. The essential thing to remember is that the space of variance functions as a pattern, a network arranged to move matter through space and time. The space of variance is an informational structure which is based on a completely material basis. This infinite field of information contains all the possible variants of every event that could happen. We can say that the variance space contains all the information. Explain what we perceive with our senses. It is highly unlikely that nature keeps these formulas and laws hidden somewhere. Theoretically, There is no limit to the number and type of scenarios and settings that exist in a person's life. This is because the space of variance is infinite by nature. The last of significant events can have an impact on the near fate of a person. A person's life is just like moving matter. It's nothing else. This lifeline is further from the original, when you first went to see the play. The same play could end up playing in other theaters and you could experience a radically different new interpretation each time. This line of life would in fact be much further from the very first one. So, making a metaphor, the water in the pipe represents space. Transurfing gives you the answer on how to make this choice. Imagine that you are attending a theatrical performance. You return to the theater the next day to watch the exact same play again. However, the play now takes place in a different setting. The two pieces you saw are lifelines that are pretty close to each other in variant space. The following season, you will see the play again with the same actors, but this time, the script has been significantly modified. Mastering your destiny comes down to one very simple thing: making a choice. A man's life flows steadily in a given direction, until an event takes place and changes the scenarios and scenery. Then fate initiates a turning point, to begin another movement along a new line of life. Imagine a water pipe. A freezing ring moves gently along the pipe, freezing the water only at the location of the ring. So the solid ice moves in the water along the pipe. The water molecules remain in their place in a relatively free state. When the cooling ring passes a particular place, the water molecules inside the pipe congeal, frozen into ice crystals. But the ice melts into the water and the water molecules are released again. The ice crystal does not move in the water through the pipe. It is the structure of the ice, the frozen state, that moves through the pipe. No one is stopping you from selecting the destiny you like. Reality manifests itself in all its multiplicities, precisely because the number of variants is infinite. Every point of origin floats on the chain of cause and effect. Choosing your point of origin will make you obtain a manifestation of reality corresponding to it. We can say that reality unfolds along a lifeline in close dependence with a selected point of origin. Each receives what he or she chooses. You have the right to choose, simply because the infinity of variance already exists. Then a chain of cause and effect. In the space of variance, causes and effects are very close. They follow each other and therefore the sectors of a destiny form a line of life. The scenarios and sets on such a line are more or less of the same nature. So an information structure contains an infinite multitude of potential possibilities, variants, each with its own scenarios and settings. The process of materialization is carried out in accordance with the information contained in this structure. The process of moving matter through the space of variance can be demonstrated by the following mental experiment. I hope I don't tire you too much with physics. We are only at the starting point of transurfing. But what you're about to take away from this book may be quite shocking. So, I cannot present it to you without a theoretical minimum to allow your mind to find its way around without confusion. Hold on to me, just a little bit longer. In fact, everything written in the information field has always been there and will always be there. Lifelines exist just like movie reels. Everything that happened does not disappear for good, but continues to exist. Everything that could happen is happening right now. The present of your current life is the material manifestation of a given sector in the space of variance, on a line of life which corresponds to it. Another analogy can be made with the waves of the ocean to illustrate a manifestation in the space of the variance. Suppose the wave forms in the sky, following an earthquake. It moves across the surface of the ocean like a big bump, but the water itself stays put. It is not the mass of water that moves, but rather the manifestation of its potential energy. It is only on the shore that the water hits and splashes the dry land. All waves act the same. In this metaphor, the sea is the space of variance, while the wave is its material manifestation. Variance, while the ice crystal represents the material manifestation of the variance. The water molecule represents individuals, and their position in the crystal structure manifests as a possible variation of destiny. There is no definite answer to what the cooling ring represents. In other words, how and why does information become matter? In the infinitely small of quantum physics, matter can take the form of a condensate of energy. We know that microparticles are born and die repeatedly in the vacuum. So in a sense matter exists, but at the same time it does not have its own material substance. There is only one clear thing: every tangible thing is made up of intangible energy. Now rewind the movie and watch all the frames at the same time. Where did the time go? All images exist simultaneously. Time remains static until we sequentially watch one frame after another. This is exactly what happens in real life, and this is why the principle that everything comes and goes is firmly implanted in our consciousness. So what do we get? On the one hand, the material manifestation moves in time and space, and on the other, the variants remain in their place and continue to exist forever. Does that mean that everything has always been, is and always will be? Well, why not? Time is just as static as space. You can only perceive the movement of time when you project a film and the images follow one another. Many people would like to know, how come all the possible variants of my destiny permanently coexist? And who would need to organize all that? God? Nature? And why? So try to imagine a point on a plane with two coordinate axes. In school, we learn the following. On a plane, a given point can have any x and y coordinates, note, any, from a negative or positive value and up to L infinite. No one has ever asked the question, how is it that this point can have any coordinate? Now picture a point moving on a linear function and ask yourself, how is it that the path I have always traveled has always been there and will always continue to be there? And how is it that my future journey and its paths are already predetermined? But you, who observe the point and its path from above, realize that this journey is quite ordinary and nothing extraordinary. To answer this question, we still have to choose another starting point. In our time, there is no longer any doubt that thoughts are material. Reality appears to us in two forms. On the one hand, our existence is defined by our consciousness, and yet, on the other, there is a whole host of indisputable evidence to the contrary. Our thoughts not only act as motivation for action, they also impact our reality. For example, our worst fears tend to come true. Either way, this book is specifically about how such things are possible. Let us start from the following hypothesis. The radiations of mental energy materialize a potential variant. This assumption is correct since reality can manifest in any form defined by consciousness. You can find evidence for this hypothesis not only in your daily life, but also in quantum physics experiments. For us, it is not very important to know exactly how thoughts interact. The variant space functions as a model. It determines how things should manifest in reality. Imagine a forest and a man with a flashlight. The man walks through the forest, and no matter where he points the light beam, it only illuminates a very small part of the forest. The realization too of matter also manifests itself as a point of light. The entire forest plunged into darkness is the space of variance, while the lit part is the manifestation of a variant in a given sector. What is this light? In other words, what illuminates or materializes a variant in a model? Of course, you could argue that we're not quite talking about the materialization of our thoughts, but rather an ominous premonition of what's to come. Certainly, most paranormal phenomena tend to remain inexplicable and ambiguous. But that does not mean that we can continue to ignore this particular aspect of manifest in reality. A great deal of evidence supports the fact that thoughts can have a direct influence on reality. With a space of variance, we don't quite know yet how the process of information transfer takes place, whether it's energy-based or something else. To simplify, let's say that the wave of mental energy illuminates a certain sector of the space of variance and that, as a result, the variant obtains its own materialization. The mental waves find the sector whose characteristics are similar to them in the space of variance. The variant of the particular sector then materializes. Here in this chain of events, consciousness is able to define reality. The influence of thoughts usually goes unnoticed and therefore cannot be explained or predicted. It even seems that establishing a clear causal link between thoughts and subsequent events remains relatively difficult. But you will soon see that a person's thoughts have a direct influence on the shape of their reality. Human beings get exactly what they choose. Every creature has its own consciousness and forms the layer of its own world. We can say that everything in this world has a particle of God, and in this way He rules the world. Just keep in mind that this is only a way of manifesting reality. It is not possible to shape your reality, at your own will and with ease, through simple meditation, although there are individuals who are able to materialize objects from a net of air. However, these individuals remain discreet. They never advertise their abilities. Nevertheless, thoughts have the same impact on man's destiny as do his specific actions. People are used to the idea that their actions attract visible consequences that are easily explained. Someone might object, are you trying to say that all these oceans, mountains, planets and galaxies are nothing but the product of my thoughts? Man's tendency to see himself as the center of the universe is part of human nature. In fact, man occupies a very small place in this infinite space. Our world is populated by millions of living organisms, and each of them makes its own contribution to the formation of reality. Each creature has its own mental wave parameters. If you don't like to visualize plants as thinking creatures, you can name the process differently. It won't change the main idea. We cannot even say with certainty that non-living things do not have anything in common with the thoughts of living organisms, not to mention the spirit that pervades everything in existence and whom we call God. Each person moves on his lifeline. But at the same time, all individuals live in one and the same world. The material world is unique to all of these individuals, but each person has their own manifestation of reality. Suppose you are a tourist exploring a pretty town. You admire the tourist attractions and the architectural beauties. You see flower gardens, fountains, parks with small paths, as well as the cheerful countenance of its healthy inhabitants. Suddenly, passing a trash can, you see a homeless man. He is just like you, in the same world and in the same dimension. However, he does not see what you see. He sees an empty bottle in the trash can, the dirty wall, another bum going to take the empty bottle from him, the police looking at him suspiciously, etc. You live on one line of life and he on another. Your lines of life have crossed in the space of variance. And so, this world, as an embodiment of reality, is one and only for each of you. Without going into too much detail, let's look at energy as a sort of abstract, invisible force that nevertheless exists in reality. For our purposes, it is sufficient to admit the fact that a person's thought energy is entirely material. The mental energy is not locked in the cranium of this person to circulate there aimlessly. Rather, it disperses into space where it interacts with the surrounding energy fields. These days, very few people would bother to dispute that fact. When energy rushes into a sector of variance space, the variance specific to that sector begins to materialize. Energy has a complex structure and permeates everything in this world. Situations in life are formed not only with specific actions, but also with the nature of a person's thoughts. If you have an aggressive attitude towards this world, it will treat you the same. If you constantly whine while expressing your dissatisfaction with him, you will have more and more reason to be dissatisfied. If your attitude toward reality is predominantly negative, then this world becomes a scary place to live. The opposite, of course, is just as. All material manifestations are constituted by energy. The energy field is primary, while all physical manifestations are secondary. Scientists are trying to bring together the different manifestations of energy into a single theoretical structure, and we will soon see the results. But then they will have to add other elements to the theory, because reality can manifest itself in an infinite number of ways. For convenience, we can take the frequency of mental waves as a parameter, in the same way that we measure radio waves. Whenever you think of something, the frequency of your mental energy tunes into a certain area, sector, a variant space. As it passes through a man's body, that man's thoughts modulate it, and the parameters of those thoughts become integrated into the energy as it exits. A radio transmitter works the same way. The energy parameters incorporate the characteristics of the thoughts. In this way, the energy comes out in the form of mental waves which, in turn, convert a sector of the variant space into material manifestation. When you think of a thing, good or bad, you radiate mental energy through the space of variations. This modified energy applies to a specific sector, and this interaction gives rise to an equivalent change in your life. It is not possible to change anything on your current lifeline. If, for example, you enter an art gallery, you will not be able to modify or reconstruct an exhibition that you dislike. You're not the one in charge. But no one will stop you if you turn around to go to another room where you can contemplate a work that you prefer. Of course, moving to another line of life, where everyone gets whatever he or she asks for, does not happen by sheer will. Our thoughts cannot all be manifested nor our desires all fulfilled. And this, not because of the content of the thoughts, but rather because of their nature. To dream of it or to desire it does not yet mean to choose it. Dreams don't come true. It is necessary to meet certain conditions for your dreams to come true. You will find out what these conditions are and how you will fulfill them in this book. True. A positive attitude is the most natural way to change your life for the better. You get what you choose. This is reality, whether you like it or not. The process described above may seem out of control to you, but in fact you are solely responsible for directing the energy of your protests to problem areas in the variant space. You think that by doing so you are actually overcoming the obstacles, when in reality you are getting exactly what you choose. If you choose to fight the obstacles, then you will have more than enough to fight. If you are preoccupied with thinking about your problems, then these will always be more present in your life. You direct your actions to change the situation on your current lifeline, but you can never alter a scenario in the space of variations. You can only choose another scenario. As you try to change an unpleasant event in the scenario within the space of variations, you are thinking about precisely those things that you don't like. In this way, inevitably, your choice successfully materializes and you get exactly what you do not want. There are an infinite number of lines of fate for each person. As long as your thoughts are going more or less in the same direction, you're on the same line of life. As soon as your attitude towards reality changes in one way or another, the parameters of your mental waves take on new characteristics, and the material manifestation of your world shifts from the old line to the new. On this line, the events obey a radically different scenario, in accordance with the parameters of your mental radiation. If for any reason you don't like this scenario, you will struggle to try to change the situation. Each individual in the presence of obstacles reacts negatively by expressing his dissatisfaction or by depressing. In fact, his mental waves are replaced on a line where there will be even more obstacles. The result that follows is that his life goes downhill faster and faster. In the space of variance, we have no reason to resent our destiny because we have been given the right to choose. Our only problem is that we don't know how to do it. The world appears to us as a multitude of possibilities, as if it had been created to satisfy all possible needs. Everyone can find everything they ever wanted in this world. Even for other branches of knowledge, the world just appears to us the way we want to see it. For example, the idealist proclaims that the world is an illusion and the world agrees. The materialist claims just the opposite, and again the world has nothing against that opinion. People are bent on imposing their opinions on each other, while the world proves that they are all right. Well, isn't that grand? Also called delusion, the space of the variance, whereas the material manifestation is exactly the same thing as the material world. We always get what we choose. Of course, this is very strange and may raise some doubts. However, I never thought you would be sold on the variance model yet. I didn't believe it myself until I saw that transurfing worked, and it worked 100%. There's no reason to favor a specific model if your only goal is to find some sort of absolute truth. The model itself is relatively unimportant. What matters most is the practical result you get from using a particular template. Different mathematical models can represent the same physical phenomenon in different ways. Wouldn't it be fun if analytical geometry experts suddenly raised their arms against mathematical analysis and started claiming that geometry is the only mathematical discipline? Mathematicians can come to some kind of agreement among themselves, but what about figures of philosophy or religions? Where is the space of variance located? It is very difficult to answer this question. Starting from our three-dimensional perception, we could say that the space of variance is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Anyone familiar with the principles of Islam knows the meaning of the expression "a man's destiny is written in a book." Basically, this means that fate is predetermined and cannot be escaped. Similar statements are found in the context of other religions. It is true that a man's destiny is already predetermined. Religions only err on the fact that there is not a single variant of a person's destiny, but rather an infinite number of variants. You cannot escape your fate. This is true to some degree, as you cannot change the storyline of a variant. Fighting against the world around you to change your destiny is a very difficult and totally thankless task. Don't try to change the script. That's pointless. You can, more simply, choose the variant you like the most. Never. Imagine an infinite plane that has no beginning or end, and that on this plane live small two-dimensional characters. They don't suspect that It is hard to believe that parallel worlds actually exist. When you take your next sip of coffee, think about it. How much? But on the other hand, is it easy for you to believe in the theory of relativity, which states that an accelerating body increases its mass, decreases its size, and slows down the time through which it moves? It is, however, impossible for the moment to verify this assertion on a practical experience. What is important is not whether we understand the theory or not, but the practical utility that can be derived from this theory. There is some third dimension. It seems to them that this flattened plane is the world, and they cannot imagine that anything can exist beyond their borders. However, we know that we only have to add a third dimension to this model of the world so that suddenly an infinite number of two-dimensional planes is created. Therefore, don't worry that we may not be able to imagine in great detail how an infinite amount of worlds can coexist with ours. There is a theory that the visible universe was created from the Big Bang. According to this theory, the universe has since been constantly expanding in all directions. Bodies move through the cosmos at very high speed. But if we change our point of view and take into account the fabulous distances involved in this process, we find that this expansion occurs very slowly and over a very long period of time. It is also recognized that in a vacuum, at any moment of time, elementary particles appear out of nowhere and disappear as suddenly as they appeared. By considering the relativity of space and time, we can consider each particle as a separate universe, similar to our own. After all, we don't know much about how elementary particles are created. According to physicists, elementary particles sometimes appear as vibrations and sometimes as particles. By going further into the infinitely small, we can compare the relative distances to those of the infinitely large, and time for an observer of the interior slows down again. For an outside observer, our universe exists in a single instant, just like a particle that appears and disappears in a vacuum in less than a second, while for us, inside observers, our universe has existed for millions of years. It is rather absurd and trivial to argue about the advantages of a given model in infinite space. Try to imagine infinity through ever-expanding distances, such as interstellar space. There is no border there, farthest from the distance. Infinity for ever smaller distances, strange as it may seem, has no limits either. We can observe only a limited part of the visible universe. The telescope, like the microscope, both have their limits. The infinitely small is not so different from the infinitely large. Of universes have you just engulfed? You have just swallowed up an infinite number of universes because the infinite cannot be divided into parts. It is as distant and it takes just as much time to fly in the infinitely small as it does to fly in the endless expansions of interstellar space. Time, like space, is infinite. This is just as valid for time which advances as for time which recedes. The fragments of time can be infinitely small, as they can be infinitely gigantic. Any point of a fragment of time can be considered as a point of origin on both sides of which there is infinite time. Moving the origin point along the time fragment would not change what is before or behind that point. All in all, there are many incomprehensible and inconceivable things in modern science, but this does not prevent us from using the fruits that this science has reaped. By using the principles of transurfing, you will achieve stunning results. Let's agree that you won't have to torment yourself with questions about exactly why and how transurfing works. It's like a child asking a physicist, why do bodies attract each other? The physicist would answer that it is because there are the laws of gravity, but the child would then ask why the laws of gravity exist. But there is no answer to know how physical bodies attract each other. So, let's drop this fruitless task of explaining something and just use the conclusions of the variant model. It is clearly beyond our possibilities to know and understand everything. This infinity of worlds within other worlds exists simultaneously. The center of the universe is at any given point, at any given time, because a similar infinity surrounds every point on all possible sides. And all possible events exist simultaneously for exactly the same reasons that the center of the universe is simultaneously at any given point. It's hard to imagine. But then again, we cannot see the entire universe at a glance. No matter how you imagine your movement through the universe, there is always the same infinite space around you. There are, of course, other, more confusing theories about the structure of our universe, that our visible universe is actually a finite sphere in four-dimensional space. But that doesn't make it any easier, because again there can be an infinite number of dimensions. Not being able to imagine all of this forces us to be satisfied with our own limited point of view, while pretending that we understand something about it. Based on the model of variance, man creates his own destiny. And yet, the idea of fate in transurfing differs from the generally accepted idea. So what's the difference? The difference is that you can choose your own happiness without having to fight for it. Don't rush to accept or reject the variance model once and for all. First ask yourself this question. Have you achieved more by fighting against this world for your own happiness? Everyone must decide for themselves whether to continue acting the same way or to try a different approach. You can still spend your whole life fighting and striving to get absolutely nowhere. Would it be easier if this world came to you on its own? After all, it would only manifest your choices. Whatever order you place, it will always get to you, no matter what. But making a choice is not the same as wanting something. It's quite different. And you are about to find out what it is. Wishes only come true in fairy tales. The powerful belief that wish fulfillment is both extremely difficult and even impossible is no coincidence. So far, we've only taken the first step towards solving the observer riddle. Soon you will know why wishes never come true and dreams never come true. The diversity of variance is the very first fundamental quality of our world. The more space there is between the sectors, the more differences there will be between the variants. A model of the world represents a part of the multiple facets under which reality appears. Sectors with roughly similar parameters form a lifeline. The information field contains the potential variations of any event. You cannot change the scenario of one variant, but you are able to choose another. A variant consists of a scenario and its setting. Don't fight for happiness. You can more simply choose a variant that you like. Reality manifests through an infinite number of forms of existence. The variant space can be divided into sectors which all contain their own variants. The space of variance is an information field of what was, what is and what. Each organism makes its own contribution to the creation of material achievements. Will be. When the mental energy parameters change, the organism moves to another line of life. Any approach to our knowledge is based on some aspect of manifested reality that we have chosen. The material realization moves in space like a condensed mass. Your choice always comes true in reality. What you choose, you receive. The radiation of our mental energies materializes the potential variance. Abstract. Groups of like-minded individuals create information-based energy structures called pendulums. These structures eventually develop independently. Pendulums create their own laws and cause people to obey them. What these people do not realize is that they are acting against their own will for the benefit of these pendulums. How do we get out of suggestions that stick to us like glue? Read out. Chapter 2. Pendulums. Destructive pendulums. We have always been told since we were children that we had to submit to someone else's will, to do our duties, to serve our country, our families, the political party, the company we work for, government, even serve ideas. We were told to submit to anyone's will, as long as our will did not take precedence. Everyone has more or less a sense of obligation, responsibility and guilt. Everyone, in one way or another, serves in different groups and organizations such as their family, society, schools, work, political party, government, etc. All of these structures appear and begin to develop when a group of people begin to think and act in the same direction. Then new people join the organization, group, and the structure grows, solidifies and compels its members to follow established rules to the point where the structure is able to subjugate large social groups to its will. At the level of material realization, the energy structure is composed of people, united by a common objective, and material objects such as buildings, constructions, supplies, equipment, technologies, etc. But what is the process by which these structures, such as those we have mentioned above, are formed? Structure is created when the thoughts of a group of people are focused in one direction. Then the parameters of their mental energy become similar. The mental energy of independent individuals joins in a single flow. At this place, in the middle of the ocean of energy, an independent structure of information, based on energy, is created, called the energy pendulums. This structure begins to live its own life and makes those who took part in its creation obey its laws. But why call these structures pendulums? Because the pendulum. And since each living organism represents a unit of energy, it can also be considered as a pendulum. So when these pendulum units come together and start swinging in unison, they create a common pendulum. It rests on the backs of its founders, adherents as a separate and independent structure. He will enact laws for his adherents, so as to keep them together while attracting new ones. Such a structure is self-governing in the sense that it develops independently, in accordance with its own laws. Its adherents do not know that they act according to the laws of the pendulum and not according to their own will. For example, a bureaucratic apparatus develops as a self-governing structure, independent of the will of its isolated officials. Influential officials could, of course, make certain decisions independently, but these decisions cannot conflict with the laws of the system. Otherwise, such a member would be rejected. Even a simple person, who is already a pendulum by himself, is never fully aware of his own motives. An example of this type of person is the energy vampire. You are probably surprised. Is it possible that all of these things are really pendulums? Yes, any structure whose main characteristics have been worked out by the mental energy of people is a pendulum. One could say that in general, all living creatures that are able to radiate energy in one direction are brought to form an energy pendulum. Here are examples of pendulums that exist in nature and in wildlife: colonies of bacteria, populations of living creatures, schools of fish, herds of animals, woods, grasslands, colonies of ants, etc. Any structure, made up of living organisms that are relatively homogeneous and by nature well ordered, can form a pendulum. Every pendulum is destructive by nature. This is because it takes the energy of its adherents and imposes its power upon them. The destructive capacity of a pendulum obviously comes from the fact that it does not care about the fate of each of its adherents. The pendulum has only one purpose: to maintain a steady flow of energy from its adherents regardless of the good or harm it may do. If a person is under the influence of the system, he must live his life in accordance with the laws of the system. Otherwise, the system will spit it out like chewing gum after chewing it well. Oscillates faster and higher if the people, adherents, feed it with their energy. Each pendulum has its own characteristic vibratory frequency. For example, you can only increase its oscillation by applying a force at a certain frequency. This type of frequency is called resonance. If the number of adherents of the pendulum decreases, the oscillation of the pendulum slows down and perhaps even the oscillatory movement will eventually die out. When there are no more adherents to move a pendulum, it stops and as an entity dies. Here are several examples of dead pendulums: ancient pagan religions, stone tools and ancient forms of weaponry, old fashions and vinyl records. In other words, anything that has existed before and never more utility. One can easily destroy one's life by being under the influence of a destructive pendulum. Breaking free from a pendulum without suffering loss is usually very difficult to do. So the activity of a pendulum very often leads to the destruction of the destinies of its individual adherents, although the pendulum, claiming to be good and virtuous, does everything to conceal its true motives. The most dangerous thing, for someone who has fallen under the influence of a destructive pendulum, is the fact that the pendulum takes its victim away from the line of life where he would find true happiness. If a person is taken away from the line of life which is most favorable to him, then life in an alien pendulum turns into a nightmare or, more simply, into a boring and depressing existence. Such a pendulum is nothing but destructive to its adherents, and the person who falls under its influence loses his freedom. She must then live under the constraint of the laws above her and be only a part of the cogs of a huge machine, whether she likes it or not. How many people, seduced by the publicity tricks of the pendulums, have moved away from the happiness they had in front of them? People join the army and die there. Others have enrolled in reputable schools to, in vain, master a profession that is not really theirs. Still others find jobs that are foreign to them, but supposedly prestigious. They work and find themselves overwhelmed with problems. They bring outside elements into their lives and result in suffering. The pendulum does not receive any more energy from this adherent, with the result that this stubborn adherent will be rejected from the system, or even destroyed. A pendulum feeds on the energy of its adherents and thus amplifies it. Pendulums use sophisticated methods to attract new adherents who rush towards them, like moths towards a lamp. A lucky person will find his place in the system, within which he will feel like a fish in water. As an adherent, the person gives his energy to the pendulum which, in turn, provides him with an environment in which he can live. But as soon as a member no longer respects the rules of a given structure, the frequency of his mental energy is no longer synchronized with the resonant frequency of the pendulum. Let us briefly outline the descriptive characteristics of a pendulum. Yes, a man can be under the patronage of a pendulum and achieve remarkable results. Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin and other similar figures were all favorites of destructive pendulums. Nevertheless, The pendulum does not care about the welfare of its adherents and uses them only for its own purposes. When Napoleon was asked if he had been truly happy, he could only count a few days of happiness in his entire life. 3. Swing. We could say that a pendulum is an egregore. Bands. Look at us. We're better than them. A pendulum pits its group of adherents against all others. We can illustrate how a pendulum consumes the energy of its adherents using the following example. Imagine a full stadium, in which a major football match is taking place. The tension rises. The supporters are unleashed. Suddenly, a player makes an unforgivable fault which leads his team, because of him, to lose the match. A storm of hatred from the stands descends on the player. They are ready to tear it to pieces. Can you imagine that immense mass of negative energy landing on that poor player's head? One would think that after enduring such a monstrous blow, he would immediately die on the spot. But that doesn't happen. On the contrary, he remains alive and healthy, although crushed by a feeling of guilt. So where did all that negative energy go? Well, the pendulum picked it up. If he hadn't, the player on whom the crowd poured their anger would have died, while conversely, a deserving player would have been propelled into the stars. A pendulum covers itself with an attractive mask of good appearance, adorns itself with lofty goals and plays with people's emotions, all this to justify its own actions and conquer as many adherents as possible. A pendulum tries to attract as many supporters as possible to receive as much energy as possible. By nature, which is, of course, a rather narrow definition of it. The concept of an egregore does not reflect all the spectra of possible interactions between man and the energy-based information structures, the pendulums. Pendulums play a much bigger role in people's lives than is commonly believed. I won't decide whether the pendulum is an animate thing or just a form of energy. Whatever the case, it is not important for the transurfing method. The important thing is to know how to recognize a pendulum and avoid participating in its game, unless you have something to gain from such an interaction. It is very easy to recognize a destructive pendulum by a characteristic trait. It is constantly in competition with other energy structures which, just like it, fight for the control of individuals. A pendulum has only one purpose: to capture as many adherents as possible to get as much energy as possible. The more aggressive a pendulum takes in the fight for its adherents, the more destructive it is, that is, the more it threatens the fate of an individual person. A pendulum is aggressive in accusing all those who do not want to join it and tries to conquer them, neutralize them or suppress them altogether. The battle of the pendulars. If you create a cult, movement or school of transurfing, it could also become a pendulum. Each pendulum has a different degree of destruction. Transurfing, even in the worst-case scenario, would be much less destructive than its counterparts because it does not serve an external and general cause, but on the contrary, exists exclusively for the good of each of the individuals. Therefore, such a pendulum would be quite unusual. A kind of individualistic society where people care exclusively about their individual destinies. Moreover, here is a class study, which pendulums could be qualified as constructive. The main characteristic of a destructive pendulum is that he aggressively seeks to destroy other pendulums to attract people to his. You could say that there are, after all, plenty of charities, nature conservation, animal welfare, and so on. How are they destructive? The fact is, no matter how you view them, they feed on your energy and don't care about anyone's happiness or interests, and this is destructive to you personally. They ask you to be merciful to others, while they remain indifferent to your well-being. If it suits you and you feel fully happy to do charity, then perhaps this is your calling and you have found your pendulum. The destructive pendulums retaught individuals not to choose their own destiny. After all, if a person chose freely, he would be independent, then would not be attracted to the pendulums and would not become one of their adherents. Our mind is so used to the idea that fate is a condition of our life, that it makes it very difficult for us to believe it possible to choose the fate we would like to have. This is all to the benefit of the pendulums who keep their adherents under control. In doing so, they find all sorts of tricks to manipulate them. The following paragraphs will give you specific examples of how this happens. But why am I telling you all this? I do this because I need to explain to you what it means to choose your destiny and how to put it into practice. Be patient, dear reader. Some of the topics we have covered are not easy to pin down, but gradually you will see a very clear picture emerge. But please be honest with yourself. You may have put on the mask of the charitable donor. Do you give your energy and your money for the happiness of others with all your heart? Or are you just the craftsman of a show that allows you to appear as a good person? Consider an extreme example of the battle for adherence, war. There follow, just after wars and revolutions, other forms of battle which may be less aggressive, but which are just as serious. In order to convince its own adherents to fight, the pendulum puts forward arguments that correspond to its specific historical period. Here are some examples: the struggle for the domination of markets, the rivalry of political parties, economic competition, all forms of marketing, advertising campaigns, ideological propaganda, etc. The most primitive method, frequently used in history, is to simply order people to take back by force what was rightfully theirs. As societies became civilized, arguments took on more and more refined forms. One nation declares itself the most progressive and the most developed, while others are declared backward. Bringing these underdeveloped people to a higher level is therefore a noble goal, and if they object, let us use force. And modern conceptions of war seem to follow this line. A hive of bees hangs from a tree in the forest. Wild bees live there, producing honey and raising their offspring. But then, a pendulum approaches the hive and announces to its adherents, "These are wild bees, they are very dangerous and therefore must be destroyed, or, at the very least, we must destroy their hive. You do not believe me? Look." The pendulum strikes the hive with a stick. The bees then come out and begin to sting the members of the pendulum, who exclaim triumphantly, "I told you so." The environment of our lives is made of pendulums. Therefore, you will find competition in all possible areas of modern life. There is competition everywhere, at all possible levels, from political or governmental disputes to competition between clubs, or between simple individuals. Look how aggressive they are. We must destroy them. To do this, the pendulum will constantly try to pit its adherents against the adherents of other pendulums. We are good, why aren't they like us? They were bad. People who drown in this battle lose their way and start following fake goals that they mistakenly think are their own. This is how destructive pendulums come true. Fighting against other adherents is fruitless and ruins lives, those of those who fight and yours. The path of novelty, of the unusual, of the incomprehensible, is always paved with difficulties. Why that? Simply because it doesn't matter what kind of slogans are used to justify wars and revolutions. Their object is always the same: to serve the battle of the pendulums for the adherents. These battles can take different forms, but their sole purpose is basically to get as many adherents as possible. New energy is a vital necessity for the pendulum. Without it, the pendulum stops and in doing so, ceases to exist as an entity. So the battle of the pendulums is a natural and inevitable battle to exist. The battle of the pendulums is destructive for their adherents because, since they serve a high purpose, they are persuaded that they are doing it because they really believe in it. The personal beliefs of the adherents are, more often than not, gripped by the claws of the pendulum. As soon as a person attunes to the frequency of a pendulum, an interaction at the energy level takes place between him and the pendulum. The mental energy frequency of the adherent is captured and held by the pendulum's own energy. The person is then under the influence of a cyclic reaction. The adherent transmits his mental energy at the frequency of the pendulum, while the pendulum, in return, rewards him with a small amount of energy, so as to maintain his influence on the adherent. When they build their structure on the material plane, the pendulums reinforce their positions with financial means, constructions, equipment, and of course, with human resources. Pendulums place their favorites at the top of these pyramids. They are leaders of all ranks and functions, anyone from junior managers to presidents of governments. They don't need to possess any special or remarkable qualities at all. In practice, leaders are made from these adherents whose combination of traits perfectly matches the structure of the pendulum. The designated favorite may think that he has achieved great things in his life solely because of his personal qualities. That's true, up to a point. The self-organized structure of the pendulum plays the greatest role in promoting its favorite. If the favorite's parameters or traits no longer match the needs of the system, then it is hunted without any consideration for its well-being. In terms of material realization, it is possible to see such pendulum member interactions in everyday life. For example, the pendulum of a political party starts an election campaign, grabs a follower, and nurtures them with little energy in the form of good feelings like appreciation, satisfaction, dignity, and importance. The adherent believes that he has the situation under control and that he can make his own choice, but in fact he has been chosen by the pendulum, which maintains control. On the surface, however, this situation looks different. The member thinks he is doing what innovative concepts take time to settle in our heads. The main reason is that old pendulums would decline if a new pendulum or other rival came on the scene and started drawing people to it. For example, combustion engines contribute significantly to pollution in cities and could have been replaced long ago. After all, many alternatives and non-polluting engines have been developed over the years which should have already replaced them. However, this would be a threat to the oil companies' existing pendulums, and these are still particularly strong. Therefore, they will not allow inventors to take them off the stage. We therefore end up with these monstrous pendulums, which represent the big oil companies, literally buying the patents of these new alternatives to simply keep them secret. At the same time, they try to convince the rest of the world of the ineffectiveness of these new inventions. The son of puppets wants and that. In this case, it is henceforth under the constraint of the pendulum, in an invisible and artificial way. The member then finds himself in the information field as a pendulum, where he spends time with others like him, discussing hot topics. The adherent establishes in this way energetic connections with the pendulum and sticks his own energy to the structure. The adherent may eventually realize that the activity of the pendulum does not quite meet his expectations and then begins to resent and doubt what constituted his idol. At this moment, his energy escapes from the grip of the pendulum. The firmness of the balanced grip depends on its power. In some cases, he will simply allow his adherent to leave, while in others, such a heretic will be deprived of liberty or even life. For the purpose of transurfing, the specific details of the interaction process between a pendulum and its adherent do not matter. We will examine this interaction using a simplified tool and everyday examples. This will be enough for our purpose. No one will be able to explain to us in great detail and with great precision how things really happen, because then someone might ask the question, and what does really mean? And this discussion would go on endlessly, as with the endless process of gaining knowledge. It is a thankless task for all of us. So we have to be content with very little. Let us nevertheless be happy to be able to understand the minimum. Let us now see how the pendulums manipulate their adherents. Let us ask ourselves the question: how can pendulums force their adherents to give them their energy freely? The great all-powerful pendulums can, for example, force their adherents to act according to specific rules. But how do the weakest do it? When a person cannot afford to force another to do something, he presents convincing arguments to him, then tries to seduce and persuade him while promising tempting results. These are generally poor methods of persuasion found only in human society, where people are disconnected from the forces of nature. Pendulums sometimes use these methods, but they have a much more powerful weapon. Pendulums are energy-based structures. Therefore, they obey the powerful irremediable laws of existence and act in accordance with them. One can illustrate the way in which a pendulum traps the frequency of its adherents by the following example. Suppose you sing, for yourself only. Suddenly someone starts playing another song and turns up the volume. Therefore, hearing this new melody, it becomes very difficult for you to continue singing your song. For a person to release their energy to a pendulum, their mental energy must be of the same frequency as the resonant frequency of the pendulum. To do this, it is not necessary for the person to consciously direct their thoughts towards the pendulum. As you probably know, much of what people think and do happens unconsciously. And this peculiarity of the human spirit benefits the pendulum. From there, the pendulums manage to draw energy not only from their adherents, but also from their most enthusiastic opponents. Imagine a group of old men sitting on a bench in a park, complaining and criticizing the government. They don't buy into the pendulum of government because they hate it for so many reasons. What's happening? The old men curse the government, evoke its incompetence, its corruption, its cynicism and its stupidity. In doing so, they actually produce a lot of mental energy at the frequency of this pendulum. To be honest, the pendulum doesn't care which side you push it to make it swing. Both positive and negative energy are fine, as long as the frequency of a person's mental energy is in resonance with the frequency of the pendulum. When the concept of mass media was developed, the methods of the pendulums became more and more refined. People have become totally addicted to mass media. Have you noticed how the newspapers mostly mention the wrong things? These programs bring up strong emotions such as restlessness, fear, irritation, anger and jealousy. It's the job of journalists to get your attention. The means of the media, which are also pendulums, serve pendulums which are much more powerful to them. The supposed reason is freedom of access to information when in fact it is quite different. It consists of tuning as many people as possible to the frequency of specific pendulums. At this point, the pendulum controls you like a puppeteer controls his puppet, and the most concrete thread to tickle in you is fear, the oldest and strongest feeling there is. What you are afraid of. At this point, you can probably guess how it works. A pendulum's biggest problem so far is reaching people, touching them where it hurts in any way possible, so that their minds are occupied with a pendulum or anything like that. One of the pendulum's other favorite methods of gaining access to your energy is to throw you off balance. When you lose your balance, you begin to wobble on the frequency of the pendulum and in doing so, you swing it yourself. Suppose prices have gone up. You don't like it and react negatively. You feel upset and probably start complaining and telling your friends about it, which is a perfectly normal reaction. But that is exactly what the pendulum wants. You radiate negative energy at the pendulum frequency into the world. The pendulum strengthens its energy, causing it to swing even harder, with the result that the price spike gets worse in the real world. The warrior complex. I must be the best. I declare war on others as well as on myself. I will fight for my place in the sun. I will take what is mine by force. Inducing feelings of guilt through suggestion is the favorite tool of manipulators, and we will return to this point later in the book. The world is judging me and I have to carry my cross. Feeling guilty is another very effective way for the pendulum to drain energy from you. This feeling has been imposed on us since our earliest childhood. It's a very practical method of manipulation. If you're guilty, then you must do as I tell you. It is quite unpleasant to live with guilt and people try to get rid of it, but how? One redeems one's faults, either by accepting a punishment or by replaying one's debt. The alternatives involve submission, obedience, as well as a specific way of thinking. The call of duty is a particular form of guilt. To have a duty means that one is obliged to do something. Therefore, the culprits, both the real ones and those who have been made to believe that they are guilty, walk around with their heads bent forward, offering the pendulums their energy on a platter. The guilt complex. I am guilty of something, everything. Anxiety and nervousness are finer threads, but they are still strong enough that he pulls you and makes you jump. These feelings are very effective in fixing the mental energy on the frequency of a pendulum. If one thing is bothering you, it becomes difficult to get it out of your mind and focus on something else entirely. You can continue to name the threads with which the pendulums control their puppets: justice, pride, vanity, honor, love, hate, greed, generosity, curiosity, interest, hunger, and other feelings and needs. Your feelings and interests allow the flow of thoughts to freeze in one direction. If a particular subject. Inferiority complex. I am not attractive, I have no abilities or talents, I am not particularly lively or intelligent, I do not know how to communicate with people or how to be with them, I am not worth much thing, etc. Semicolon. The vigilante complex. I will show that I am right and that everyone is wrong, at all costs. These and other complexes are the keys to the personal energy of individuals. A pendulum, hitting a vulnerable point, hastens to drain the energy of these people. One could enumerate all the human psychological complexes. Exactly doesn't matter, but if your fear is somehow connected to a characteristic of the pendulum draws energy from you. Here we have looked at the methods of influence that pendulums use on people. Can a man escape the influence of pendulums? We'll talk about evasion methods later. However, it often happens that someone rises up against the pendulum that has enslaved them and openly opposes it. In all battles between a pendulum and a man, the latter will inexorably suffer defeat. Only a pendulum can defeat another pendulum. A man alone can do nothing. If a man no longer obeys the pendulum and decides to fight it, he will only end up losing his energy. In the best case, it will be thrown out of the system, while in the worst, it will be overwritten. A member who had the guts to override the laws of the pendulum will be declared an outlaw. On the surface of the real world, this man will be convicted or sentenced for his actions. In reality, it is not the act of man that makes him guilty, but the fact that he is no longer under control and that he is no longer a source of energy for the pendulum. In this way, habits often create problems and force us to act inefficiently. Yet it is difficult for us to get rid of it. Habits are the illusion of comfort. We have more confidence in what is familiar to us. Any new element causes anguish and fear. Those familiar to us for a long time have already proven by experience that they work. It's like an old armchair on which you come to relax after work. A new one would probably be better, but the older one is more comfortable. The characteristics of comfort are convenience, confidence, positive and predictable experience. New things possess these qualities to a lesser degree, so it takes a while for a new habit to become an old one. Why then a fault confessed is half forgiven? Because a man who accepts the feeling of guilt is ready to submit to the rules of the pendulum. For the pendulum, the remorse of the adherent for the act he has committed does not matter. All that matters is regaining control over. A person may be aware that negative thoughts and actions do no good and still make the same mistakes over and over again out of habit. Arouses neither interest nor emotion, it is then difficult to pay attention to it. Therefore, pendulums can capture the flow of thoughts by pressing the right buttons, such as a person's particular feelings and needs. As an established rule, people react in standard ways to external sources of irritation. Negative news causes discontent, alarming news, worry or fear, being offended brings aversion, etc. Habits are in fact like the switch that activates, in the pendulum, the mechanism of capture. For example, the habit of becoming irritated or worried for trivial reasons is of the same ilk as the habit of reacting to a provocation. At its core, It's like reacting negatively to a source of negative irritation. You always get what you don't want. Remember, the pendulum suddenly becomes nicer if you give it the opportunity to manipulate you. And if the culprit does not submit to the pendulum, he is then expelled because there is nothing more to draw from him. The pendulum's real motives are usually veiled by moral principles, which state that a person who shows remorse isn't so evil after all. You can easily tell if moral principles are working or if the interests of the system have been violated, if you keep in mind what a pendulum looks like and what is its true purpose. You probably guess what happens next. The man begins to feel angry. He is outraged, worried, frightened, and vigorously expresses his dissatisfaction. In this basic way, he is actively radiating his energy on the destructive pendulum frequency. The pendulum does not collect all the energy. Some go to particular sectors of the space of variance. The parameters of man's mental energy are such as to transport him to the sector of variance space where all that he wishes to avoid exists in abundance. As you will surely remember, if a man's mental energy is tuned to a certain frequency, it carries him to the corresponding lifeline. Every person is faced with negative information or adverse events from time to time. All this is only provocation of the pendulums. Not every man wants it in his life, but always reacts one way or another. If the information does not affect him too much, he will not take much interest in it and will forget it quickly enough. But if this unpleasant information irritates or frightens him, it is because it contains something very relevant which allows the capture of mental energy. Man is lassoed by the pendulum and tunes to its resonant frequency. In this case, the pendulum destroys its adherent since it is he who fixes its frequency with his lasso. Let's say you don't listen to news about natural or accidental disasters. After all, if it doesn't affect you, why stress unnecessarily? In this case, a disaster occurs somewhere else and you're on a lifeline where you are not a victim of it, but an observer. The line on which you would be a victim remains in the distance. And the opposite is just as true. If you let the information about catastrophes and disasters affect you, you talk about it and complain to your friends. In this case, it is quite possible that you are. As we mentioned before, pendulums obtain energy from their adherents as well as from their opponents. But the loss of energy is only half the problem. If a pendulum is sufficiently destructive, it will cause damage both to the well-being and to the future destiny of its adherents. The checking of a pencil. Soon transferred to a lifeline where you can be a victim of disaster yourself. Fighting against a pendulum is useless. As we have already said, fighting it means feeding it with your energy. The first fundamental condition is to refuse to fight with him. First of all, the more you struggle with the annoying elements in your life, the more diligently they pursue you. You can stubbornly say, "Leave me alone. All of you, leave me alone." Don't you think you are defending yourself against the pendulums that bother you when in fact you are feeding them with your energy and therefore they are sticking to you even more? The only way to remove the undesirable from your life is to free yourself from the influence of the pendulum that has trapped your mental energy and from there, to resist its provocations so as not to play its game. There are two methods for escaping the grip of the pendulum: defeating it or deactivating it. Let's take a closer look at how to do it. It becomes obvious that the more you want to avoid something, the more likely you are to get it. Actively fighting against what you don't want is the same as doing your best to make it part of your life. You don't have to do anything special to transport yourself to an undesirable lifeline. It is enough to have negative thoughts and add emotions to them. For example, you don't want bad weather and you think about your aversion to rain. Your noisy neighbors bore you and you constantly fight against them, or despise them wholeheartedly. You are afraid of something and it makes you anxious. You are sick and tired from your day's work and therefore harbor a feeling of hatred towards your work. Second, you cannot change or condemn anything in this world. You must accept everything as you would accept a work in an exhibition, whether you like it or not. There could be plenty of paintings in an exhibition that you don't like, and yet you would never think of asking for them to be removed. Once you have recognized the pendulum's right to exist, you have the right to leave it alone, to resist so as not to fall under its influence. And the thing, what you don't actively want, like the things you fear, hate or despise, will follow you everywhere. There are, of course, plenty of other things you would like to avoid, but they don't bother you so much at the moment. In this case, these things won't linger in your life, they just won't happen. But as soon as you allow the undesirable to affect you, as soon as you hate it and nourish it with this negative feeling, it inevitably materializes in your life. More important is not to fight him. Don't blame him. Don't get mad at him. Don't lose your good humor, because all of this will mean you're playing his game. Do the exact opposite. Whether you love or hate something doesn't matter. Most importantly, your thoughts are preoccupied with the object of your feelings. The energy of your thoughts freezes on a certain frequency, and therefore you are transported on the related lifeline, the one where loved or hated objects abound. If you are tormented by thoughts of things you dislike, all of those things will find their way into your life. Imagine someone who doesn't like apples. He just hates them, they make him sick. This person might just ignore them, but can't quite put the thought that there are such disgusting things as apples in this world. They irritate her whenever she sees them, and she actively expresses this dislike. This is what happens on the material plane. However, on an energetic level, this man is greedily throwing himself at the apples, filling his mouth with them, chewing them loudly while trying to scream how much he hates them. He fills his pockets with them. He chokes on them and again continues to complain about the disgust they give him. It doesn't occur to him that he can just throw them out of his life if he doesn't want them. Calmly accept the pendulum as an established thing, an inevitable evil, and let it go. If you show any aversion, you give it your energy. If you don't want something, then stop thinking about it, consider it with indifference, and it will disappear from your life. Projecting something out of your life doesn't mean avoiding it, just ignoring it. Avoiding something means allowing it to pass into your life while actively releasing it. Ignoring it means not reacting to it no matter what, and therefore making it disappear from your life. Imagine that you are a radio receiver. Every day you wake up to the sound of a station that you really don't like, and that represents your surrounding world. Just agree on A. Before we explore what it means to choose, we need to learn how to say no. People in general have only a vague idea of what they want, but everyone certainly knows what they don't want. By making efforts to free themselves from unwanted things or events, many act in such a way that they get the exact opposite. To say no, it is necessary to accept. The word accept in this context does not mean that you have to let everything into you, but rather that you have to admit to yourself that everything has a right to exist and then ignore it. Accepting and letting go means letting things come your way and saying goodbye when they go. The opposite would be accepting things and holding onto them, only to begin to become attached to them or try to resist them. You might believe that placing an iron curtain between you and the world would protect you from unwanted pendulums. It is nothing but an illusion. If someone is boring you, try applying the pendulum model to them. It will probably work just fine. If you can calm down or best, then simply refrain from reacting to his taunts. Ignore him. He won't leave you alone as long as you keep giving him your energy. You can energize him by fighting him or just silently hating him. Stop letting your energy go means stop thinking about anything about that annoying bugger. Just get it out of your head. Just say to yourself, "Oh, I don't care about him," and he will be gone from your life. When you're in this shell of steel, you think, "I'm a blank wall, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I don't know anything, and I don't talk to anyone. There is no way of access to me." To maintain such a protective field, it is necessary for you to expend energy, and a lot in fact. A person who voluntarily tries to cut themselves off from the world is constantly on the razor's edge. By the way, The energy of the protective field is tuned to that of the pendulum against which you wanted to build a barrier at the very beginning. And that is exactly what the pendulum wants. He doesn't care if you give him energy with pleasure or with anger, as long as you give it to him. What could serve as protection against a pendulum? The void. If I am empty, no pendulum can catch me. If I don't participate in the game of the pendulum and I don't try to defend myself from it either. If I just ignore it. Yet, on many occasions, you just can't. The energy of the flight of the pendulum passes above me without touching me and disappears into space. The game of the pendulum does not bore me, does not affect me. In relation to the pendulum, I am empty. The main objective of the pendulum is to attract as many adherents as possible to obtain their energy. If you ignore a pendulum, it leaves you alone and connects with other people. All this because a pendulum can only influence someone who accepts his game, in other words, on someone who begins to radiate their mental energy on the frequency of the pendulum. Another frequency. Let's take the most basic example. A dog chases you barking. If you turn towards him, this dog barks even louder. If you take him seriously and start arguing with him, he will keep chasing you for a while. After all, it's the dog's goal to find someone to yell at him. But if you just ignore him, then he's looking for someone else. And note that it never occurs to the dog to have been insulted because he attaches no importance to it. He is so focused on his goal of getting energy that he can't think of anything else. So now substitute the dog with a pecker and this pattern works the same. To refuse or to try to defend yourself would amount to a waste of energy because in every situation you would be fighting the pendulum. In such a case, you can act as if you are taking part in the game of the pendulum. The most important thing is to keep in mind that you are only pretending to play this game. The attacker's energy fails in the void because the defender is empty. There is nothing to be gained from him. Imagine a big guy lifting his mace to kick you. So, what technique is behind this gentle approach? Basically, you respond to the pendulum's first attack with your consent, then diplomatically step aside, or direct its unhindered movement where you want it. For example, your enthusiastic boss wants to load you with work and excitedly asks you to do it exactly the way he wants. You know you have to do it differently, or even, you think that this first task is not your responsibility in the first place. If you begin to object, argue or defend yourself, your boss will strictly demand your obedience. After all, he has made a decision and you are challenging his authority. Do the exact opposite. Listen carefully to what he says, agree with everything. Let the pendulum take its first swing. Then, gently, start discussing the details of the job with him. At this time, you have accepted the patron's energy and are radiating at its frequency. His impulse, having met with no opposition, died down in a short time. Don't tell him you know how to do this job better, don't refuse the job, and don't argue with him. Just ask him for advice. Ask him how you could do this job better and faster, or if perhaps another employee could do it even better. In doing so, you oscillate with a pendulum, but you do so consciously, not participating in its play, but observing it from the outside. On the other hand, the boss is completely absorbed in the game of the pendulum, and it is his game. He makes the decisions, the people approve and consult him for his opinion. You will see that the energy, originally directed towards you, will divert away from you, towards another solution or towards someone else who will do the work. From your point of view, for you personally, the pendulum will have failed. You have nothing against him, you are not defending yourself and you are not attacking him. So you step to the side and the big guy kicks into the void. Which means the pendulum can't catch you and it lands in an empty space. Ignore the pendulum. For example, the boss summons you to his office. The foundations of Aikido, a branch of martial arts, rest on the same principle. This is what literally happens in Aikido. The defender grabs the attacker by the arm and nonchalantly accompanies him as if he hadn't seen him, then releases him without putting any effort into it, sending him flying in the direction the attacker was aiming for during his attack initial. The whole secret lies in the non-resistance of the defender. He accepts the attacker's tactic, goes a long way with him and lets him go. There are situations where you cannot cause a pendulum to fail, that is, where you cannot ignore it or evade it. The energy of the pendulum had suddenly evaporated and its adherents, still bewildered, slowly backed away and ended up jumping from the tram. I had a friend who was really good, with a good heart and who was also endowed with incredible physical strength. One evening we were on a tram and there was a group of bullies looking for trouble. A real destructive pendulum. There were a number of them who together fed on negative energy and convinced themselves that they were above the law. In order for their energy to multiply, they constantly needed to annoy other people who would react to their provocations and therefore give them their energy. Of course, happy are those who can fend for themselves. But if you're not one of them, then what? If you can run away, then you can stop the pendulum by doing something out of the ordinary, something that isn't expected of you. So this angry little group began to annoy my friend, probably because the peaceful, friendly expression on his face suggested to them that he wouldn't give them any trouble. They did everything to start a fight with him, insulting and taunting him, but he remained silent and did not react to their provocations. In other words, he was trying to defeat the pendulum. I didn't interfere because I knew he had nothing to fear, but the small strikes were really risky. Finally, my friend, unable to bear this situation any longer, got up and headed for the exit, but the most imprudent of adherents barred his way. So my friend, who in fact was cornered, grabbed the thug by the scruff of the neck and gave him a hell of a blow in the face. I was told of another similar case. One day, the members of a street gang framed a guy with the firm intention of breaking his face. The latter then approached the leader of the band, looking at him with the eyes of a mental patient and said to him, "So, what am I breaking you? The nose or the jaw?" Such a question was clearly out of context. It didn't go with the script, and the leader was momentarily disconcerted. So, the guy yelled with unhealthy enthusiasm, "Or maybe I'll just rip your ears off," grabbing his ears. The leader of the gang let out a cry of agony. All the show the gang used to put on had fallen through. The gang leader no longer thought about massacring someone, eh? In an instant, the victim's face turned to bloody mush. The other remaining heroes were dumbfounded with fear. My friend turned and grabbed the next one, but this one started sputtering in a shaky voice, "Enough man ... enough ... no. Stop the pendulum. ... So wherever you are, if you find yourself in a situation where you know what's going to happen, do something surprising, no matter what, something that's wrong with the events. The pendulum will stop. In fact, as long as you act in accordance with a given scenario, you accept the swing of the pendulum and give it your energy on its frequency. But if your frequency is very different from that of the pendulum, its frequency and yours are in dissonance and therefore you break its rhythm." Even now, after reading these lines, you could quickly become distracted again and answer an impromptu phone call in an irritated voice. But if you make it your goal to make a habit of keeping the history of the pendulums in mind, you will very quickly develop immunity to their provocations. At the same time, don't look for trouble by haggling with a pendulum that has nothing to lose. If someone is attacking you to rob you, it's best to give them the money right away. Some people always carry a little cash with them to avoid this type of problem. For example, if the thief is a drug addict or is mentally ill, he may very well end your life, even if you are a martial arts master. So you better not haggle with such people, as you wouldn't do with a rabid dog either. Note that when you go through difficult situations by adopting behaviors related to irritation, dissatisfaction or other negative emotions, the negative situation that caused these emotions immediately worsens and troubles you even more. This is how the pendulum swings higher and you are the one pushing it. So do the exact opposite, either don't react or otherwise, your death would be senseless and unjustified. A sense of humor, like creative imagination, is very useful in stopping a pendulum. Turn your irritation into a game. For example, there are too many people on the street or on the bus, everyone rushes in all directions and you find it difficult to continue on your way. Imagine then that you are in a big bazaar for the birds of Antarctica. All these people around you are penguins who are waddling around, tinkering and doing their little story in a very funny way. And what would you be? You would be a penguin too. Through this transformation, the people around you inspire curiosity and affection instead of boring you. Only thought tormented him, how to free his ears from the firm grip of this madman. The gang let the guy go since they believed him to be crazy, and the man, suddenly, escaped the bloodshed. Of course, it's hard to control yourself when you're mad. In these moments, the most difficult thing is to remember that it is only a pendulum trying to draw energy. Do not respond to his provocations. The pendulum is like a vampire. It uses its own form of anesthesia, which is your habit of reacting negatively to nuisances. You do it in an incongruous way. For example, you can greet boredom with feigned enthusiasm or joyous madness. By doing so, you stop the pendulum and you will realize that there will be no sequel. What do you have to lose? It may sound ridiculous to do, but if you play the game that way, the pendulum doesn't stand a chance. This style of play seems ridiculous to you for the simple reason that the pendulums have trained you in the game of which they are the only beneficiaries. Now try to force the pendulum to play your game. You will enjoy it and discover, to your surprise, the power of this technique. Here is the principle: radiating mental energy at a frequency different from the resonant frequency of the pendulum puts you in dissonance with it. Then, for you personally, the pendulum stops and leaves you in peace. If you think about it, those are three essential things that we all need to be satisfied. So think about it. What does this person really need right now? What is happening here? Your leader comes on the scene specially bringing you trouble. You can replace your leader with thieves or whoever brings you trouble. Think about something other than the problem it brings. By doing so, from the start, you avoid putting your thoughts on the lasso frequency of the pendulum. Then imagine this. As you remember, the habit of reacting negatively to annoying situations creates a lever that operates the pendulum's capture mechanism and allows it to obtain your mental energy. Such a habit vanishes if you play your own game, in which you deliberately introduce substitutions such as fear, confidence, gloom, enthusiasm, anger, indifference, annoyance, joy, to at least try to react incongruously to small nuisances. There is another interesting method to stop a pendulum gently. If someone is annoying you and creating a problem for you, try to figure out what their needs are. Imagine this person who receives what he lacks. It could be health, confidence, or peace of mind. Let's say your boss yells at you. Maybe he's tired? Are there any problems at home? So he needs peace of mind. Do you know what he likes to do? Imagine him relaxing in a rocking chair in front of the television, in front of a fireplace, with a fishing rod by a river, or drinking a beer with his friends. Maybe his own bosses have pressured and rattled him and he's afraid to take on even more responsibility. So he needs trust. Imagine him skiing like a pro, driving a race car, or being the center of attention at a party. He may be sick or in pain. So imagine him healthy, happy, swimming in the ocean, riding his bike, playing football. Of course, it's easier to imagine him doing what he loves to do. But you don't even have to know that. Don't worry. Just imagine the person in a situation that makes them happy. Simple solutions for complex problems. Pragmatically, applying the above technique leads to the pendulum stopping. A pendulum man approaches you with a problem and you solve it, not in a blatant way, but on an energy level. Psychologists and psychiatrists use in their professional activity techniques to make a pendulum fail or stop it. So there is nothing really new in these methods. However, for someone unfamiliar with the practice of psychology, These tools are quite valuable as they provide understanding and insight into what psychological defenses are and how they were working. Person who gets exactly what he needs. What does a thief want? You give him energy, but only a very small part compared to what you could have lost. Plus, you're doing a good deed. You have helped someone in need, even temporarily. The significant element is that this person will have a different, more friendly attitude towards you, while being unable to guess why they feel good in your company. This will be your little secret. To eat? To drink? Or do drugs? Visualize the image of this person who obtains satisfaction. If you succeed, you can consider your problems gone. After all, the pendulum didn't start moving on its own. Something has thrown him off balance and he is trying, consciously or unconsciously, to regain his balance. And suddenly, the energy of your thoughts on a certain frequency restores, even indirectly, the balance of this pendulum. It instantly replaces aggression with goodwill. If you are able to stop a pendulum or cause it to fail, you can use this technique successfully in any situation where you want something from someone who is too busy with their own problems to get you what you want. Do you need the signature of a local representative? So, in the first place, feed it your most beautiful visualization and it will do everything for you. How? Do you find it hard to believe? Check yourself. One last thing, in your opinion, where does the energy of a pendulum whose movement you have damped go? In fact, it transports itself towards you. Solving a problem makes you stronger. And the next time, when a similar event occurs, you won't have to struggle to find the appropriate solution. Isn't it already? Whereas if you are trying to fight the problem, you are giving your energy to the pendulum that originally created it. If you frighten someone, worry them, confuse them, or play with their fears, by telling them how difficult their problem is, then they will very easily accept the complexity of the situation and therefore, will be hooked on it. In fact, you don't even have to scare people to get the same effect. Public opinion considers that there are so many complex problems by nature that they lack simple solutions. Throughout life, each of us is constantly confronted with difficulties of all kinds, especially those that are new and unknown to us. The pendulum can act either through its adherents, people associated with a particular problem, or through inanimate objects. It freezes the radiations of mental energy on a certain frequency and activates to pump the energy, while the person is preoccupied with a problem. One might think that fixing your frequency on the subject of the problem can promote concentration. How could this prevent the solution of the problem? The purpose of a destructive pendulum is to attain your energy. To do this, you must fix the frequency of your thoughts on the problem. It is very easy, especially if you are convinced that the problem is complex. If you accept the rules of its game, the pendulum easily takes you by the hand through an inextricable labyrinth. Only then do you realize that the answer has always been right in front of you. The result is that we all have an ingrained habit of facing problems with anxiety and sometimes even biblical fear. Moreover, doubt sets in as soon as we consider our ability to solve a problem. Obviously, facing a problem with worry almost instantly creates a puppet thread. The fact is that the pendulum fixes our thoughts on a very narrow sector of the field of information, while the solution may well lie outside this sector. So a person who thinks and acts within the confines of the narrowness of this hallway does not have the opportunity to contemplate the larger picture. Unexpected and intuitive solutions come to you when you free yourself from a pendulum and gain the freedom to think in another direction. The whole secret to being a genius lies in freedom from the influence of pendulums. While they capture the mental energy frequency of ordinary mortals, the genius's thought frequency reorganizes itself, independently, and goes off to explore blank parts of the information field. So how do you avoid being caught by the lasso of the pendulum? Don't get caught up in the problem and don't allow the can solve all kinds of problems. These problems can be a complicated aspect of life, a conflict, an adverse circumstance, a difficulty or a task. There are simple solutions to all kinds of complex problems. The key to solving a problem is somewhere on the surface. The only question is knowing how to spot it. The pendulum that created the problem prevents you from finding the solution. The suspended state. If you have to solve a problem that requires a lot of thinking, don't rush into logical reasoning outright. Your subconscious is in direct contact with the field of information. The solution to any problem is already there. So, first and foremost, you need to relax and let go of all fear and anxiety about finding this solution. Pendulum from trapping you in its game. Hire yourself. Act as you would in such a situation. Not as a participant in the game, but as an external observer. Try to treat the situation as if it doesn't concern you at all. Remember that the pendulum seeks to take you by the hand and lead you through a labyrinth. Don't let the problem frighten you, take hold of you, confuse you, or worry you. Just remember that there is a simple solution to any problem. Do not accept the difficulty of interpretation imposed on you by the pendulums. This method really works if you are able to free yourself from the pendulum and put yourself on rent. Admittedly, this is easier said than done. Later in this book, you will discover new methods for dealing with pendulums. We are really only at the beginning. Don't you think I took you by the hand and I'm about to lead you through a maze? It's true, stay free, including people who preach about your freedom. Freeing yourself from the influence of the pendulums gives you freedom. You really know the solution is there. Let yourself go, stop the train of thoughts and try to contemplate the void. This is really how the solution will come to you instantly, and it will probably be very simple. If it doesn't work, don't stress yourself out, don't turn on the thinking device. It will work next time. This exercise allows you to effectively develop your ability to access intuitive knowledge. The most important thing is to make it your habit. When you are faced with a problem or a sticky situation, pay attention to your attitude towards them. The problem can lead you to confusion, fear, resentment, despair, etc. It is therefore necessary to replace your usual attitude towards the problem with its exact opposite, and the problem will either disappear on its own or you will very quickly find a simple solution to it. Despite your stereotypes and habits, don't see every problem as an obstacle you have to overcome, but as part of the path you have to travel. Leave no space in yourself for the problem. Be empty towards the problem. But goalless freedom is a suspended state. If you stay busy defeating or stopping the pendulums around you, you run the risk of finding yourself in a vacuum. The old conflicts have gone elsewhere. So what's going on? The fact is that the universe of man is built from pendulums. Therefore, if a man isolates himself totally from it, he finds himself in a desert. The suspended state is no better than dependence on the pendulums. Take the example of children who are bored with everything because they don't want anything. They suffer and harass everyone around them with their whining. The human species is so made that it always needs something to achieve. Worries that nod at you have disappeared. Arguments occur less and less often. Anxiety and worries have disappeared. All this happens without you noticing it, as if the storm is slowly calming down. These are your pendulums. In other words, it is necessary to properly identify the goals that have been imposed on you and in pursuit of which you walk further and further from your line of life, of happiness. Your task is, while being free, to choose the lines of life where true success and happiness await you. Pendulums are not the absolute devil for an individual as long as they remain aware of their actions in a situation. You can never be completely free from the pendulums. The only question is how to avoid coming under their influence and how to use them for your own purposes. Transurfing offers you concrete tools to do so. Freeing yourself completely from the influence of the pendulums is not possible and not necessary either. On the contrary, it is precisely the pendulums that, after all, are able to make the dreams of a human being come true. Your freedom consists in being independent of the pendulums of others, but there are pendulums which are especially intended for your personal use. However, you will soon find that there is a flip side to this. If you were at the center of events before, now they seem to be happening elsewhere. You aren't as important to the people around you as you used to be, and they pay less and less attention to you. You have less and less concern, but there is no desire either. The pressure from the outside world lessens, but you get no benefit from it. You have fewer problems, but no new success either. A pendulum is an informational, energy-based structure. Positive visualization gently deactivates your pendulum man. A pendulum freezes the mental energy of its adherent on its own frequency. You receive energy from a deactivated pendulum. Freeing yourself from a pendulum means throwing it out of your life. To throw something out of your life does not mean to avoid it, but to ignore it. A pendulum is created by the energy of individuals thinking in the same direction. To deactivate a pendulum, it is necessary to hijack the game scenario. A pendulum plays with the feelings of individuals by attracting them into its nets. You have to find your own pendulums to avoid a suspended state. If you actively don't want something, it happens in your life. You have to get into the habit of remembering all of this. Pendulums are engaged in a fierce struggle to have as many adherents as possible. Problems resolve through the failure or deactivation of the pendulums that originally created them. A destructive pendulum imposes on its adherents a goal that is foreign to them. To solve your problems, rent yourself. Abstract. Metaphors like the bluebird or the wheel of fortune are based on concrete realities. Everyone agrees that successes and failures follow each other, like luck or bad luck. How can we exclude bad luck from our lives? Your thoughts come back to you like a boomerang. The antipode of a pendulum. Chapter 3: The Wave of Success. What is so constructive or creative to take your energy away from you? Of course, pendulums are more or less destructive. For example, it is difficult to imagine a volleyball club going to war against a swimming club. Moreover, being a member of a volleyball club cannot put your life at risk. However, the balance of a volleyball club also draws its energy from its members, and if they get bored while playing, the club disappears. But that's nothing compared to being a member of a gang in which you can lose your freedom and maybe even your life. We could put the question differently: are there energy structures that do not need your energy? In fact, yes. One of them is the wave of success, or even a coincidence that is favorable to you personally. Each person has their own wave of success. It often happens that you have a little bit of luck and then a whole wave of unexpected and pleasant events occur, as if you suddenly had a succession of chances in your life. Such waves. A pendulum can be constructive for itself, but never for you. You might object: if I go to a fitness center and just take care of myself, then how am I going to energize the pendulum? It doesn't matter whether you take care of yourself or not. You have to follow certain rules in the club. Sure, you can do whatever you want back at home, but inside the club, all the members act the same, following the rules set by the system and therefore giving a collective energy to the fitness club balance. If all the members of this club left, the pendulum would no longer receive any energy and would stop. Now is the time to correct your homework. Which pendulum can be described as constructive? The answer is none. It may seem paradoxical, but it is the reality. Don't be offended, dear reader. The question was deliberately provocative. The one and only purpose of any pendulum is to obtain energy from its adherents. If it receives no energy, it stops. It can be compared to an ocean wave that brings an exhausted swimmer back to shore. The wave of success transfers you to a happy lifeline. She passes by you and never comes back. This phenomenon has spawned the well-established belief that the bluebird of happiness is hard to catch. In reality, you don't have to make any effort to ride this wave. It's just a matter of choice. If you welcome the wave into your life, it comes with you. If you are under the influence of a destructive pendulum and imbibe its negative energy, then you leave Your task is to grab that little thread and hoist yourself onto the lifeline where the good news comes from. This new line will now not only have good news for you, but also lucky circumstances. The wave of success brings happiness without taking any of your energy. The wave of success can appear as good news. It carries information from other lifelines. These echoes appear as good news on your current lifeline. The Wheel of Fortune or the Bluebird are not abstract metaphors. The wave of success is basically an accumulation of lifelines. Everything can be found in the variant space, including these veins of gold. If you found the line of such a vein and got lucky, you can automatically slide to other lines of accumulated successes, on which new favorable circumstances await you. But if after your first success bad luck rears its ugly head again, it means that a destructive pendulum has pulled you away from this golden vein. You are not interested in the wave and therefore it is easy to miss it. So she ends up fainting, much like ocean waves crashing onto the shore. The wave, like a pendulum, does not care about your destiny, but does not need your energy. If you want it, take the wave and swim with it, and if you don't want it, the wave will go elsewhere, without harboring any remorse towards you. The wave of success is a temporary structure since it does not feed on the energy of others. Don't happen at any time, but especially the days that started with a good surprise and put you in a good mood from the start. You would think that waves of success come and go. In fact, they don't move at all, don't gather energy, and don't weaken either. For this model, we have adopted the term wave to make it easier for you to understand. As we said, the wave of success is immobile in the space of variance, like an accumulation of favorable lines. You are the one who moves from one line to another, and for you then appears this vein similar to a wave because you slip into it letting it come into your life, or you move away from it, carried away by the pendulums. The boomerang. Wave of success. This is how men always act. We only truly appreciate the value of things when we no longer have them. The bird of happiness has no problem pecking at your hand. You don't have to catch it, and as long as you don't blow it away it will always be more than enough. If the thought process remains uncontrolled, then negative thoughts and worries prevail. The things that annoy us the most are those that scare us, those that irritate or anger us, and those that make us unsatisfied or depressed. This is how destructive pendulums have influenced the shape of the human psyche for thousands of years. Allowing the negative thought mixer to take over, which happens when you stir up all the bad stuff, complain and generally have pessimistic thoughts, means joining the game of destructive pendulums and radiating energy to them. Frequency. It is a rather harmful habit. You would benefit most from replacing it with another, having conscious control over your thoughts. Whenever your mind is not busy with something in particular, for example, when you take the train or the bus, when you walk, or when you do something that does not require special concentration or attention, put positive thoughts in your head. Don't think about what you can get. Think about what you want to get, and you will get it. Suppose you don't like your current home. You say to yourself, I'm tired of this place, everything annoys me. But once I move, then I'll be happy. In the meantime, I can do anything. Oh, I hate this place. Bear in mind that with such thoughts it is impossible to get what you like. Even if you are about to move to a new place that suits you better, your new home will bring you its share of dissatisfactions. This is one of the greatest paradoxes of freedom of choice. People can actually choose happiness and success for themselves, But don't break free from the pendulums that pull them away from the wave of success. We return to our previous topic. To be free to choose for yourself, you must absolutely reject the dependence of pendulums. We also have the right to be free from the influence of pendulums that are not ours. One more thing remains, to find out how we can earn this right. Most people constantly have thoughts swirling around in their heads. These pendulums keep fear on men in order to better manipulate them. It is for this reason that people only have a vague idea of what they want when they know exactly what they do not want. Above all, accept your current situation as it is and get rid of resentment and dissatisfaction. You can always find something good in any situation. Even the smallest thing in life can be a source of joy. Even if you don't like the house you live in, you can still be grateful to it. After all, she sheltered you. It is she who endures the cold and the rain outside, keeping you warm and safe. Doesn't this deserve some form of recognition? If you are grateful for what you have now, if you feel love for all the things around you that make your life easier, then you are giving off positive energy. Therefore, if you wish, you can count on an improvement in your living conditions. And when you move, don't forget to thank all the things that made up the environment of your old home. You quite rightly say, but I'm leaving this hole to go to a luxurious villa. What kind of dissatisfaction could await me? Don't worry about it. The more you despise the little house that has sheltered you for so many years, the more unpleasant surprises you will have in your new quarters. And these unpleasant surprises will be of all kinds: faucets not working, paint peeling, walls starting to crack, neighbors annoying you. In short, all of these things happen because they have to happen within the parameters of your negative radiation. Whether it's new or old, what's the difference? There will always be lifelines with everything to keep you just as unsatisfied as before. The variant space has a bunch of luxurious houses that you'll feel like hell in. Then start thinking about the house you would like to have. It's harder to do than getting upset about everything around you, but it's also much more useful. What is better to do? React, as usual, like an oyster that external elements irritate, or make a small effort to change your habits? Check out real estate listings that feature photos and details of potential future homes. Visit interior design stores, and look for furniture you'd like to have in your home. In other words, let all your thoughts, even the stuff you throw away, deserves your gratitude. In these moments, you transmit positive vibrations to the world around you, and these vibrations will inevitably come back to you sooner or later. And if you don't have anywhere to go right now, then you will definitely be stuck in this horrible situation. After all, you are not on the lifeline frequency where your dream home awaits. Right now, you're thinking about what you don't want and spending your negative energy, and that energy fits right in with the lifeline you're on right now. Therefore, you stay stuck there until the frequency of your radiation changes. And that's not too hard to do. The transmission. Take care of what you wish to have. We possess things and encounter situations that have a powerful hold on our thoughts. It is clearly not enough to prevent negative energy from reaching you. You yourself must avoid radiating such energy. For example, someone annoys you and you yell at them. You can be sure that, as a result, some problem will follow. In the present situation, the parameters of your radiation coincide with the line of life on which you got upset. So this is exactly where you will be transported. On these lines, the density of unpleasant situations is higher than average. Do not try to justify yourself by saying that it was impossible to avoid the starting situation. I'm not trying to convince you or prove anything to you. Simply observe how unpleasant new events seem to follow any negative reactions you may have had. The conclusion of all this is very simple and clear. You will always find yourself on the line of life which corresponds to the radiation of your energy. If you leave negative energy in place, unpleasant events arise in your life. If you radiate negative energy, it comes back to you like a boomerang, in this case in the form of problems. You say to yourself, okay, soon, I will be in a warm country, fully happy to enjoy the sun and the warm sea then, but for now, to hell with this swamp. So, with such an attitude, you are not attuning to the line of life where heavenly rest awaits you, and you won't even get there. Are you telling me that you have already taken your plane ticket? So what? You will reach the destination, but then you will be welcomed there, either by bad weather or some other misfortune. On the other hand, everything will be great for you, if you tune into a positive frequency. Our thoughts always come back to us, like a boomerang. Instead of accepting the game of the destructive pendulum, look for the pendulums whose game will be useful to you. Which means getting into the habit of paying attention to all that is good and positive. As soon as you see, hear or read something good, pleasant, reassuring, imbue your thoughts with it and. There are so many examples that can illustrate how a negative attitude can ruin a life. Suppose you are planning a vacation in a hot country and where you live the weather conditions are absolutely atrocious. You walk down the street, the cold wind makes you shiver and the rain soaks your clothes. It is, of course, difficult to be overly cheerful under such conditions. So, at the very least, try to stay neutral and ignore the destructive pendulum. If you actively affirm your disapproval of the weather, then you are accepting the pendulum and swinging it even higher. Feel happy. Imagine that you are walking in a forest. There are pretty flowers but also poisonous thorns. What do you choose? If you pick elderflowers, bring them home and put them in a vase. You will soon have a real headache. Why would you need to do this? This results in a painful reaction to a destructive pendulum. It would have been better to pick jasmine flowers, enjoy them and smell their delicious aroma. Bring all that is positive into your life and soon you will receive more and more good news and great opportunities. In doing so, you have found inspiration and joy, but once again everyday life is dragging you down. The holidays are over and the return to work is approaching. The frequency of such radiation corresponds exactly to lifelines which are bad for you, so that the situations will be quite opposite to those which you wish. The characteristic of good lines is that when you are on them, you feel good and your thoughts are filled with joy and satisfaction. Be happy with everything you have in the present moment. I'm not asking you to be stupidly happy by definition. Sometimes the circumstances are such that it is very difficult to be satisfied with life. But, from a practical point of view, expressing your dissatisfaction is a completely unconstructive practice. After all, don't you want to be on the lifeline where everything is going perfectly well for you? How will you achieve this when your radiation is filled with dissatisfaction? How do you maintain that festive feeling? First, remember this. By habit, we plunge into the gray days of everyday life, thus forgetting the beautiful things in life which, as a result, no longer bring us pleasure. It's a bad habit. It is the pendulums that make us forget them. Good news is not very exciting and is forgotten quite quickly. Bad news, on the other hand, provokes a response because it informs us of a potential threat. Do not let bad news in your heart and for the occasion, nor in your life either. Close yourself to bad news and open yourself to good news. All positive changes should be recognized and nurtured. These are the harbingers of the wave of success. As soon as you hear even a tiny bit of encouraging news, don't immediately forget it as you used to do, but do the exact opposite, savor it, talk about it, pursue it. Think about this. We must maintain within us a small flame of celebration and we must maintain this feeling. Simply observe how life evolves for the better, seize the finest sparkle of joy, look for the good signs everywhere and in everything. In the end, it's not unpleasant to do. You must remember that with every minute you dedicate to transurfing, you are consciously moving closer to your dreams, which means you are in control of your own destiny. This notion alone gives you calm, confidence and joy and therefore, you are always at the party. Once that celebratory feeling becomes a habit, you find yourself constantly riding the wave of success. Small piece of news from all possible angles. Take joy in it. build assumptions on it and expect a positive development. This way you think about the frequency of the wave of success, you tune into its parameters. As a result, there will be more and more good news and your life will be all the better for it. It is not mysticism, nor is it a quality of the human psyche to filter information differently, much like a pessimist looks at the world through dark glasses, whereas an optimist looks at him through rose-colored glasses. It is reality. You move on the lifeline that corresponds to the parameters of your thoughts. Most people treat adverse events in their lives with hostility. Normally, an unwanted event is an event that is not part of our own original scenario. And the opposite is just as true. We consider something a success only if it meets our expectations. It happens that a man misses his plane and is very affected by it, whereas the plane is going to crash. In other cases, a man misses a fabulous opportunity, only because it is not part of his plan or seems simply inconceivable to him. Their obsession with chasing problems brings them in abundance and the situation remains unsolvable. Their eagerness to look and criticize the bad side of things inevitably brings them the corresponding fruits, more pain and no benefit. Look around and you will certainly observe people like that. They are not necessarily good or bad people. They are simply firmly seated on the hook of destructive pendulums. By being on good terms with yourself and the world around you, you transmit harmonious emanations to it. You create around you a zone of harmonious vibrations where everything evolves successfully. A positive attitude always leads to success and creation. The more a person thinks badly of the world around him, the worse the world gets, at least for that person. The more she gets angry at her lack of success, the more she will experience failure. We get what we sow. If a person chooses to live life with a pessimistic outlook on things, then every day they were practicing transurfing backwards. She slips along the line of life where true hell awaits her. Choose the exact opposite position. Rejoice in your misfortunes without resentment. Try to find something useful through your problem. It is always possible. A glass is never half empty, it is half full. It's a negativism, on the other hand, is always destructive and oriented towards devastation. There is, for example, a category of people who are problem-oriented and not solution-oriented. They are always ready to talk cheerfully about their difficulties and find all kinds of new problems for themselves. Such people actually have difficulty finding a way out because from the very beginning they agree, not on the solution itself, but on finding additional difficulties. It is difficult, at first, to react positively, because the old habits of reacting negatively to adverse events are firmly rooted in us. The main thing is to learn to remember that when such an event occurs, it is a pendulum trying to catch you. As soon as you remember this, you are able to make a conscious choice: give him your energy by spreading all your negative emotions, or leave him empty-handed and thus achieve victory. And here's what could happen: the next time you hit a wave of success, no pendulum can hold you back. Then, the bird of happiness will remain in your hand, and to attract it, you will have distributed positive energy all around you. By doing so, you will not only be a receiver of positive energy, but also a transmitter. If you remember this, failing or stopping a pendulum will always be easy. We give it our energy unconsciously. As we have already mentioned, the pendulum pulls the strings of our feelings, and our habits are the lever that activates the mechanism of capturing our thoughts. Even after reading this chapter and setting a goal to remember the crazy game of the pendulum, you will still react negatively to this inconvenience. Then, of course, you will realize that at that moment, you simply forgot and acted unconsciously, as usual. And yet, as soon as you remember it in time, the situation passes completely under your control and you smile at yourself. Ah! Are you a pendulum? Well, it won't be so easy for you to catch me this time. You are no longer a puppet clinging to its strings. As a result, the world around you will change rapidly for the trivial way to say it's all for the best, and it works like an amulet if you make it your motto. You must insist on maintaining your positive attitude, refusing the old habits of getting depressed or angry all the time. You are free to make the decision in all conscience, either to accept or to reject the pendulum. Every misfortune is, in the end, a good lesson that strengthens you and gives you experience. Take pleasure in whatever good happens in your world, and it will turn into pure paradise. This is, of course, an unusual way to behave, but your goal is also unusual, to become a wish-fulfilling genius. How can you achieve this with ordinary methods? If you use this method with great persistence and determination, then the new habit will replace the old one. But in the meantime, the pendulums will have tried to catch you in every possible way. You will observe how, coincidentally, a host of annoying little things will begin to occur in your life. Don't despair, as the problems will mostly be insignificant. If you don't give up and learn to remember, you will be impressed with your victory. You will see. Magic rituals. Better. You will be able to slide with ease on more and more successful lifelines. In the end, the wave will come to you, taking you straight to success. But don't think transurfing is just about riding the wave of success. These are just the first steps. Many other extraordinary discoveries still await you. Virtually every profession has its own magical ritual for different situations. People believe in these rituals and use them successfully, to tune into the frequency of a successful lifeline and get on the wave of success. In fact, it doesn't matter what people believe in, ritual magic or the process of agreement. As you know, the only thing that matters is the practical outcome. Let's take another example. Market vendors often do a bizarre ritual. They touch their wares with money. Of course, this action by itself has no power, and therefore there's no real magic in it. However, if the seller believes in the power of his ritual, his belief alone helps him to tune into the frequency of a successful trade. This agreement occurs at the subconscious level. The seller's mind pays attention only to what is apparently happening. The ritual works, but for unknown reasons, and it really works, not on its own, but as the shoring up of a scene. The main part is played by the mental energy of the actor. To conclude this chapter, let's look at a particular example in which the method for attuning to the wave of success comes into play. In many situations, people unknowingly try to tune into the frequency of the wave. For example, at the start of the day, salespeople prepare to give the first customer a significant discount. They intuitively sense that the first customer is very important. It's necessary to get things right, to initiate the first sale. In the language of transurfing, it means tuning into the frequency of a line to trade successfully. It would be hard to just tune your mind to the frequency, but the first customer really brings hope and confidence, and then the tuning happens on its own. The seller finds himself on the wave of success and exudes a mental energy to which the parameters correspond. He thinks to himself that his wares will sell quickly, and he only has to mention this to a customer, and the latter is immediately grabbed by his write-offs and buys obediently, convinced that he really has luck in business today. By receiving and retransmitting positive energy, you create your own paradise. Achievements only chain together if you are inspired by the very first achievement. Your thoughts always come back to you like a boomerang. Destructive pendulums pull you away from the wave of success. Pendulums won't knock you off the wave if you make a habit of remembering apostrophe. After freeing yourself from the dependence of the pendulums, you receive freedom of choice. By receiving and retransmitting negative energy, you create your own hell. The habit of remembering is acquired through systematic practice. The wave of success is an accumulation of favorable lines in the variant space. Abstract. People create their own problems and obstacles and thus waste time and energy overcoming them. Contrary to popular belief, transurfing shows that the reasons for all our problems lie on another level. How can we eliminate problems from our lives? Give it your attention without worrying about it. Excess potential. Chapter 4. or balance. Everything in nature seeks a state of balance. A drop in atmospheric pressure is rebalanced by the wind. Temperature differences are compensated by heat exchange. Wherever there may be excess potentials of any energy, the balancing forces arise precisely to remove the imbalance. We are so used to this normality that we don't ask ourselves why it is this way and not otherwise. Why does the law of balance work? There is no answer to this question. Overall, laws don't explain everything, they just state the obvious. All laws of nature come after the law of balance. We are used to having good and bad luck in life. We are also used to the idea that successes precede failures. These are manifestations of the law of balance. After all, both failures and successes upset the balance. Absolute balance is when absolutely nothing is happening, but there is no absolute. In any case, this is the primary law, or at least it seems to be, so it is not possible to explain why balance must exist in nature. To be more precise, it is impossible to explain where the balancing forces come from or why they even exist. After all, the fact that we are accustomed to certain phenomena does not mean that this is exactly how things happen. We can only guess what the world would be like without the law of balance. Would it turn into a uniform jelly or an unbearable scorching heat? However, the inadequacy of such a strange world cannot be the sole reason for the existence of the law of balance. So we just have to accept it as a fact and be amazed at the perfection of space around us. At the same time, we have no idea what the forces behind it are generating it. One can upset the balance, not only by actions, but also by thoughts, and not only because thoughts precede actions. As you know, thoughts radiate energy. Even in the material world, everything is based on energy. And everything that happens on the plane of invisible energy reverberates in the world of visible physical objects. It might seem that the energy of your thoughts is too weak to have any effect on the world around us. But if it was, then things would be much simpler. Mental energy gives rise to excess potentials when too much importance is given to a particular object. For example, let's compare two situations. In one you are standing on the ground in the room and in the other you are standing on the edge of a cliff. You have no problem with the first alternative, while in the second the situation takes a very peculiar turn. Take a wrong step and something irreversible happens. On the energetic level, the simple fact of standing has the same meaning in both cases, but being on the edge of the cliff awakens tensions and fear in you and you therefore produce a disturbance in the energy field. The balancing forces appear immediately, with the purpose of eliminating this excess potential. You can feel their effect. On one side, a mysterious force pulls you down while on the other, a different force pulls you back from the precipice. Ultimately, to eliminate the potential excess of fear, the balancing forces must either pull you back from the edge or throw you into the void and thus end that excess. It is therefore the action of these forces that you experience when you stand at the edge of the cliff. You can think of the whole world as a collection of pendulums where some are swinging higher while others have slowed down, and all interacting with each other. Each pendulum receives impulses from its neighbor and gives one in return. One of the fundamental laws that controls this complex system as a whole is the law of balance. Ultimately, everything seeks balance. You yourself are also a kind of pendulum. If you ever decide to change the balance and swing in one direction, you will affect neighboring pendulums and create annoyance around you that will then turn them against you. Nevertheless, and not to confuse the spirits, let us not try to guess what is happening in reality on the energetic level. For our subject, we have only to accept a simplified model of equilibrium. If an excess potential arises, the balancing forces arise to eliminate that potential. On an energetic level, all material objects have the same meaning? No one has been able, until now, to observe a state of absolute equilibrium. The world is full of fluctuations, day, night, high tide, low tide, birth, death, etc. Even in a vacuum, Elementary particles die and are constantly reborn. We are the ones who give them specific qualities: good, bad, joyful, sad, attractive, repulsive, good, bad, simple, difficult, etc. In this world, everything is subject to our evaluation. By itself, this evaluation does not create any irregularities in the energy field. Sitting in your chair, you consider the situation. Sitting here, I am safe, while at the edge of a cliff, I am in danger. But in fact, at this precise moment, you are non-concerned. You are only assessing the situation, and therefore the balance is not upset in any way. Excess potential arises when evaluation is given an absolutely unreasonable meaning. When it distorts reality, evaluation positions itself in two ways: by giving the object either excessively negative or excessively positive characteristics. However, an error in the evaluation itself does not play any role whatever happens. Again, note that an incorrect and misplaced evaluation only creates excess potential if this evaluation has great meaning for you. Only the importance of things and situations for yourself will bring your energy to him. We've touched on this question before when discussing why we always get what we absolutely don't want. Let's take a look at the following example, which shows us why what we wish for always slips away. If working more means making more money or rising in rank, then of course you put in the effort and nothing terrible will happen to you. But you? The magnitude of the excess potential grows as soon as an evaluation, the meaning of which is greatly exaggerated, very significantly distorts reality. In general, if the subject is very important to us, we are unable to objectively assess its qualities. For example, an object of worship always abounds in virtues, while another, cursed, is filled with defects, and a third, superstitions, will have terrifying qualities. It turns out that mental energy is trying to artificially create a quality that is not originally present. In such a case, an excess potential is created, which stirs up the wind of balancing forces. Excess potentials, even unseen and intangible, nevertheless play a significant and even treacherous role in people's lives. Bringing balancing forces into action to eliminate these potentials gives rise to a host of problems. Perfidy lies in the fact that a man obtains a result which is completely opposite to his intentions. What's more, no one understands what is actually going on. Besides, we have the feeling that there are mysterious evil forces at work, a kind of Murphy's Law. Here is a mistaken idea, which is to think that if we devote ourselves completely and totally to our work, we can achieve remarkable results. From a balanced point of view, it's obvious that immersing yourself in your work means giving that work significant weight over anything else. The balance is disturbed and you will not have to wait long for the consequences. The result will be the direct opposite of what you expected. You also need to know when to stop. If you constantly feel exhausted and work becomes a nightmare, it's a sign that you need to slow down or change jobs altogether. Excessive efforts will inevitably produce an unfavorable outcome. At the same time, you may find that there are people around you who are achieving great results without much effort. It turns out that, having reached a certain level, the meaning you give to your job begins to get carried away. The heavier your job, the more problems you have. You may think that having all these problems is part of the scheme of things. Everything is in working order, so to speak. In truth, you would have less trouble if you just scaled down your significance rating. When you rent out, take care to act impeccably. Don't allow yourself to make even the smallest blunders that can allow others to accuse you of being reckless. The flawless side is your work performance. Putting yourself on higher does not at all mean being slack and taking no responsibility for your actions. It means acting with detachment, without creating excess potential, while doing everything that is asked of you down to the smallest detail. Otherwise you risk taking a path full of. Let's see how all this can happen. Alongside your job, you care about a number of other things: your home, family, hobbies, free time, etc. If you place your work above all of this, you create a huge excess potential. Everything in nature seeks balance. Then, without any regard for your will, the balancing forces arise to deal with the excess, and they can work in a variety of ways. For example, you fall ill and cannot wait to get better to return to work. You may become depressed, and why not? After all, you are forcing yourself to do something that has become a burden to you. Your mind is telling you, come on, you have to get up, go to work and earn some money. But your soul, the subconscious, wonders, is this really what I came into the world for? To suffer and endure all kinds of pain? What is all this useful for? Finally, you will end up with a chronic fatigue syndrome which will put an end to any possibility of working. It's like dragging the devil by the tail. It's useless. We can only draw one conclusion from all this. To eliminate any excess potential, you must consciously revise your attitude towards work. You need to take time off where you can do whatever you want outside of your job. Those who don't know how to relax don't know how to work either. Once you're at work, rent out. Give him your head and your legs, but not your heart. The pendulum of work needs all your energy, but you did not come into the world just to work. You will be much more productive and efficient at work if you eliminate excess potentials and free yourself from pendulums. Dissatisfaction and judgment. You might object to the above reasoning. If I don't overwork and therefore avoid excess potential, how do I understand the phrase putting my heart and soul into it? It all depends on the task to be performed. Burying yourself at work might be justified in one situation, when the work itself is your goal. We'll talk later about what it means to have a goal and what your goal is. If you are one of those rare happy souls for whom work is exactly what they love, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Similar situations can arise, not only at work, but also with your family or friends. So, when you rent out, whatever the situation, it is necessary to fulfill your task perfectly. Let your inner observer, the observer, come to help you in this work. Otherwise, you will soon dive into the game again. Your inner observer has no use for a split personality. Simply write down for yourself, in the background, what you do and how you do it. We will come back to this in later chapters. So, in case your job is your goal, it serves as your tunnel that leads to success. Unlike work you do for someone else, such work fills you with energy, inspiration, and satisfaction. Everything mentioned above is equally true for studies, of course. Later in this chapter we will look at other life situations that create excess potentials. We will also see the consequences that flow from the actions of the balancing forces. Let's start with the theme of dissatisfaction with oneself. You could be, for example, dissatisfied with your qualities or your personal success, or you could also be dissatisfied with yourself and refuse to admit your flaws and weaknesses. You may be aware of this, but should not develop complexes. If your faults bore you and take up a lot of space, then excess potential is created. The balancing forces. Pitfalls. For example, there are always people around you who, unlike you, really bury themselves in their work. They sense in their subconscious that you're renting yourself out because you're not working as hard anymore, yet still managing to get a lot done. These diligent souls intuitively begin looking for an opportunity to catch their rival in the act. As soon as you make a mistake, they immediately pounce on you. Whatever mistake you make is likely to be mild, but humiliating when pointed at by your colleagues. A delay at work, an oversight, or a little mistake. If you were absorbed in your work, they would not see your mistakes, but now they accuse you of not doing it with enough attention. You are free to develop your qualities as much as you wish. We are talking here about stopping the war against your flaws and weaknesses. In such a war, you expend energy, not by supporting something useless, but rather by maintaining a particularly harmful excess potential. Once you have completely stopped this fight, the energy released will immediately work to develop your qualities. Quickly get to work eliminating it. Their actions can be targeted on the development of qualities or on the fight against weaknesses, and therefore your person will be more attracted to one or the other. Most often, she chooses struggle and, having assumed such a position, then turns against herself. It is useless to try to hide one's own imperfections, just as it is difficult to eliminate them. You then get the exact opposite and the situation gets worse. For example, trying to hide his shyness, a man becomes even more shy or, on the contrary, shows himself to be excessively familiar with strangers. Good, you say, I leave my flaws and weaknesses alone. But then, how am I going to acquire qualities? You don't want me to stop my personal development, do you? Of course not. Even though all of this may seem extremely simple, many people waste a huge amount of energy in the fight against themselves trying to hide their imperfections. They are like titans who have condemned themselves to carry this burden all their lives. If they allow themselves to free themselves from this burden and be just as they are, life would become much simpler and easier. Their energy would stop fighting against faults and weaknesses to develop qualities. What is more, the parameters of such radiations would correspond to the lines of life where qualities triumph over weaknesses and faults. Think about it. For instance, there is no imbalance when a man's dissatisfaction with his achievements pushes him to perfect himself. This relative dissatisfaction does not affect the world around him, and the inner change in balance is compensated by his positive actions. But if a man begins to wallow in self-reproach and resentment, or worse, if he begins to punish himself for everything he dislikes about himself, then the situation becomes dangerous, since the soul and spirit come into conflict. The soul, however, does not deserve this kind of treatment. Every person's soul is perfect and self-sufficient. All the defects and weak points you have acquired are the defects and weak points of the spirit and not of the soul. However, it is such an important and complex subject that it would be better to devote an entire book to it. For now, let's just take note of the fact that being in conflict with yourself is quite harmful. The soul withdraws into itself while reason prevails, which can end in the destruction of its own life. To avoid having to consult a psychoanalyst later, start by letting yourself go and by forgiving yourself for your faults and weaknesses. If you are unable to love yourself right now, at least stop fighting yourself and accept yourself as you are. This is the one and only way for your soul to become your spirit's ally again, and an almighty ally in fact. Dissatisfaction is material irradiation in its entirety. Its frequency fits well with lines of life on which everything you don't like about yourself is even more accentuated. Thinking that you have been drawn to these lines of life makes you less and less satisfied. And all this continues until you reach the line where you are old, sick, and unable to change anything. The only thing left for you is to try to find comfort in whining about this world in the company of other people who live, just like you, with a memory of how much better things were in the good old days. However, there is another aspect of this harmful habit of showing dissatisfaction that upsets the balance. Whether your dissatisfaction is justified or not, it creates success potential in the energetic space around you. This potential generates the balancing forces that work to restore balance. Everything would be wonderful if these forces worked for improvement, but unfortunately things turn out differently in general. The balancing forces will work to assail you to make your complaints against this world as light as possible. It's much easier to do than change everything that you don't like. Imagine what would happen if a leader started to actively express his dissatisfaction with everything that is happening in this state. Regardless of whether his motives were good or bad, such a ruler would be replaced or even physically destroyed. The whole history of humanity confirms this to us. When you are dissatisfied with yourself, you come into conflict with your soul, but when you are dissatisfied with the world, you come into conflict with many pendulums. You know now that there is no point in staying under their spell, but when it comes to waging war against them, well, I'd rather not think about it at all. Every generation thinks it's worse today. No, life is only worse for those of a given generation, who have become accustomed to wallowing in their dissatisfaction with this world. Otherwise, humanity, after a certain number of generations, would simply have descended into a living hell. Pretty depressing picture, isn't it? It is the first aspect of chronic dissatisfaction with the world that leads to a life changing for the worse. Basically, the action of the balancing forces works to reduce the influence you have on the world around you. It is very simple to do, and it can be done with all possible methods. For example, getting rid of your obligations, your job, your salary, your house, your family, your health, etc. Do you see how previous generations end up with a life that is worse than the good old days? How could you move towards the lifeline on which you are in good physical shape if all your thoughts converge on your physical defects? You get what you actively don't want. There is only one thing to deduce from this. We have to replace our old habit with a new one. Suppose that, inspired by these possibilities, you begin to practice the habit of constantly experiencing small joys, for various and insignificant reasons, is excellent and brings us what we want. Humanity has developed the habit of expressing dissatisfaction largely due to the influence of destructive pendulums. With new habits, you will generate positive energy that will carry you with the force of a powerful torrent towards positive lifelines. From Transurfing's point of view, our habit of expressing our dissatisfaction about the smallest thing is really harmful and prevents us from getting what we want. And the opposite is just as true. Then, if something really terrible happens and the very thought of feeling any kind of joy seems quite contrived and inappropriate, do as old King Solomon did. He used to wear a ring with an inscription inside that no one else could see. When something bad happened, or when Solomon found himself in a difficult position, he read the inscription inside, "This, too, shall pass." Now let's look at this question from another angle. You could say that as long as the balancing forces act to diminish the excess potential of your dissatisfaction, which is a negative feeling, the opposite must be equally true. In other words, one might think that if you are completely content with the world around you, then the balancing forces will either ruin your life or send you back where you came from. However, that doesn't happen unless, of course, your joy turns into outsized euphoria. First of all, according to the laws of transurfing, you transmit a positive energy which transports you on the lines of positive life. Second, such energy is incapable of creating destructive excess potential that the balancing forces would strive to eliminate. It is not by chance that all philosophical or religious interpretations of life come to the conclusion that love is the creative force, responsible for everything that exists in our world. Love in this context refers to the general meaning of the word. It goes without saying that the balancing forces were created by the same power that created the world. They fight to maintain order in the world and cannot turn against the energy that created them. This technique of replacing old habits with new ones is very simple. Above all, as trivial as it may seem, all bad luck is a hidden blessing. If you make it your goal to find something good in things that seem negative to you, you will reach that goal without more effort. Make a game of it. If you play constantly, your old habit will soon be replaced by a new one. This habit will serve you well as an endless nightmare for destructive pendulums. Dependency relationships. Once again, let's go back to the example in the art gallery where an exhibition is held that you don't like. Pretend you're at home, remembering you're just a visitor. No one has the right to judge, but you have freedom of choice. The pendulum benefits from expressing your dissatisfaction, when you would benefit greatly from simply leaving the room and choosing another exhibit to visit. I can already hear your question. What if there is nowhere else to go? Pendulums make you believe that is the case. This book is specifically about getting rid of false boundaries. Idealizing the world as the other side of dissatisfaction. Looking at it with rose-colored glasses lets you see a lot of things much better than they actually are. As you know, if you think there is something somewhere, when in fact there is nothing, you are creating excess potential. We are all passing through this world. Nobody has the right to judge what he did not create himself. You should understand this statement in light of your relationship with the pendulums. As mentioned before, if you start acting against destructive pendulums that have been bothering you, then things only get worse at your expense. You don't need to be a docile little lamb, and you don't need to openly confront the world around you either. If the pendulum is acting precisely against you, you can apply the method to defeat it or try to stop it. As soon as he tries to make you fight against other pendulums, first think about whether you really feel the need or not. To idealize means to overestimate, to put on a pedestal, to venerate, to create an idol. Love is the force that creates and directs the world. It is quite different from idealization because it is, in essence, dispassionate, and no matter how paradoxical that sounds. Unconditional love is a feeling with no right to belong. In other words, he does not create a relationship of dependence between the one who loves and the object of his affection. This simple formula will help us determine where feeling ends and idealization begins. Substitution of habits. Well, I have the duty to tell you that you will see very quickly that you will practice less and less regularly, and that, at times, you will have forgotten that you wanted, above all, to change your habits. It is inevitable, because these old habits are deeply rooted in you. As soon as you start to slack off, the pendulum will immediately find a way to annoy you, and you won't even notice that you've just fed it your energy. Do not despair. If your will is strong, you will get what you want, and the pendulum will ultimately leave you in peace. You just have to remind yourself more frequently of your original intention. All conflicts are based on comparisons and contradictions. At the beginning, we make fundamental statements. They are not like us. Then everything develops on its own. They have more than us. The action of the balancing forces is different in each case, but the result is the same. In fact, it's simply rosy glasses dropper that kicks in whenever you idealize something or someone. And the result is more or less strong depending on the object and the level of idealization, but it is always negative. Thus, the balance is restored. Doesn't matter. Because you are the one who creates the potential, the action of these forces is directed primarily towards you, either by separating the contradictory parts or by bringing them together, by union with one accord or confrontation. So love generates positive energy that transports you to the corresponding lifeline, while idealization creates excess potential that causes the balancing forces to rise, which then fight to eliminate it. The balance is also upset when comparing the differences between two things. We are on this path, they are on another. National pride, for example. Compare the nation, with which nations? The feeling of inferiority, comparing you to whom? If one brings to light the differences between one thing and another, then the balancing forces inexorably begin to eliminate positive or negative potential. Then you start picking the flowers. You pull them out of the ground and crush them in your hands, without thinking that they are alive. So the flowers slowly die. A little later, you realize that you could make perfume or cosmetics from these flowers, or simply sell them to others, or perhaps create a flower religion and worship them as idols. All of this is idealization, or in each case you are creating dependent relations between you and the object of your initial love, the flowers. Nothing remains of the love you felt when you were simply spellbound by the scenery there in the valley. Do you feel the difference between these two situations? You can find plenty of similar examples. If you love me, then leave everything and follow me to the end of the world. If you don't marry me, then that means you don't love me. If you praise me, then I will be your friend. If you don't give me your shovel, then I'll throw you out of the sandbox. And so on. Imagine yourself walking through a valley overflowing with green plants, sparkling trees and flowers. You admire this marvelous landscape, smell the aroma of the fresh and vibrant air, the soulfully happy and at peace. This is love. If love turns into a dependent relationship, excess potential is inevitable. The desire to have what you don't have creates an energetic pressure shift. Dependent relationships are recognized by well-established conditions such as, if you do this, then I will do that. 4. And now let's look at examples of idealization and their consequences. Overestimation is the attribution of personal qualities to someone who does not have them. On a mental level, it manifests as illusions that seem benign at first, but on an energetic level, excess potential is created. This is created wherever there is an overflow of all kinds of quantities or qualities. Overestimation is exactly that, creating mental models from qualities that are not present. Here there is a possible alternative. The first is when the place is filled, that is, when there is a specific individual to whom qualities are attributed which are not his. In order to eliminate this discrepancy, the balancing forces must establish a counterweight. They are worse than us. We have to change them. They are better than us. We have to fight among ourselves. They act differently than us. We have to do something. All of these different comparisons result, one way or another, in a conflict that begins with personal emotional discomfort and ends in wars and revolutions. The balancing forces struggle to eliminate the emerging contradiction, through reconciliation or confrontation. But since in the latter case the pendulums draw packets of energy from it, they manipulate things so that a confrontation takes place. For example, a romantic, dreamy young man imagines his beloved as an angel of pure beauty. But he realizes that in reality, she is a materialistic girl who likes to go out and is not at all interested in the young man's dreams of love. In any case, when a man creates an idol and puts it on a pedestal, the rose-colored glasses usually fall off pretty quickly. Related to our topic, let me tell you about the extraordinary story of Karl May, author of several Wild West books and creator of heroes such as Broken Old Hand, Withu and others. Karl May writes all his short stories in the first person, which makes his readers believe that the author did go to the Wild West, took part in the events he relates in the books, and that therefore, it is certainly an exceptional being, worthy of admiration. Karl May's works are so real and vivid that a perfect illusion is set up that leads the reader to think that only someone who participated in the stories could have written them. When you read his books it is as if you were at the cinema. The stories are so compelling that Karl May has been dubbed a German Dumas. Karl May's many fans were totally convinced that he himself was the famous old broken-hand cowboy, just as he had been. We have to take them. They have less than us. We have to give them. Idealize and overestimate. Featured in his book. His fans would not have accepted any other conclusion. Imagine their surprise when it became known that Karl May had never been to America and had written several books while in prison. So the rose-colored glasses fell off and her biggest fans became her biggest enemies. Well, then who is the culprit in this case? The second alternative is when there is no object to which to attribute this artificial illusion. So, a person who idealizes will create castles in the sky and sweet dreams. The dreamer has his head in the clouds and tries to escape an unattractive reality. By doing so, he creates excess potential. The balancing forces, in this case and with the aim of destroying the castle in the sky, will constantly bring the romantic into direct contact with harsh reality. Even if he could attract a mass of people with his ideas and create a pendulum, his utopias are immediately doomed, because excess potential has been created on emptiness and sooner or later the balancing forces will stop the pendulum. The action of balancing forces is particularly evident in children, because children are more sensitive than adults to changes in energy and therefore act naturally. When you idolize a child, he immediately begins to act haphazardly, and if you try to curry favor with you, he will begin to despise you or at least no longer respect you. If you put all your energy into making this little guy a well-behaved, obedient boy, he'll probably end up, through resistance, in a sleazy gang. If you try to turn him into some kind of genius, he'll probably lose interest in school and studying. and the more you try to get him to do extracurricular activities in good society, the more he will become a dull and boring person as he grows up. After all, they had found an object of admiration and imitation, and the fact that their idol lived in the vicinity made it even more interesting. After all, they created their idol and established a dependent relationship. You can be our hero as long as what's in the book is true. Another example in which the object of overstatement only exists in the ideal world. Suppose a woman draws the portrait of the ideal man in her head. The more she is convinced that it must be exactly like this and like that, the greater will be the excess potential. And only a guy with qualities radically opposite to those of the perfect husband will be able to extinguish this potential. And the woman can only ask herself afterwards, where was my head before? The opposite is just as true. If a woman cordially hates drunks and bullies, it's like she's fallen into a trap and ended up with a rough, alcoholic guy. You get what you really can't stand, and this is because you are radiating mental energy onto the frequencies of the object of your rejection, and above all creating excess potential. Life often brings together different people who seem not to be made for each other. This is how the balancing forces try to suppress excess potential, by attracting the opposites of potential. You understand, of course, that I'm not talking about the physical aspect of possession. This is a classic case of unrequited love. Unanswered love has always resulted in a lot of suffering, and its mechanism, however, is not as simple as it might seem. Let's go back to the example with the flowers. You walk among the flowers admiring them, and you probably never had in mind the thought that they might or might not like you. Try to imagine. What do the flowers think of you? Several suggestions, not always pleasant, may come to mind, such as fear, danger, hostility, or indifference. And why should they love you after all? So, let's say you're dying to hold them in your hands, but it's forbidden. They grow in a public flower bed or are way too expensive. That's enough. The love is already out of the frame, and what remains is a dependent relationship with its share of negative emotions that have already begun to overwhelm you. The best way to raise and relate to children, and not just children, who don't turn into excess potential, is to treat them as guests. In other words, give them attention, show them respect, and give them the freedom to choose, without letting them walk all over you either. As true as you are a guest in this world, you must treat children as guests. If you accept the rules of the game and don't run from one extreme to the other, you have permission to choose whatever this world has to offer. The first extreme is the desire to possess someone you love, who does not belong to you at all and does not even suspect your desire. So, the object of your love is in one place and you who want to possess it, in another. In other words, you are creating excess energy potential. You might assume that this potential could pull this desired object towards you, much like masses of air moving from an area of high pressure to an area of depression. No way. The balancing forces do not care which side the balances rest toward to. Therefore, they can choose several ways to achieve this, such as moving the object of your love even further and neutralizing you, that is, breaking your heart. Moreover, even if you only suffer small failures, you will be more and more inclined to dramatize the situation. He does not. Having a positive attitude towards others is just as common as having a negative one. There is a sort of balance in this case. There is love and hate. A neutral positive attitude produces no excess potential. A potential is formed when there is a noticeable shift from the nominal value. Unconditional love can be seen as the zero on the dial. As you know, it does not create a relationship of dependency or excess potential. But this kind of love in its purest form is rare. We typically add a drop of each of the following elements: right of possession, dependence, and overvaluation. It is difficult to avoid the right of possession, because possessing the object of one's love is completely natural and rather normal, as long as it does not lead to one of the following two extremes. Wouldn't it be cute if someone liked you just like that without asking for anything in return? Everything I have just spoken of applies to both men and women, But that's not all. We will revisit the issue of overstatement and idealization when we look at other concepts. Loves me not. The consequence is that such thoughts will drag you down a lifeline where mutual love will be utterly impossible. There is only one conclusion: if you want your tender feelings to be reciprocated, then you must simply love, and not try to be loved. Therefore, first, there is no excess potential creation, which means you don't have to worry about the 50% chance that the balancing forces are working against you. Second, if you're not striving for reciprocity, then you won't have those uncontrollable thoughts about unanswered love, and your radiations won't drag you down the corresponding lifeline. On the contrary, if you simply love, without right of possession, then the parameters of your radiations will be compatible with those of the lifeline where reciprocity exists. After all, there is no dependent relationship in reciprocal love. When you naturally own something, there's no need to get worked up about the right of possession. See how your chances of reciprocal love increase by the simple fact of refusing the right of possession. At the same time, unconditional love is extremely rare, which already makes it intriguing and attractive. The second extreme of the right of possession is, of course, jealousy. Even then, the balancing forces have two ways of acting. If the loved object already belongs to you, then the first alternative is to move closer to it. In fact, some people like to feel their partner's jealousy, up to a point, of course. But the balancing forces have another alternative, which is to destroy that which is the source of jealousy, in other words, love. Also, the stronger the jealousy, the deeper the grave of your love will be. It would be like starting from the pleasure of the aroma of flowers to produce perfume. The greater the desire to possess someone you love or to have a reciprocal desire, the stronger the balancing forces will act. Of course, if they take an option that brings you closer to your loved one, then we have a happy ending. One can easily guess the direction of the balancing forces when you have just realized that you are in love. If you are worried about whether your love will be returned to you or not, and if something has gone wrong since the beginning of your relationship, then know that you need to drastically change your tactics. More precisely, you must begin to love without expecting anything as a reward. Only then do the unstable fluctuations of the balancing forces end up on your side and begin to work in your favor. Otherwise, the situation goes out of control, a bit like an avalanche, and it becomes impossible to change anything. Contempt and vanity. Such condemnations result in you creating excess potential around you. It's obvious, the worse the defendant is, the better off you must be. If he also wears hooves and horns, then you are an angel, but since you don't have wings, balancing forces come into play to counterbalance. Their methods vary depending on the situation, and the result will inevitably be the same. You take a punch in the nose. Depending on the strength and form of your judgment, this blow can either be barely noticeable or so strong that you find yourself on one of the worst lifelines. Judging other people is one of the most effective ways to upset the balance, especially if, by your judgment, you look down on others. Energetically, there is no right or wrong person. There are only those who obey the laws of nature and those who upset the status quo. In the end, the latter will always be under the influence of forces which seek to restore the balance. You are probably able to bring up a long list of all the. Of course, there are plenty of situations where people deserve some judgment. Should this judgment be yours? This is an interesting question. Possible judgments, but to keep things clear, I've listed a few examples. If a man has harmed you, especially you, then first of all he himself has upset the balance, and therefore you are not the source of unhealthy potential, but the instrument of forces that are worked to restore the balance. From there, the disruptor will get what they deserve if you tell them everything you think about them or even take specific actions because of the situation, with good reason, of course. On the other hand, if the object of your judgment has done you no harm, then you have no right to lay any blame on it. Of trend surfing. Everything is so simple and so complicated at the same time, Complicated because someone who loves can no longer reason logically, and these recommendations will probably be useless. Well, in return, I wouldn't worry about it, because I deny myself the right to possess your recognition. Let's examine this question from a strictly commercial point of view. You will agree that it is absurd to feel hatred for a wolf that tears a lamb to pieces, especially if you see it on television. The sense of justice constantly pushes us to judge other people. However, judging has quickly become a habit, and many people become, over the years, real professional prosecutors. In most cases, you have no clue as to who caused this behavior in the person. You might even have done much worse if you had been in his shoes. Superiority and inferiority. Do you despise tramps or poor people? You could lose your house and your money to restore balance. Do you despise people who are physically handicapped? No problem, we'll be able to arrange an accident for you. Do you despise alcoholics or drug addicts? The balance is broken only in cases where a person, with an overrated self-esteem, takes a contemptuous attitude towards the weaknesses of others, or just their modest success. Then love and pride turn into vanity, again resulting in a kick in the nose from the balancing forces. You can easily find yourself in their shoes. After all, these people weren't born that way. Different circumstances in life have forced them to become what they are, so why would you run away from it? Contempt and vanity are human vices. The animals do not know them. They are guided by useful intentions and therefore carry out the will of perfect nature. Wild nature is more perfect than thinking man. A wolf, like any predator, feels neither hatred nor contempt for its prey. Try feeling contempt or vanity towards a hamburger, but people actually build their relationships with each other from a potential in excess. The greatness of plants and animals is due to the fact that they are not aware of their greatness. Knowledge had brought many benefits to man, but also harmful ways such as vanity, contempt, guilt and inferiority complexes. Never condemn your co-workers for any reason. In the best-case scenario, you'd make the same mistakes they did. In the worst, it is the birth of a conflict that will bring you nothing good. You could be fired, even if you are in your right. If you condemn another person, simply because you don't like them or because of the way they dress, you will find yourself on the scale of good and evil. Only small thing, you will be on a lower rung because you emanate negative energy. Never despise people, no need. This is the most dangerous form of condemnation, because you find yourself in the place of the person you despise due to the action of the balancing forces. For them, it is the most direct and easiest method to restore the lost harmony. Feelings of superiority or inferiority are both dependent relationships in their purest form. Your qualities are compared to those of others, and inevitably, excess potential is created. On the plan, there is no problem when a person is proud of his successes or loves himself. Self-love is self-sufficient and doesn't bother anyone. Energetic. Expressing your superiority publicly or congratulating yourself in secret is not important. I don't need to prove that expressing your superiority in public brings you nothing but resentment from the people around you. When you compare yourself favorably to others, you strive to give yourself an artificial self-assertion at the expense of others. Such competition systematically creates potential, even if it is only a shadow of arrogance that is not quite expressed. The action of the balancing forces in this case will again materialize as a blow to the nose. You might think that the amount of energy you expend, compared to others, is insignificant. In fact, there are enough of them to generate quite a strong potential. In this case, the intention to direct one's energy in one way or another plays the greatest role. If the goal is to acquire qualities, then this intention carries the person towards the target. If, however, the goal is to show all of their medals to the world, then the person is like a car stuck in the mud, pulling and shaking to get nowhere and creating an irregularity in the energy field. The world is then stunned at such a display of medals, and as it should be, the balancing forces come into play. They don't have much choice. They can either revive the washed-out colors of the surrounding world or extinguish the unwanted starshine. The first stage takes too long, of course, and then only the second remains. Balancing forces have several ways of doing things. For them, it is not necessary to deprive an ambitious individual of his medals. Just present him with a small annoying problem to reduce his pride. It is obvious that by comparing himself with the surrounding world, a man first of all tries to prove his importance. But the self-affirmation you put in place when you compare yourself to others is illusory, just like when a fly tries to force its way through a pane of glass, while a window is open right next to it. When a man is busy telling the world his importance, he's using his energy to create artificial excess potential. Self-improvement, on the other hand, develops real qualities and does not create wasted energy or harmful excess potential. We often perceive nuisances, problems and obstacles as part of the world. No one is surprised at all these problems, from the smallest to the very serious, which are the necessary companions of any person throughout his life. We all think that's how our world is. In fact, having problems is an anomaly, an abnormal phenomenon. It is difficult to understand in pure logic where they come from and why they come to you. It seems that the majority of trouble, in one way or another, is brought about by the actions of the balancing forces, which work to eliminate the excess potentials that you, or the people around you, have created. You do not realize that you have created this excess potential and you accept your problems as the inevitable devil, not understanding that it is simply the work of the balancing forces. On the other hand, refusing superiority has nothing to do with self-destruction. You can free yourself from most of your problems if you free yourself from the immense effort you put into supporting excess potential. Not only are you expending a tremendous amount of energy, but you are also using it to push the balancing forces in such a direction that the result is directly opposite to your intentions. However, all you have to do is stop banging your head against the glass like the fly does and simply redirect your intention to the development of your qualities instead, without worrying about your position on the scale of superiority. Having freed yourself from this heavy preoccupation with your own importance, you will also free yourself from the influence of the balancing forces. You will have fewer problems and gain more and more confidence in your own power. Once the balancing forces confront a self-important person, they act in a way that knocks them off their pedestal. In the case of too low self-esteem, they force the person to try to raise their unjustly underestimated qualities. Balancing forces usually act in a direct way and don't really pay attention to the intricacies of human relationships, so a man will start behaving unnaturally and highlight what he was trying to hide until then. The lowering one's qualities is the other side of the superiority complex. Energetically, it does not matter whether you create excess potential with a plus or minus sign. The size of the potential created is directly proportional to the difference between the assessment of the person and the reality. However, you must eliminate any thoughts of wanting to be able to control or manipulate the world. If you take the place of the Almighty without taking into account your position in the social scale, you will lose every time. Any attempt to change the world around you upsets the balance. Active interference with the work of the world will affect the interests of a majority of people to some degree. Transurfing allows you to choose a destiny without stepping on anyone else's toes, which is far more effective than moving forward trying to overcome every obstacle in your path. The fate is truly in your hands, but only in the sense that you have been given the ability to choose it, not change it. Many people have suffered heavy defeats by acting as if they were the creators of fate in the literal sense. There is no place for battles in transurfing. So, with a sigh of relief, you can bury the hatchet. For example, teenagers may behave with defiance and disrespect, trying to hide their feelings of insecurity. Shy people may act excessively or outrageously just to hide their shyness. People with too low self-esteem and who then seek to show the best sides of themselves, can be repressed or pretentious, etc. In any case, Fighting with your complexes brings consequences that are far more unpleasant than the complex itself. For now, you just need to understand that being busy comparing your own faults and weaknesses to the qualities of others works the same way as the desire to show your own superiority. This results in the opposite of your basic intent. Don't imagine that everyone around you assigns the same meaning to your deficiencies as you do. In fact, everyone is preoccupied with their own, and so you can swing this giant burden off your back. The excess potential will disappear, then the balancing forces will stop aggravating the situation and the energy will be released. You have to choose your credo and live with it. Imitating others to gain cool status is like taking the method of the fly banging its head on the glass. For example, the leader of a group of teenagers is the one who lives according to his creed. He could only become a leader because he freed himself from the obligation to ask others how he should act. He doesn't imitate anyone, he just has a lofty opinion of himself. He knows what he's doing, he doesn't need to pump anyone up and has nothing to prove to anyone. As you now understand, all these attempts to fight against one's own flaws or weaknesses are in vain. There is no hope in trying to fight low self-esteem. The only way to avoid its consequences is to eliminate the complex itself, which I believe is quite difficult. Trying to convince yourself that everything is wonderful to you is equally useless. You cannot fool yourself. The method of using snapshots will help you with this task and we will get to know it a little bit later. 5. Once you stop fighting it, it stops being an awkward quality and you'll see how people start liking you. Here's another way to compensate for your less flattering sides. The imaginary need to be cool often leads people to emulate those who have acquired cool guy status. Any bad imitation of another person creates nothing but a parody. Everyone has their own scenario. It is not a question of fighting against your faults or trying to hide them, but rather of compensating for them with other qualities. A lack of beauty is compensated by charm. There are people who are physically unattractive, but who, as soon as they start talking, completely fascinate their listeners. Physical defects are compensated with self-confidence. Just remember how many great men in history were quite unattractive physically. The inability to communicate with others can be replaced by a great ability to listen. There's a saying that goes, everybody lies, but it doesn't matter because nobody actually listens to anybody. Your eloquence might interest other people, but only as a last resort. All of them, like you, are preoccupied exclusively with themselves and their problems, so a good listener that you can pour out to your heart's content is a real godsend. I can give advice to shy people: protect this quality as you would a treasure. Believe me, shyness contains a hidden charm. The desire to have and not to have. This desire will then be satisfied. Moreover, the potential of desire disperses in space since its energy is devoted to the realization of action. We can highlight 3 forms of a desire. The first, when a great desire turns into a strong intention to have and to act. Don't try to fool yourself. Every individual has more or less a tendency to create excess potentials around his person. But if you follow the principles of transurfing, superiority and inferiority complexes will simply disappear from your life. If we were to describe what the behavior of a lust-obsessed man looks like energetically, it would be something like a wild boar trying to catch a bluebird. He wants the bird so badly that he drools whenever he thinks about it, sneezing loudly and searching the ground impatiently. Naturally, the bird flies away. If our hunter had simply walked past the bird without paying attention to it, he would have had a better chance of catching it by the tail. Do you see where the open window is? You may be thinking, none of this concerns me, I don't suffer from any complexes. The third and most insidious form is when a great desire turns into dependence on the object of a desire. Attaching great importance to this object automatically creates a dependent relationship that gives rise to strong excess potential, and this strong potential will automatically gather equally strong balancing forces to put an end to it. In general, people hold the following beliefs: The balancing forces then throw you down a lifeline where the object of desire does not exist at all. The second form is inactive, tormented desire, which represents excess potential in its purest form. It hangs there in the energy field and at best just wastes the energy of the sufferer, while at worst it attracts all kinds of trouble. In this case, he is free from excess potentials and derives the benefits he deserves. In any group, the individuals who become leaders are those who live by their own creed. If someone has freed himself from the weight of excess potentials, he has nothing to defend. He is free within, self-sufficient, and has more energy than anyone around him. These advantages, compared to other members of the group, make him a leader. Do you want a lot? Well, you won't get anything. This little child's mockery contains a form of truth. I will simply rephrase it like this: the more you want, the less you will get. When you want something so badly that you're willing to risk everything you have to get it, you create a gigantic excessive potential that upsets the balance. If I succeed, my situation will greatly improve. If I don't succeed, my life no longer has any meaning. If I do this, I will show myself, and everyone else, what I am worth. If I don't, I'm worthless. If I could have this, that would be great. If I don't get it, it will be really ugly, etc. For example, you have a brand new car and you are going crazy about it. You blow on the slightest speck of dust. You take care of it, protect it with all your attention. You are terrified by the slightest possibility of scratching. In fact, you adore and idolize your car. This results in the creation of an excess potential. After all, you're the only one who cares about your car so much. But in fact, its importance is zero energetically, and unfortunately, as if by automatism, the balancing forces will soon find a poor guy to demolish your car. Or, even being very attentive yourself, you will bump into something or another. Once you simply stop worrying about your car and start treating it like an ordinary object, the risk of something happening to it will decrease significantly. Treat something. The more value you place on an event, the more things will fail or go wrong. If you place a lot of importance on what you have and cherish it dearly, then the balancing forces will probably take it very far. If what you want is too important to you, then don't expect it. It is necessary to lower the bar of meaning, the bar of importance. Once you are addicted to the object of your desire, you find yourself drawn into such a violent whirlwind that you simply come out exhausted from trying to possess it. In the end, you no longer accomplish anything and give up on your desire. The balance is restored and its forces are quite indifferent to your suffering in this specific case, and all this only happened because you had a great need to satisfy this desire. Desire remained on one side of the dial, while everything else was on the other side. Your wishes will come true only if you opt for the first form, where desire turns into pure intention, free from excess potentials. We are used to paying for everything in this world. Nothing is free, when in reality we only pay our debts with the excess potentials that we ourselves have created. Everything is free in the variant space. Since we already used these terms, we can consider the absence of importance and dependence as a form of payment. You can only buy fulfilled desires with this payment. To move towards the lifeline where the desired object becomes reality, all that is needed is the energy of pure intention. We'll talk about that later. For the moment, let us simply note that pure intention is the union of desire and action, devoid of excessive importance. For example, your unlimited intention to go down to the corner stationery to buy a magazine is pure intention. The desire to have something can be seen from a different angle. There is the belief that if you really want something, then you get what you want. You would think that a very strong desire would take you down a lifeline where it would be fulfilled. However, this is not the case. If your desire has turned into an addiction, some kind of psychosis, or you are hysterically striving for something without looking at the price, then somewhere deep inside you don't believe in fulfilling your desire. Therefore, you are transmitting mental energy with strong interference. If you don't believe in wish fulfillment, You will try as hard as you can to convince yourself that the opposite is true. There you further increase the excess potential. You risk spending your entire existence on the business of your life. The only thing to do in this case is to diminish the meaning you give to your target. Go for it, the same way as if you were picking up a magazine from the newsagent. Let's look at yet another example. Suppose that in the middle of the night, you are woken up by noise from your neighbors. You really want to sleep, you work early tomorrow morning, but it looks like the party at your neighbor's has just started. The longer you want them to be quiet, the longer the party goes on. The angrier you are, the louder this party gets. If you start hating them at some point, the asserted desire to avoid something is part of the logical consequence of your dissatisfaction with the world around you or with yourself. As an ordinary object does not mean neglecting it or not taking care of it. You can carefully maintain your car without making it an idol. When you think about what you don't want, you radiate energy to the line where it happens. You always get what you really don't want. Here's an example that illustrates what happens when you actively don't want something. A man attends a grand reception at the embassy, in which everything is pompous, refined and delicate. Suddenly, the man starts moving his hands wildly, stamping his feet and screaming desperately that he doesn't want to be taken out of there at this particular time. Naturally, the security guards arrive and grab the weird guy who resists, screams and finds himself irretrievably escorted outside. This is, of course, an exaggerated picture of reality, but on an energetic level this is exactly how it is, in relation to the intensity and proportions of the forces involved. The stronger the need, the more powerful the excess potential. The more you don't want something, the more you will face it. Balancing forces don't care how balance is restored, and there are two ways to restore balance. One is to distance yourself from whatever it is you are trying to avoid. The other is to force yourself to get in touch with it. It is best to consciously stop trying to avoid so that no excess potential is created. But that's not all. To feel guilty. The bigger your loss, the more money you will find in the bag. Guilt is excess potential in its purest form. The fact is that good or evil does not exist in nature. For balancing forces, bad or good actions are equivalent. The balance will be restored in any case, since an excess potential is created. You have done something wrong, you become aware of the nature of your actions and you blame yourself. I should be punished. An excess potential is formed. You have done something good, you realize it and then you feel proud of yourself. I should be rewarded. An excess potential is created there too. The balancing forces have no idea why anyone should be punished or rewarded. They only eliminate the irregularities produced in the energy field. You can now analyze past situations to understand if you overestimated the importance of something and what problems you had in return. If things are going terribly wrong, no matter how overestimated you are at the moment, get rid of your addiction and keep sending positive energy. It's now the worst, but it's for the best. This is how you will regain control of the situation if you feel that you have suffered major failures. Be happy. In this case, the balancing forces are on your side because their job is to offset the bad with the good. It can't be bad all the time or good all the time either. No one can spend their whole life flying through the waves of happiness. This is what a bad situation looks like on an energetic level if you start making conscious changes. You were attacked, cursed, taken everything you had, you were beaten and suddenly you receive a bag full of silver. The price to pay for feeling guilty will always be punishment, one way or another. If you don't feel guilty, then the punishment may not come. Unfortunately, being proud of yourself when you've done something good will also lead to punishment, not reward. This is because the balancing forces must eliminate the excess potential of pride through punishment, while a reward, on the contrary, would reinforce it. You are guaranteed that such evenings will be renewed more and more. To solve this problem, you can apply the method to make the pendulum fail or stop. You'll shut him down if you look at the situation ironically. and you might as well just ignore the situation, showing no emotion or interest. Then the pendulum fails and no potential is created. Be comfortably aware that you have a choice and know how to use it. The neighbors will soon calm down. That's how it all works, so go ahead and give it a try. So feeling guilty inevitably produces a punitive scenario, even without your knowledge. By following the script, your subconscious will make you pay. At best, you'll have a few cuts and bruises or other sorts of problems. In the worst case, you will have an accident with serious repercussions. This is what the feeling of guilt does for you. It only brings destruction, and there is nothing useful or creative about it. You don't need to torture yourself with guilt, it won't help you. It is better to act in such a way that you will not feel guilty later, and once it's done, continuing to torture yourself in vain will no longer make sense, just as no one will feel any better for it. That's why there's a saying, nervousness is the second happiness. 6 General, balancing forces do nothing to people who are not overwhelmed with remorse. Nevertheless, we would like God to punish these scoundrels. The 10 Commandments in the Bible are not morality, in the sense that you should behave in the right way, but rather recommendations on how everyone should act so as not to upset the balance. We are the ones who accept the commandments with our basic, childish way of seeing things, as if our mother told us not to do anything stupid or she would send us to the corner. On the contrary, no one intends to punish those who make small mistakes. It might seem that justice must prevail and evil must be punished. But by upsetting the balance, people create their own problems, and the commandments only warn us of them. However, nature knows nothing about the sense of justice, sad as that may be. On the contrary, the good as it should people, with an inherent sense of guilt, are those who constantly find themselves in the face of misfortune, while the cynical and shameless scoundrels return with almost everything, never being punished, and moreover, are frequently rewarded with success. When other correct people make you feel guilty, excess potential is squared off. As if it were not enough that your remorse undermines you, here is more the wrath of the virtuous which shows itself too. The consequence is an unfounded feeling of guilt, in connection with an innate tendency to always be the one who is responsible, which creates an even greater excess potential. In this case, it is useless to be overwhelmed with remorse. After all, the reason for your guilt is pure invention. Consciously feeling guilty can totally destroy your life, because you will constantly be under the influence of balancing forces. In other words, you will always be punished in different ways for what you imagine doing wrong. As we have already discussed, the feeling of guilt serves as a thread by which a person can be pulled by the pendulums and in particular, by the manipulators. Manipulators are individuals who act according to the formula, you should do what I say because you are guilty. As soon as a person shows that they are ready to blame themselves, the manipulators fall on them and start feeding on their energy. To avoid their influence, you just have to refuse to feel guilty. You don't have to justify yourself to anyone and don't owe anyone anything. If you're at fault, you can endure the punishment as long as you don't retain that sense of guilt. Do you owe anything to your loved ones? Again, the answer is number. After all, don't you care about it because you believe it's the right thing to do, not because you have to? That's a whole other problem. If you are prone to justifying yourself, you must stop doing it. I'm better than you because you are wrong. They try to impose a feeling of guilt by their accusations, so that they gain power around them or reinforce their own confidence. From the outside, these individuals look decent. Their conception of what is right or wrong has been established for a long time. They only speak with true words and therefore are always right. All their actions are flawless and completely correct. By the way, the feeling of guilt is the root cause of the inferiority complex. If you feel inferior in something, it means that inferiority is created when you compare yourself to others. The trial begins, in which you are your own judge, but it also seems that you are not just the judge, In fact, something quite different is happening. From the beginning, you are predisposed to attract blame, no matter for what specific reason. Basically, you accept being the culprit. And if so, you also accept the fact that you can be found guilty and punished. When you compare yourself to others, you give them the right to be superior to you. Note that you yourself gave them this right. You are the one who allowed others to think that they are better than you. They probably don't think so originally. Then the manipulators will know that there is no way to catch you and leave you alone. We must point out, however, that not all decent people are manipulative. So where do manipulators get their need to lecture and direct their accusations? All this is conditioned by the doubts and uncertainties that constantly torment their hearts. They carefully hide this internal struggle against the world around them, as well as against themselves. The absence of a strong access, which really good people possess, forces them to seek their self-assurance at the expense of others. The need to lecture and lead others stems from the desire to strengthen their own position, which they do by belittling their accused, thereby creating dependent relationships. It would be wonderful if balancing forces gave manipulators what they deserve. Yet excess potential will only arise where there is tension and not energy and motion. In this case, the manipulators draw their energy through their accusations. There is therefore no potential created, and the manipulators remain free to act as they wish and to go away like that. After all, if someone has real and substantial flaws, then won't there always be people to point them out? Yes, there certainly will be, but they will only do so if they sense that you are predisposed to accept blame for your shortcomings. If, for a single second, you consider yourself guilty or worse than others, they will feel it, that's for sure. On the other hand, if you are free from all feelings of guilt, no one will think of self-valorization at your expense. You can see that in this situation, excess potential can have a very subtle impact on the environment. It's hard to believe according to common sense. The other aspect of the feeling of guilt is audacity, and it is a sign of the absence of this feeling. The essence of fear is in the subconscious, and fear is not only caused by the fearful unknown, but also by the fear of punishment. If I am guilty, I admit in theory to having to undergo a punishment, and thus I am afraid of it. Of course, brave people are never tormented by their conscience, nor do they suffer from the slightest sense of guilt. Nothing frightens them because their inner judge has declared that they are right. The exact opposite. No one will dare to judge you if you do not consider yourself guilty. You alone, by the will of your own God, give the privilege to another person to be your judge or jury. You might think I'm just appealing to your emotions, twisting the facts to win you over. It is therefore not surprising that unscrupulous individuals very frequently come to power. Again, this does not mean that power is bad or that all people in power are bad. Perhaps your happiness lies in becoming a pendulum's favorite. Everyone decides for himself or herself what is needed, with his conscience. No one else has the right to tell you what to do. In any case, however, you must say no to the feeling of guilt. Reclaim the right to be yourself and rise from the accused's chair. There are two other interesting aspects to feeling guilty: power and courage. People who feel guilty often bend their will to those of people who don't feel guilty. If I am potentially ready to admit to being guilty of at least something, then I am ready, in my subconscious, to endure punishment, and therefore, I am ready for subordination. And if I never feel guilty, but need reassurance at the expense of others, I am ready to become manipulative. I'm not trying to tell you that the world is only divided between puppets and manipulators. I just want to look at the model. Managers and leaders have a very underdeveloped sense of guilt. It does not exist at all. Feeling guilty is a foreign concept to cynics and other people deprived of conscience. Their method is to walk through the slaughterhouse and step on other people. But you, yes, you have decided to be your own judge, on behalf of others. So, of course, that's what you get, that people are going to start judging you because you're on your own trial. Still, I can prove anything using words alone. So, if you don't believe it, take the test. Denying feelings of guilt is the main means of survival in an aggressive environment, in prison, in a gang, in the army, on the street. It is not by accident that the world of criminals has established this unspoken rule: trust no one, fear nothing, ask nothing. This rule prevents you from creating excess potential. The guilt lies at the heart of any potential that would harm you in an aggressive environment. You can protect yourself by showing your strength. In a world where the fittest survives, it works, but there is a more common way to negotiate this stuff. A much more effective way: the elimination from your subconscious of any idea of the possibility of retribution. Here is an example to illustrate my point. In the former Soviet Union, political prisoners were intentionally imprisoned with common criminals to break them up. But in fact, most of the political prisoners, all of them remarkable individuals, did not become victims of harassment and persecution, and moreover, gained respect and authority over all criminals. The fact is that individual independence and dignity are more valuable than strength. Many people have physical strength, but possessing individual strength of character is rather rare. The key to personal dignity lies in the absence of feelings of guilt. Authentic individual strength is not the ability to grab someone by the throat, but the magnitude of a person's ability to be free of guilt. Is equally true for the frightened victim. I'm not sure I acted correctly. I could be found guilty and everyone has the right to punish me. Even the smallest, most fragile and deeply hidden feeling of guilt opens to punishment, the doors of his subconscious. If I feel guilty, it means that I admit in theory that all kinds of thieves and bandits have the right to attack me. Therefore, I am afraid. After asking for forgiveness, a person releases the potential and allows the energy to dissipate. Asking for forgiveness, admitting one's own faults, praying for one's own sins, confession, these are all methods of getting rid of the excess potential of guilt. By asking for forgiveness, a man somehow frees himself from his own accusations and therefore feels better. Only important thing: be certain that his own remorse does not turn into dependence on manipulators. They are just waiting for it to happen. After asking for forgiveness, you admitted your own mistakes in order to remove the potential. The manipulators will try very often to remind you of your mistakes in the future, trying, through provocation, to maintain this feeling of guilt in you. Don't fall into their trap. You have the right to ask for forgiveness, but only once and not once more. Anton Pavlovich Chekhov, the famous Russian author, once said, "Little by little, I bring the slave out of me." This sentence highlights the people have come up with an interesting way of dissolving the excess potential of guilt, namely, asking for forgiveness. In fact, it really works. If a person carries the feeling of guilt within him, he strives to hold back negative energy and thus inflate excess potential. Money. It is particularly dangerous to fall into the anxiety of having less and less money. Fear appears to be one of the most energetic emotions. So, by experiencing the fear of losing money or not making enough, you will most likely be transferred to a line where there will be less and less money for you. If you fall into this trap, it is difficult, but no longer impossible, to get out of it. So, to escape the money trap, you must eliminate the cause of the excess potential that you yourself have created. And what causes this excess potential is the extreme desire to have money, or the fact of being dependent on it. To begin, accept what you have and be satisfied with it. Remember, it could be really worse. You must not reject your desire to have money. You have to accept the fact that money is not pouring down to you like a river just yet. Think of him as a gambler who can, at any time, become incredibly rich, or lose everything he owns. You will never again find yourself in a situation where someone treats you violently. From time to time, others will be subject to violence in one way or another, but not you, because you have rid your subconscious of the feeling of guilt, and therefore, on your lifeline at the moment, the violence scenarios simply do not exist. This is how. It's hard to love money without wanting to own it. Therefore, it is practically impossible in this case to avoid dependency relationships. We can only limit them to a minimum. Be happy to have money, but don't kill yourself if you don't have it or if you have spent it, otherwise you will have less and less of it. If a person doesn't make a lot of money, their typical mistake will be to lament that they never have enough. The parameters of such write-offs correspond to financially poor lifelines. Many pendulums use money as a universal means of remunerating their adherents. It was the activity of the pendulums that led to this. Desire to get rid of the feeling of guilt. Getting rid of it means fighting it. Yet in transurfing there is no place for struggle or forcing yourself to do something. The other way is more profitable, say number. That is, to choose. You don't have to take the guilt out of yourself. It is much easier to live according to your greed. No one has the right to judge you. You have the right to be yourself. This allows you to be you. There no longer need to justify yourself and to eliminate the fear of being punished. Then the truly remarkable thing happens. No one ever dares to challenge you again. Moreover, this is valid whatever your situation, in prison, in the army, in a gang, at work, on the street, in a bar, and whatever. In this way, each individual's goal is replaced by an artificial substitute, money. The person can get money from different pendulums, and therefore he no longer thinks of his own goals, but of money, and falls under the influence of a pendulum that is foreign to him. But in fact, anyone can get rich, as long as they pursue their own goals. If you believe that your goals can only be achieved if you are rich, send that request to hell. Suppose you want to travel around the world. It is obvious that to do this you need a lot of money. To get what you want, you need to think about the goal, not the money. The money will come by itself, because it is a complementary attribute. It's that simple. It seems impossible, doesn't it? Yet it isn't, you will soon find out. Money is not the goal and is not even the means to the goal. The man no longer knows what he wants from his life and instead joins the fruitless race for money. It's just a feature that comes with it. Purpose is what a person wants out of life. Here are some examples: living in your own house and growing roses, traveling around the world, see distant places, catch trout in Alaska, go skiing in the Alps, ride horses from his own farm, enjoying life on your own island in the middle of the ocean, become a movie star or an artist. This way of doing things is quite profitable for pendulums, but man becomes dependent on money and therefore loses his way. In the service of a foreign pendulum, he will never have much money because he serves someone else's goals. Many people find themselves in such a situation. Hence the myth that wealth is the privilege of few. Generalization of fetish money. Money helps us to have a good life in the material world. You can buy or sell almost anything. All pendulums pay with money, it doesn't matter which one you choose. But there is a hidden threat to this. After biting the deceptive shard bait, you could easily take a right on the lifelines that are located far away from your happiness. It is obvious that some goals can only be achieved with a big bag of money. So the majority of people do exactly this. Pursuing their own interests, pendulums have created the myth that to have everything you need, you must have the means. They're trying to get this bag. They think about money and neglect their goals, all alone in the background. According to the principles of transurfing, they try to reach the lifeline where the bag of money awaits them. But working for someone else's pendulum, getting that bag of money becomes very difficult, if not impossible. What happens then is that you won't have any money and you won't have achieved your goals either. It cannot be otherwise because the energy of your thoughts is directed towards an artificial substitute and not towards your true objective. 7. Perfection. This influence has given rise to many unsatisfactory events and myths. At this very moment, reading these lines, you can object. It is obvious that a man must first become a big boss of industry, a banker or a movie star, and then become a millionaire. That's right. Yet the only people who have become millionaires are those who didn't have wealth in mind, but in their goal. Most people act in a radically opposite way. We will see the objectives more closely later. You don't have to worry about spending money. Money does its job when you buy something. If you decided to spend your money, don't regret it afterwards. Struggling to save and eat some of money and spending as little as possible will only produce great potential. Money accumulates in one place and goes nowhere. In this case, you will most likely lose everything. One should spend the money sensibly, so that there are movements in the energy field. Where there is no movement, a potential appears. I'm anticipating a bit, otherwise it wouldn't make sense, because there's practically nothing else to add to the money itself. Once again, I repeat that money is nothing but an additional attribute on the way to your goal. Don't worry about money. It will come to you automatically. The most important thing now is to lower the importance of your capital to a minimum so that no excess potential is created. Don't think about money, just think about what you want to get. Either they are serving someone else's goals, or they were replacing their goal with an artificial substitute, or they are rejecting their goal altogether, because they simply don't have the money to achieve it. It is no coincidence that wealthy people invest in charitable works. This is how they reduce the excess potential of their accumulated wealth. In reality, there is no limit to fortune and riches. You can want absolutely everything. If it really comes from you, you will get it. If on the other hand, a pendulum has imposed this goal on you, you will get nothing. Yourself. The pendulums, seeking their own benefit, turn everything upside down. It is not the goal that is achieved with the help of money, but the money that comes to you on the way to your goal. At the same time, don't ignore the money but rather treat it carefully. If you see a small coin on the street and are too lazy to pick it up, then you don't like it at all. You now know the strength of influence a pendulum can have. It is unlike the pendulum of money to be well disposed towards you, if you treat its attributes carelessly. Let us finally examine the most ambiguous and paradoxical case of a rupture of equilibrium. There is nothing wrong with trying to do our best everywhere. But if you give it too much importance, then the balancing forces will be quite present. They will simply destroy everything. In addition, this will create a feedback loop and you will become more and more obsessed with perfection. You want perfection, but get the opposite. Then you will try desperately to fix everything, but everything will go from bad to worse. In the end, your struggle for perfection turns into a habit and you can also make a habit out of it. The life of the perfectionist becomes a constant struggle, which poisons the lives of those around him, because a perfectionist not only asks of himself, but also of others. This is evident, considering his intolerance for the habits and tastes of others, and is frequently the cause of small disputes that sometimes turn into major conflicts. Striving for perfection in everything can become, for some people, a real obsession. Their life is a constant struggle. And guess what they were up against? The balancing forces, of course. Choosing as a goal that everything must be perfect everywhere certainly creates complications on the energetic level. And this, because the evaluations that these people make are exaggerated and therefore an excess potential is created. It all starts small, but ends with the heaviest consequences. If you weren't involved in the situation yourself, you could certainly appreciate the utter absurdity of someone who tries to be perfect everywhere and terrorizes everyone around him. However, the perfectionist is so taken by his role, that it seems to him that he has neither sin nor fault and is right in everything he does. In fact, he's telling the rest of the world, I'm already a role model, struggling to be a role model. The perfectionist might not even admit his own perfection, because he knows that the meaning of his excellence does not go with the generally accepted idea of perfection. Despite this, the feeling of being right about everything is deeply rooted in the subconscious of a perfectionist. At this point, the perfectionist comes dangerously close to the temptation to appear to humanity as a supreme judge, who decides what other souls will do and how they should do it. And of course, the perfectionist gives into this temptation. After all, the feeling of always being right justifies his actions, while his virtuous desire to put everyone back on the right path would give him enough motivation to embark on a crusade. We have always been told since childhood to be responsible, and we have also been taught what is good and right and what is wrong and wrong. Surely that's the way it has to be, otherwise there would be a whole army of lazy and rebellious people. But all these notions that have been inculcated in us since we were children are so rooted in the hearts of the most zealous adherents of the pendulums, that they have appropriated them to make a part of their personality. Significance. This is how. It all seemed so innocent at first, a simple struggle towards perfection. But it all ends with someone claiming the privileges of a master. Yet even the resistance of the balancing forces, which previously manifested in the form of minor problems, is growing more and more. If the balance disturber is under the protection of a pendulum, then he could, at that moment, continue with his perfectionism. Finally, let's look at the most common type of excess potential, significance. Potential arises when you give something too much importance. Importance represents excess potential in its purest form. By eliminating this potential, the balancing forces create problems for the person who created it. From there, the maker of destinies, having wrapped himself in a cape, gives himself the right to judge and condemn others. In reality, such a trial, of course, does not go beyond ordinary sermons and accusations. I am certain that your portrait, dear reader, is quite different from that of the idealist that I am drawing here. This book would not fall into the hands of a madman, convinced that he is always right. He already knows how everyone should live his life, and in this regard, never doubts. Still, if you come across a person like that, take a closer look at this specimen. This can be very interesting, as a telling example of the greatest disturbances of balance. We are all guests of this world. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, but no one has the right to judge, condemn or label others. We will leave criminal law aside. But then the time would come to claim the bill. When the guest forgets they're just a guest and pretends to be the host, they can get kicked out. There are two forms of significance, internal and external. Your inner or individual importance may be the overestimation of your qualities or faults. The formulation of internal importance corresponds, broadly, to I am an important person or I have an important job. When your ego's salience index goes out of the norm, the balancing forces get to work and the big booby gets a smack in the nose. And our hero, who has an important job, will then be very annoyed, either because we don't need his work at all, or because it will be done sparingly. But wandering around with your nose in the air, your chest swollen with your own importance, is only one side of the coin. There's the other side. However, it is created on the energetic level, the most powerful excess potential. The judge goes on a mission, decides how these useless and crazy beings should behave and what they should think, what they are worth, what they should believe in and what they should fight for. If a puny creature suddenly decides that it has its own opinion on the subject, then it is put in its place, and if it shows resistance, then it must be judged, condemned and labeled so that everyone knows who is who. This same action suddenly takes on extreme importance for you, and you cannot convince yourself otherwise. The only way to eliminate external importance in this case would be some kind of security system, for example, a net when stepping on the trunk. In each case, the security system will be different. The main thing is not to put everything on the same side. There must be some kind of counterbalance, a protection. In other words, an escape route or a plan B. devalue one's own qualities and humiliate oneself. Here is where all this leads, as you already know. You will observe that the level of excess potential is the same in each case. The only difference is its direction, positive or negative. I don't have much else to add on this. Basically, everything that needs to be said about importance has already been said. Do you realize that? Everything we've talked about in this chapter is a variant on the subject of importance, internal or external. Any imbalanced feeling or reaction, indignation, displeasure, annoyance, anxiety, worry, depression, panic, despair, fear, pity, attachment, admiration, exaggerated esteem, idealization, concern, reverence, joy, disappointment, pride, arrogance, contentment, disgust, resentment, etc., is nothing but the manifestation of the importance of one form or another. Excess potential is created only when you attribute excessive importance to a quality, object or event, either within you or in the outer world. Importance creates excess potential by appealing to the wind of balancing forces. In turn, they create a lot of problems and turn life into a unique struggle to exist. You can now understand for yourself how the extent of internal or external importance complicates your life. Someone who gives a lot of importance to an object or an event in the world also creates an artificial external importance. The wording of external importance looks a bit like, for me, this and that are of great importance, or it is very important for me to do this and that. An excess potential is therefore created and everything will be destroyed. If you are still able to somehow influence your feelings of internal importance, the negotiation with the external is much worse. But that's not all. Do you remember the sons of puppets? Pendulums cling to your feelings and reactions. Fear, anxiety, hate, love, worry, call of duty, guilt, and the like. As you see, all of these things are consequences of overemphasis. The following scenario describes what literally falls into place. Let's say there is some object in front of you. Energetically, it is neutral. Imagine that you have to walk on a trunk lying on the ground. There is probably nothing easier. And now you have to step on that same trunk, only this time it's between the roofs of two skyscrapers. Neither good nor bad. You approached the object, put it in your matter box, then you took a step back, looked at it and... Suppose someone in my family was born, died, or recently got married, or some other significant event. Is it important to me? Number. Should I be indifferent to it? Again, no. I don't have to. Do you see the difference? I just don't make a big deal out of it and don't torture myself or the people around me. Well, what about compassion? I don't think I'm wrong if I say that compassion, as well as helping those who really need it, doesn't hurt anyone. But even in the case that you help others, you have to watch your importance. I made a mistake when I said that you can only help those who are truly in need. What to do when a person wishes to suffer? She likes it, and your compassion is only the weight for her to reassure herself thanks to you. Kind of like when you see a poor impotent begging and give him some money, but as you leave, he smiles at you with unhealthy satisfaction. He is not at all an impotent, but a professional beggar. In the animal world, in the plant world as well as in nature in general, there is nothing like importance. There is only opportunity, from the point of view of the balancing forces. Pets are the only ones who can experience, in a sense, their own importance. Yes, we can see that they too can be influenced by society. Other animals are guided only by their instincts in everything they do. Importance is a human invention that gives pendulums great pleasure. Great deviations from external importance create fanatics. And what do you think You had your breath taken away. You are now ready to release your energy to the pendulum, because you now have something to hold on to. A little donkey would crawl obediently, following the carrot. Here, to be in harmony with the rest of the world and free yourself from the pendulums, it is necessary to reduce any excessive importance. You must remain constantly aware of the importance you give to yourself or to the world around you. Your inner observer should not sleep. By reducing the importance, you immediately enter the state of equilibrium and the pendulums will not be able to establish any control over you. Importance is exactly the carrot. A pendulum will use this carrot to capture the frequency of your radiation, to suck your energy out of you and take you wherever it wants. After all, you can cling to emptiness. You may object, according to what you say, we should simply become lifeless statues? I am in no way pushing you to refuse all kinds of emotions or even to reduce their intensity. Above all, it is useless or even necessary to fight the emotions. If you constantly try to remain united and calm on the outside, while your inner world is in turmoil, the excess potential will grow even more. Emotions come from attitudes, so you should change your attitude first. Feelings and emotions are nothing but consequences. They are caused by one thing only, importance. Any form of importance, internal or external, it is simply fabricated. None of us matter in this world. And, at the same time, we have access to all the riches of the world. Imagine how children, when they are on the beach, splash, play and have fun in the water. Imagine that none of them imagine themselves good or bad. As long as this situation remains so, the children are happy. They are in harmony with nature. Similarly, every person came into this world as a child of nature. As long as she doesn't upset the balance, she can receive the best there is. But as soon as she starts to manufacture importance, the problems arise immediately. She fails to see the causal links between importance and her problems. So it seems to her that the world is basically a hostile environment, in which it is not easy to get what she wants. In fact, the artificially created importance is the only obstacle on the way to the fulfillment of your desires. I may not have convinced you yet. However, I am far from having used all the arguments. Is there a way to resist balancing forces? This is exactly what we do every day. Our whole life is a fight against from combat to balance. Reducing the importance does not significantly reduce the problems in your life. By refusing internal or external importance, you will obtain a treasure comparable to freedom of choice. But what are you talking about? Ask yourself, according to the first principle of transurfing, we already have the right to choose. Well, you do have it, but you are unable to use it. Balancing forces and pendulums are on the road. Because of overemphasis, you spend your entire life struggling with the balancing forces. There simply isn't enough energy left to actually choose, let alone think about what you personally want out of your life. Deviations of internal importance can do? They create petty tyrants. Meanwhile, the pendulums are constantly trying to establish control over us and impose someone else's goal on us. Where is the freedom in all this? You might feel that with all these things as they are, one might be afraid to undertake anything. Fortunately, all is not so bad. The balancing forces will only begin to drastically change things in your life if you really hold on to your idea of how things should be, if you are obsessed, and if you are overstepping the bounds. The situation with the pendulums is equally clear. We are all under their influence. The main thing is to realize how they get your support and how far you will let them take you. The only thing that keeps anyone busy is building a wall on the foundation of importance and then trying to scale it or walk through it by banging their heads against it. Instead of overcoming the obstacle, wouldn't it be better to remove a brick from the foundation and cause the wall to collapse? We can all clearly see the obstacles in our way. But seeing the foundations on which they are all built is not easy. If you're in a problematic situation, try to figure out where you've gone too far, what you've become attached to, and what you've placed too much significance on. Identify any overemphasis and discard it. The wall will start to crumble. The obstacles will be removed and the problem will be solved without your help. Do not overcome obstacles. Instead, start reducing their importance. Balancing forces. All difficulties, nuisances and problems are connected with the action of the balancing forces. In any case, trying to resist them is hopeless since they will continue to do their job no matter what. Efforts to suppress the consequences will do no good. Reducing external importance has nothing to do with negligence or undervaluation. On the contrary, negligence is importance with a minus sign. You need to have a simpler attitude towards life. Don't be careless, but don't overdo it either. Don't worry so much about whether people are good or bad. Accept the world in all its daily aspects. Reducing internal importance has nothing to do with resignation or self-abasement. To repent of one's mistakes and sins is to hide one's qualities and accomplishments from others. The difference between the two is only the sign, plus or minus. Your remorse will only be useful for pendulums who want to take control of you. Accept yourself as you are. Allow yourself the luxury of being you. Do not exalt or minimize your qualities and faults either. Strive for your inner peace. If you're not important, you're not worthless either. Downplaying doesn't mean fighting your feelings and trying to suppress them. Excessive emotions and feelings are the consequences of importance. You should eliminate the cause, which is your attitude towards an event or an object. I can advise you to approach life philosophically as much as possible, although this call is probably already too common. It is necessary to realize that importance will bring you nothing but trouble. And once it's done, intentionally downplay any importance. On the contrary, the situation will get worse. The only remedy against the balancing forces is to eliminate the reason for their actions, namely to reduce the excess potential of importance. Life situations are so different from each other that it is impossible to give a universal solution to all problems. At this point, I can only give you general recommendations. Whereas if you had remembered it in time and had paid attention to your muscles, you could have released this tension. The only thing that doesn't create excess potential is a sense of humor, being able to laugh at yourself and others without offending anyone, including yourself. This feature alone is enough to prevent you from becoming a feelingless model. Humor amounts to belying importance. In other words, it is a caricature of importance. Find yourself assigning too much importance to each time you prepare for an event. If anything you have to do is really important to you, don't overstate its importance. The best recipe for your success is spontaneity, improvisation, and a light-hearted attitude. If you prepare something, then do it only by. It is necessary to follow a golden rule when solving problems. Before you actually start solving them, you need to downplay them. Then the balancing forces won't bother you and the problem can be resolved quickly and easily. If your situation depends very strongly on some event, find an alternative solution. In order to stay calm when walking on the drunk, you need to find a safety system. This system will be different for each particular case. Just ask yourself this question: what can serve as a security system in the present situation? To emphasize, it is necessary to first remember and realize that the problem is there as a consequence of overemphasis. Until you realize, as in a dream, that every problem itself is created by overemphasis and you continue to bury yourself in the problem, you will be completely in the grip of the pendulum. Stop, shake off the disillusions and remember what it means to attribute too much importance. Then, intentionally change your attitude towards the object in question. This will not be difficult to do since you already know that any excessive value prevents you from doing so. The main difficulty is to remind yourself in time that you wallow in internal and external importance. To help you remember, you'll need to activate your observer, your internal observer who will always keep track of all your inner qualities. A man's thoughts are captured by importance, the same way muscles tense involuntarily. For example, when something is bothering you, the muscles in your back and shoulders go into spasms. You don't realize this tension until you begin to feel the pain associated with it. Remember, there is no need to struggle with balancing forces. You cannot suppress fear or excitement. You can only reduce their importance. And you can only do this if you have a security system or a plan B. Never put your eggs in one basket, no matter how reassuring you are. Security. You definitely shouldn't seriously and carefully plan what would only inflate its importance. If you care about something without doing anything about it, you increase its importance even more. The potential for importance evaporates with action. Don't think, act. If you can't act, then don't think about it. Direct your attention to something else and let the situation flow. Why is it that sometimes you are very worried about an event? You are afraid of it. Constantly think about it and imagine all kinds of difficulties and problems that could happen on this occasion, but in the end, everything is fine. We also have the opposite situation. Sometimes you don't pay much attention to an upcoming event and as a result you get unforeseen problems. It's safe to assume that if I intentionally draw the worst possible scenario of what could happen before an exam, then I'll most definitely get the top spot. It doesn't work that way, because your intention to assume the worst is artificial. Such intention is the product of your mind and not of your soul. You can try to deceive yourself. However, it will only be pure comedy, since there will be no energy base. Only the intention that comes from your soul can have an energetic basis. This is exactly why you cannot accomplish the desired result by simply visualizing it. But this is the subject of future discussions. Make yourself at home, but remember your guest.9if. You will be more effective in everything you do if you focus your attention not on yourself or the result, but on the process. Like the player who scores the winning goal, and shifts the focus to the process, to do the action. In this case, I don't do important work and the work is not important. So the excess potential gets eliminated and the balancing forces don't interfere. The action takes place without a form of zeal, but in no way carelessly or lightly. You may doubt, why do I have to withdraw the focus of my attention from the final goal? How can you do a job if you don't think about the end goal? You will better understand the meaning of this less obvious point when you read the following chapters of this book. 8. In the first case, your evaluation of the event came out of the dial in a negative direction, while in the second, it came out of this same dial in a positive direction. What you receive at the end is the cumulative action of the balancing forces. The forces have to rebalance the artificial excess potential that you have created, and they do. Never, under any circumstances, brag about what you have, even if you haven't gotten it fairly and regularly. And you should definitely never gloat about what you haven't accomplished yet. It is not profitable at all, because in this case the balancing forces will constantly act against you. If you find yourself in a situation where it is nearly impossible to live in balance with the world around you, for example, your husband beats you, then you should think about how to take a crucial step to radically change your environment. Maybe you think you have nowhere to go? If so, you hold this idea of a pendulum trying to enter you, in order to keep you under its control and to pump your energy. There is always a way out, and not just one. Do you remember the fly on the glass that does not see the open window? Just avoid any abrupt action that you haven't carefully considered. The perfect solution will come to you as soon as you reduce the excess of importance and you will be freed from the influence of the destructive pendulum that bothers you. Now you know the different ways to get rid of it, make it fail or stop it. Now that you understand the mechanism behind the actions of balancing forces, you can easily determine the reason behind any problem or mishap. We have come to the conclusion that it is necessary to respect the principle of balance in everything you do. I must now caution you not to follow this principle too vigorously. If you cling to it and try to pursue it fanatically, then in doing so you will disturb this essential principle. If we explain in detail to a centipede how it should walk, it will end up so confused that it won't be able to move at all. Everything is in moderation. Allow yourself to upset the balance at times. Nothing horrible will happen to you. The most important thing is to keep yourself from moving the hand of importance outside the dial. You get energy from it and accomplish your goals without extra effort. On this note, I conclude on this great and complex subject of balance. You are in harmony with the pendulums around you. That is to say, if you swim with them in unison, your life will then unfold with ease and pleasure. You are now in a kind of resonance with the world. The higher the importance of the goal, the less likely you are to achieve it. Only what is important to you provides your evaluation with your energy. Putting conditions and making comparisons produce dependency relationships. Desires freed from excess energy and addictions come true. The size of an excess grows when an estimate distorts reality. Dependent relationships create excess energy. You trying hard to hide your flaws has the opposite effect. Refuse any feelings of guilt and any need to justify yourself. It is necessary to replace the usual negative reactions with a positive attitude. Any defect is compensated by values. Unconditional love is admiration without right of possession and without veneration. An energy excess is created only in the case where one gives value to a simple evaluation. When you hire out, activate your inner observer to help you do things flawlessly. Contempt and vanity always end up being paid for. Discontent and condemnation will always turn the balancing forces against. Free yourself from the need to assert your superiority. Idealization and overestimation always end up digging up the myth. The action of balancing forces is directed to the elimination of excess energy. The action of the balancing forces is frequently the opposite of the intention that created the excess. For your love to be reciprocated, it is necessary to give up the right of possession. Abstract. No one has the right to judge you, you have the right to be yourself. Do not overcome obstacles, reduce their importance. Money comes by itself, like a companion on your way to your goal. Pay attention without worrying. Greet the money with love and care and let it go without regret or worry. By refusing all importance, inner or outer, you gain freedom of choice. In order not to feel guilty, all you have to do is allow yourself to be yourself. The only obstacle in the way of achieving your desires is importance. An induced transition. What makes new generations think life was easier before? How many generations have there been since the beginning of time? Each generation is convinced that the world is worse than before. Does the world tend to degenerate? And if that were really the case, a dozen generations would have been enough to make our civilization disappear into a veritable hell. So what's going on? Don't let any negative information get to you. Chapter 5. The displacement of generations. Throughout history, people have always thought, those were the good old days. When a person grows old, it seems to him that life is getting worse and worse. She remembers when she was younger, when the colors were rich, the impressions crisp and clear, the dreams achievable, the music so much nicer, the weather better, and the hot dogs also tasted better. Not to mention how much better his health was too. Life was full of joy and satisfaction. So what made everything so good in our youth? Is it really true that the older we get, the gloomier our perceptions become? However, a man does not lose his ability to laugh or cry, to perceive tastes and colors, to distinguish truth from lies, to know the difference between good and evil, just because he gets old. Where, then, is the world going so downhill? In fact, the world, by itself, does not get worse and worse. It gets worse for each person individually. Along with the negative lifeline a man is on now, there are lifelines that he has left at certain times in his life, lines where all is well, just like in the good old days. By showing his dissatisfaction, the man agrees with the lines of life which are indeed worse. And in this case, he is completely lost in it. Now, after so many years, these same elements no longer make man as happy as before. For example, a picnic, a party, a concert, going to the cinema, a ceremony, a date or a vacation by the sea. If we look objectively, all of these things have more or less retained the same quality. The evening is fun, the movies interesting, and the sea warm. But yet, something is missing. Colors are washed out, experiences have become boring, and interest has simply disappeared. The worse you view the world, the worse it will become. During the first years of life, no one particularly cared whether his childhood was good or not. As a child, you took everything for granted. According to the principles of transurfing, the variant space has everything, for everyone. For example, there is an area where for one individual the colors have completely washed out, while for others life is still as it was. A man, who is radiating negative mental energy, enters an area where the scenery of his space has changed. At the same time, the world remains the same for everyone else. And we don't have to go too far. We need only observe those extreme cases where the man has become disabled, has lost his home, has lost his loved ones, or has become an alcoholic, thus destroying his life. In the course of life this man slips, slowly but surely, over the lines where all the colors of his surrounding scenery wash out, and it is in fact from the moment that he begins to remember how fresh and alive, a long time ago. So here is a painful paradox. You are faced with annoying circumstances, you express your displeasure, and as only result, the situation worsens even more. Your displeasure comes back to you 3 times stronger, like a boomerang. First, the excess potential of your dissatisfaction turns the balancing forces against you. Second, your upset serves as a channel through which a pendulum can pump your energy. And thirdly, when you emit negative energy, you move towards the lines of life there. You had just discovered the world and had not yet begun to splatter it with your criticisms. The biggest resentments you had were directed at your loved ones who, for example, hadn't bought you a toy. But little by little, you really started to resent the world around you. This world satisfied you less and less. And the more you complained about him, the worse the results. Anyone who has tasted youth and lived to maturity knows that many things were much better before. When you are born and when you grow up later, you accept the world as it is. A child simply doesn't know if things are getting worse or better. Young people are not maniacs and have not yet been spoiled. They simply discover the world for themselves and enjoy life, because they have more hopes than complaints. They think that everything is not too seedy here and now, and will evolve for the better. But when he accumulates misfortunes and failures, a man begins to understand that all his dreams will not come true, that other people are richer than him and that he must fight for his place in the sun. As time passes, this man formulates more complaints than hopes. Discontent and whining become displacing forces, pushing him toward lifelines that are unsuccessful. If one were to express it in the terms of transurfing, man radiates negative energy which transfers him to lifelines which correspond to these negative parameters. Yet it's not just the storylines of the destinies and the roles that differ, as the individual settings also contribute. This difference in the sets is not clear. A man looks at the world through the windows of his luxurious car, while another sees it from a trash can. One is having fun at a party, while the other is undermined by his. You think life has gotten worse. Yet those who are young today think life is wonderful. Where does this contradiction come from? Maybe because young people don't know how good it was when you were their age? Yet at that time there were also people older than you who complained and remembered the good old days, just like you do now. The reason is not just the power of the human psyche to erase all bad memories and leave only the best. After all, your discontent is aimed at the present, because you regard the present as worse than the past. If the world was unique and the same for everyone, then, after the passage of 10 generations, it would simply have turned into a real hell. Obviously, if we were to accept the fact that life is getting worse and worse, the world would have simply disintegrated a long time ago. How can we understand this paradoxical assertion that the world is not the same for everyone? We all inhabit the same unique world of material manifestations of variance. But the variants of the world are different for each of us. On the surface you can see huge differences in fates: the rich, the poor, the winner, the loser, the happy, the unhappy. They all live in the same world, but it's different for each of them. It's obvious, just as it's obvious that there are rich neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods. Correspond, that is to say, negative lifelines. How many generations can we count since the beginning of human history? And everyone thinks the world has gotten worse. For example, any old man would tell you with absolute certainty that Coca-Cola used to be better. However, Coca-Cola was invented in 1886. The habit of reacting negatively is so ingrained in us that people have lost the advantage they had over the lowest living creatures on this planet. This advantage is consciousness. An oyster would react negatively to an external irritant too, but unlike the oyster, a man can consciously and intentionally intervene in his relationship with the outside world. However, he does not use this advantage and, on the contrary, responds to the slightest annoyance with aggressiveness. He mistakenly sees his aggressiveness as strength, when in fact, he's just shaking in despair in the spider's web of pendulums. Imagine how terrible it must be these days. Maybe the sense of taste dulls with age? It barely does. In fact, the old man now considers everything to be of lower quality, such as furniture or clothing. Humanity is vaguely aware that there are other living creatures, which are supposed to live in parallel worlds or something. But let's assume for a minute that there are absolutely no living creatures in the world, at least for now. So what type of energy could give rise to the material manifestation of space, which creates things and phenomena in the world, if there is not a single creature to radiate some mental energy and then do appear the material manifestation of a given sector? We can only guess what energy is responsible for creating the world before man or any living creature was born. And maybe, once the last living creature dies, the world itself will disappear? Who can prove that the world exists, if there is no longer anyone in it? Because if there is nobody around us, who can say that the world, according to our understanding, exists? So, we cannot speak of any world. Well, that's enough for now. Let's not get bogged down further with all this. We will leave it that way. Remember that transurfing is just one of many models. All the theories people have about the world around us and about life are just models. Keep the notion of importance in mind and do not create importance external to the transurfing model. Otherwise, you could become the apostle of useless ideas and try to show everyone that your particular subjective view of the world is the truth and the main thing. Truth is an abstraction. We can only come to know some laws and manifestations of truth. Our goal is just this: how to make practical use of our model. It may be difficult for you to understand. It is impossible to separate one layer from another. Each person creates their own reality with their own thoughts, and at the same time this reality intersects and interacts with the surrounding world. Imagine a planet without any living creatures. The wind is blowing, the rain is falling, the volcanoes are erupting, the rivers are flowing, the world is there and it exists. Suddenly, a man is born and begins to observe all this. The energy of his thoughts produces a material manifestation in a particular sector of the space of variations, creating the life of this man in this given world. His life represents a new layer of this world. Another man is born, then appears another layer. A man dies, a layer disappears or perhaps transforms, according to what happened there, beyond the threshold of death. Problems that same evening. One sees a merry band of young people, while the other sees a gang of savage troublemakers. Each one looks the same, but the images are different, like one film in color and the other in black and white. Each person is tuned to his sector of the space of variance. Therefore, everyone lives in their own world. All of these worlds are placed on top of each other, in layers, and constitute what we understand to be the space in which we live. The pendulum final. Let us now return to the worlds of generations. Each person, throughout his life, moves from one sector of variance space to another, and in doing so transforms the layer of his world. Because she is more likely to express her displeasure and radiate more negative energy than positive, the quality of her life tends to worsen. A man might acquire material prosperity with age, but he would not be happier for it. The color of her decor is fading and her life is less and less pleasant. A representative of the old generation and a young man drink the same Coca-Cola. Both swim in the same sea, ski on the same mountain slopes. Everything is almost the same as it was several years ago. However, the oldest man is convinced that everything was better before, while the youngest thinks that everything is great today. And when the youngest grows old, history will repeat itself again. In the previous chapters we talked about how to avoid creating hell in your diaper. But, how do you return to the world as it was before, to the lines where life was full of colors and hopes, just like when you were in your childhood and youth? This too can be accomplished with the help of trendsurfing. But as an appetizer, we need to understand how we move it away from lines so full of success and hope, to lines where someone might ask us, well, how in the world did you end up like this? A man's psyche works in the following way. It reacts more to negative irritants. They can consist of unwanted information, hostile actions, danger, or simply negative energy. Of course, positive influences can also stir up strong emotions. But fear and rage far exceed joy and happiness in terms of power. The reason for this inequality comes from ancient times, when fear and rage. There are deviations from these trends, both for better and for worse. Sometimes a man starts to enjoy life as he gets older, and sometimes a successful youngster starts to roll downhill and hurt himself at the bottom. But the generations, above all, agree that life gets worse as age advances. This is how a change in the layers of generations takes place. This means that the older generation layer is moving towards the worst side, while the youth layer is lagging behind, but moving in the same direction overall. This movement takes place gradually and starts each time from an optimistic point of view. Here's exactly why the world, as a whole, isn't turning into hell. Everyone has their own layer, which they chose themselves. Humanity really has the ability to choose a layer for itself, and it does. It is already a little easier for you to see how the human being proceeds to choose an unfavorable layer for himself. Pendulums, and mainly the mass media, actively use this particular characteristic of human perception. You rarely hear anything good in the newspapers. Usually, in news programming, it goes something like this. You are told about a negative event, it is followed by the story with special coverage. New details emerge and everything is fully savored and dramatized. In every possible way. Which means that in response, it radiates energy of the same order and precisely at the same frequency as the first thrust of the pendulum. With the same principle, we are presented with other news, catastrophes, natural disasters, terrorist acts, armed conflicts, etc. This person, like thousands of others, responded to the pendulum with interest and participation. The radiation resonates with the pendulum, which thereby increases its energy. The mass media continue their campaign. The man follows the developments of the event with interest, and the pendulum, once again, receives food. This is how the pendulum draws adherents into its own net and continues to. Notice the pattern in place here. Events develop like a spiral. At the beginning there is a plot, then the story unfolds revealing more details, the tension builds, and comes the climax, the emotions then burst to their fullest, and finally the story comes to the conclusion. All the energy dissolves into space and a temporary calm then descends upon the viewers. Remember how the waves hit the shore. The endless episodes of TV series are made according to the same principle? From an objective point of view, they are nothing special. All the drama is literally created out of thin air. Still, you only have to watch 2 or 3 episodes and you're hooked. Why? After all, nothing particularly interesting happens in these soap operas. But you are addicted because the frequency of mental radiation is caught by the pendulum of the TV series, and your attention is then attached to a given sector. Were the crucial survival factors. What is the use of joy in such a context? It is used neither to defend oneself nor to avoid danger or to find food. Then, of course, life has been filled with burdens and trials throughout all of human history, bringing more sorrow and fear than joy and happiness. This is the origin of man's tendency to give in more easily to gloomy thoughts and depression, while joy and happiness disappear rather quickly. Have you ever heard, for example, a normal person suffer from an excess of joy? On the other hand, people very frequently suffer from stress and depression. Let us examine the mechanism which is responsible for the winding of the spiral mentioned above. At the beginning, a man is confronted with a fact that could theoretically make him angry or not. Suppose it is a news headline relating to a negative event that happened in another country. It is the first thrust of the destructive pendulum. If the news affects the person even slightly, he begins to respond to the stimulus. It expresses its position in relation to information, it survives it. Disasters. At first glance, nothing extraordinary happened, it's an everyday subject. And what if a man gives a little bit of his energy to feed a destructive pendulum? It hardly affects his health. Yet in reality, by radiating energy at the frequency of a negative event, a man is moving towards the lines of life where similar events will come closer and closer. He takes part in creating the plot and is in the action zone of the unfolding spiral, spinning faster and faster, pulling it, as if in a funnel. The interaction between man and the pendulum is getting closer and closer, and man has already accepted the above-mentioned event as part of his life. His attention is more selective, and everywhere new facts about similar events in different countries appear. The man comments on this news with his friends and relatives, and they react with interest and compassion. The energy of the pendulum grows as man approaches, due to the frequency of his radiations, tracks on which he is no longer an observer, but a direct participant in the event. They live in their own layer and are the adherents of other pendulums. Let's define this phenomenon of being pulled into the funnel as an induced transition to a lifeline where adherents become victims of the destructive pendulum. The process that follows can be identified as an induced transition. You respond to the push of a destructive pendulum. The pendulum pushes you back, giving you a little bit of energy from its oscillation, and you become more and more involved, thus giving more and more energy to the pendulum. Consequently, an induced transition is initiated, bringing you to a lifeline which is, in its frequency, close to the oscillation of the pendulum, with the result that the negative event embeds itself in your layer of life. They are not worried when they hear that a plane has crashed somewhere in the world. They hear the news about such events while quietly eating their meal. They have enough to deal with their own problems. People are more vulnerable to an induced transition if they are interested. Many people, in one way or another, admit that it is theoretically possible that they will one day be involved in a disaster. 10. Pump energy. People who are interested in this little bit of news allow the negative energy to reach them, and then get involved in the game, as observers for the time being. But they are not all like this, allowing this possibility to enter the layer of their world. There are people who don't watch TV shows, who aren't interested in news, who aren't bothered by all those little things that happen to someone somewhere. Disasters, if they feel concerned and worried about disasters happening elsewhere, to other people? A man, whose life is not too full of problems and worries, then tries to fill this void, paying attention to events in other people's diapers. Such a person regularly reads the tabloids, or watches television series, or waits for news about disasters and natural disasters. Tabloids and TV series represent the activity of little harmful pendulums. Adhering to it only compensates for the lack of information, emotions and feelings. But taking an interest in the destructive pendulums of catastrophes and natural disasters poses a real threat. They are strong and very aggressive. Gradually and imperceptibly, he is pulled forward in the game and can finally kick the ball. The observer turned into a player, and in our case, a victim of disaster. If you ignore the thrusts of the destructive pendulums, then you will never find yourself in the middle of a catastrophe. Look at it this way, the likelihood of you being involved in a disaster will be close to zero. You may object, but why are there thousands of people dying in disasters or natural disasters? Does this mean that they are all thinking about disasters at the same time? It is certain that you are not the only one living in this world. You are surrounded by multitudes of people who are actively working on destructive pendulums and emitting energy within the range of these pendulums. No one can completely isolate themselves from these radiations. The radiation field captures you and you begin to emanate energy at the same frequency without even realizing it. This behavior dates back to ancient times, when herd instincts and group dynamics helped individuals avoid danger. If a man pays attention to events like these, then the frequency of his mental radiations is captured in the same way as in the case of TV shows. Having expressed interest in negative information, you will always receive plenty of it. At first, he accepts the innocuous role of the observer. It's like watching a football game sitting in the stands. He is increasingly captivated by the game, becoming an active fan. Then, he rushes onto the field and starts running after the ball, without getting it yet. And how could it be otherwise? After all, disasters have come to be a part of human life. He allows them himself to enter his bed and he involuntarily accepts the destiny of victim. Therefore, it materializes a variant of bad luck. Of course, he doesn't want to be a victim, but that's not important. Once a man accepts the game of a pendulum, the roles are defined by the pendulum and not by the man. So, if for many people the disaster in question is only a fatal coincidence, for our victim on the other hand, it is a natural and logical outcome. The probability for our hero to be in the wrong place at the wrong time is already higher than average. Here is exactly why the energy field of induced transitions, the war. Just switch your attention to less harmful television programs and books. Increases until it snowballs and pulls you in, like a funnel. War basically breaks out in a way quite similar to a single fight. In the beginning, one side tells the other its opinion about something. The other has an opposite view, and the first opinion expressed then serves as a thrust of a destructive pendulum. The second part responds to this first thrust with a slightly stronger amplitude. In response to this, the first part responds again, more aggressively. And it just keeps building up, until it finally comes down to a physical conflict. If you can stop yourself from reacting, then you can at least count on your guardian angel. For example, if you're afraid of flying, don't fly. If there is fear in the first place, it means that within your radiation range there is a frequency that resonates with a lifeline on which an air disaster is inscribed. It doesn't mean that you will end up on this line anyway, but that there is nevertheless a probability that it will happen to you. If you don't think about danger on an airplane at all, then there is nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, if you experience unusual anxiety before boarding a plane, then it may be wise to skip that flight. If it is simply not possible for you not to travel, then you must learn to listen to the rustle of the morning stars. What it is, and how it is made, is what you now have to find out. The goal is to be as far from the center of the funnel as possible. It means, don't let news about disasters and disasters get to you. Don't be interested in it. Don't live emotionally through it, and if it gets to your ears, don't make it a topic of conversation. Don't basically let any information about disasters pass you by. Note the difference. Don't avoid the information, just don't let it affect you. As you know from previous chapters, avoiding any encounter with a pendulum is the same as seeking out that encounter. When you oppose something, or really don't want it, or express your dislike of it, you emit energy at the frequency of what you want to avoid. Not letting something touch you means ignoring it, not reacting to negative information about it. So we have in front of us a simple graphic image of two battling pendulums which oscillate, when they hit each other, higher and higher. There are many factors at the origin of wars and revolutions, but their essence is the same. In the beginning, people are told that. However, If you accept the swing of the pendulum, then your radiation frequency will join the parameters of the new turn of the spiral, the new lifeline. Their life is miserable. Everyone quickly agrees. The first action of the pendulum is then accepted. Then comes the following explanation. Other people are impeding the well-being of our people. This causes virtuous anger. The pendulum now swings. Then comes a provocation from one side or the other, which engenders a storm of resentment. The pendulum has gathered its strength and war or revolution can then begin. Each attack of the pendulum gives rise to a response, which only further reinforces its oscillation. So people take part in this game and experience a transference comparable to an avalanche, on a track of life where the tension rises. Not accepting the pendulum means ignoring it? Of course, you can't always ignore it. That's the danger of an induced transition. Well, in the end, it would be very useful not to take a position, to be neither a defender nor an opponent of war. Historically, governments have chosen to be neutral and stay out, to watch whole nations destroy each other. Observe the demonstrations and rallies in which angry people protest against warlike activity. For the pendulums, who are trying to instigate struggle with their own rivals, these opponents of war are as much involved as welcome adherents as supporters of the conflict. Their active protest amounts to the same as support for war, although these naive adherents are intimately convinced of the contrary. Offer peaceful suggestions, or reveal the true face, as well as the motivation of the pendulum. Unfortunately, if an individual participant does not react to the pendulum, it is not enough to guarantee him not to be involved in a war or a revolution. If you have entered into a powerful whirlwind, no matter how hard you try, it will be almost impossible for you to get out of it. However, if the participant does not accept the swing of the pendulum, he still has an additional chance to stay alive and get out of the conflict with as little damage as possible. At this point, you should have a good understanding of what it means to not accept war. You can hate it or be resolutely against it, fight it, but whether you are for or against the war, it is exactly the same for the pendulum. It draws its energy from both sides. If you emit energy at the frequency of war, a transfer takes place towards the corresponding lifeline. You admit war, you participate in it, you're on the battlefield. You are fighting against war, which will consume you no matter what. You can only change the situation at the start of a conflict. Once this conflict is engaged, the situation is already out of control. When the spiral is just beginning to wind, you can respond to the pendulum's first leap in a friendly way, or simply step aside, and the pendulum will fail or stop. Therefore, there will be no transfer to a new turn of the spiral, that is to say, to a new line of life. Unemployment _ As we have already mentioned, there are different ways to participate in the game of the pendulum, both supporting it or trying to reject it. Here are actions that can prevent war. Do you remember the metaphor with the nest of wild bees? The pendulum tells its adherents that bees are dangerous and therefore must be destroyed. But what does the pendulum really need? Probably from their honey. At the level of the subconscious, which is invisible to you, a red light comes on. Shortly after, another signal arrives. For example, inflation is on the rise. You are already on your guard and, incidentally, the same thing happens to others. People are starting to talk and the unemployment pendulum is already feeding on this energy. There are already reports of a stock market plunge and general tension is mounting. Worry is quickly replaced by anxiety, then by fear. You are already vigorously generating energy on the lifeline frequency where you will find yourself out of a job. When you peddle around you the fear of being unemployed, you can be sure it's as obvious as wearing a sign around your neck that says, "I'm fired." If you think you are able to hide this fear, you are dead wrong. Aside from your gestures, certain intonations and inflections of your voice sometimes say a lot more than words. Having lost your self-confidence, you are already less efficient at work than you were a short time ago. Things that used to slide like butter now don't work so well. There are tensions in your interactions with colleagues, who are in the same position as you. You bring your nervousness home and your family, instead of encouraging you, begins to accuse and criticize you. That's it. The stress is growing and you will soon no longer be employed. You now have a sign around your neck that says ready to be fired. The latter is, perhaps, even more dangerous since the will to avoid a pendulum creates an excess potential which will draw you into the funnel of the induced transition. Almost everyone these days is afraid of losing their job. An induced transition to the state where you find yourself on the streets is indeed very insidious. It all starts with the smallest harmless detail. This can be a rather tenuous first sign. You hear that your company isn't doing as well as it used to be, or someone you know has lost their job, or there's a rumor of layoffs and unemployment spreading, or something like that. The feeling of guilt is the cause of the fear of being fired, which either slowly burns away or burns with a bright flame in your subconscious. Who are the first licensees usually? It's true, the worst. The epidemics? You probably think not. One cannot speak of lifelines when one evokes contagious diseases. Someone gets sick simply because they got infected. And you would be right, but only for this person who allowed himself to be contaminated. I certainly don't mean that someone who gets sick should have been walking around with a mask over their nose. This wouldn't have saved him anyway. You do not believe me? Well, I'm not able to prove it to you using theoretical arguments, just as I wouldn't be able to prove anything that's said in this book. Still, you wouldn't go around with a mask on during a flu outbreak, just to test whether the mask is working or not. So I'm only telling you what I know. It's up to you to believe it or not. Leave first. If you allowed yourself to think that you might be worse than others, then that assumption alone puts you on the blacklist. Let go of the feeling of guilt. Allow yourself the luxury of being you. And if you can't, start looking for another job. The excess potential of worry emotions is shattered and annihilated by action. Some people start looking for a new job as soon as they were hired. They don't do it to change jobs immediately. Assurance brings confidence, just in case there is an alternative. If you are reassured about your future, the action of the balancing forces will not affect you. You are already subconsciously looking for confirmation that an epidemic is really spreading and your attention is becoming selective. People sneezing around you, they've always been there, but you just didn't notice them. At work or at home, every once in a while someone brings up the subject of the flu. Your hypothesis that an epidemic is approaching is confirmed, with more and more evidence, even if you are not particularly looking for confirmation and you are not unduly worried about the subject. One way or another, the confirmation falls into place by itself. If, at the very beginning of the game, you tuned into the frequency of the. So, let's uncover the history of epidemics. The reason for your illness is your voluntary agreement to take part in the game called epidemic. It all starts with hearing that there is an epidemic. Let's say the flu is already active somewhere nearby. Every normal person knows that the flu is transmitted through the respiratory system. So you, like all these normal people, fully admit the possibility that it could happen to anyone. Immediately, your mind starts imagining the movie. You have a fever, sniffle and sneeze. That's all. From this moment on, you are already in the game, because you emanate mental energy at the frequency of a destructive pendulum. This completes your radiation and moves you to a lifeline where disease takes full control. Destructive pendulum, your obligations to it will grow ever greater, and regardless of your conscious participation. Well, if you don't mind getting sick, or if you feel like you're going to get sick, that means you're already the most active adherent of the pendulum. Or on the contrary, you have decided not to get sick and keep telling yourself that you are completely healthy and that you will not get sick. It will not work. You think about the disease, and therefore, transmit about the frequency of this disease. The direction of the thoughts, for or against, does not matter. In other words, if you try to convince yourself that you won't get sick, then all along you're allowing yourself the possibility of being sick, and you won't be able to convince yourself to stay healthy? Have you ever wondered why doctors don't get sick? Many of them are even bold enough to work without a protective mask. It's not because they vaccinate themselves. It is impossible to get vaccinated against all diseases. The reason is that doctors are actively playing the pendulum game of disease, but they have an entirely different role in it. By analogy, when you have the opportunity, look at flight attendants on planes. These good fairies insistently recommend that all passengers fasten their seat belts, while they themselves are in every corner of the cabin, as if, in the event of a crash, they would simply flutter in the tunes like hummingbirds. Well, what about babies with AIDS? A meticulous reader would ask. How? They also radiate the energy of a transition? First, we are only talking here about the issue of epidemics as a trend. Secondly, I am not trying to say that infections in general do not exist and that there is only the radiation of mental energy at the frequency of disease. Transurfing is neither a dogma nor the last stop on the road to truth. One should not consider an idea to be the absolute truth. We can only examine the induced transition began the moment you accepted the pendulum. If you really don't pay any attention to this epidemic, the transition will not take place. Or if you're on vacation, haven't spoken to anyone, haven't heard the news, and know nothing about the outbreak, the pendulum won't touch you. It will simply fail, as in an empty space. Words spoken loudly only stir the air. Words spoken to each other are nothing at all. But conviction is a powerful energy, even if it is not audible. You will not save yourself, even if you run to get vaccinated. It doesn't matter, since you're going to get sick one way or another. The first symptom of your illness gives you a choice. Will you, after all, be sick or not? You try in vain to resist, and in the end, you end up facing the fact of becoming ill. The panic. By acting logically, people get corresponding results. If a man is born poor, he finds himself in a poor environment. So he's used to it and tuned into the. Yet, if you maintain control of yourself and don't panic, then you have a good chance of saving your life and the lives of those close to you. For example, on a ship that capsizes, there is always a fight around one of the rescue boats, while the others next to it are empty. If someone just took a moment to look around, they would notice them. This precisely illustrates the insidious quality of an induced transition, the fact that it works like a funnel, sucking in everything around it, making you lose your bearings for all the other possible alternatives. If we think rationally, how can a simple man, who was born in the slums, become rich? We won't look at the criminal option to get there or the great stories of people becoming millionaires overnight. Here, reasoning based on common sense cannot bring any coherent conclusion. So how useful is ordinary logic to you? Transurfing cannot be placed within the framework of common sense, but then again, it allows you to do what seems to be impossible. Patterns and recurrences. The truth is always somewhere very close, but where exactly? No one knows. Here is the most intense and quickly induced transition. Panic is the most appropriate phenomenon to highlight all the characteristics of an induced transition. First, the spiral winds up very quickly when you panic, because a real danger signal is always very persuasive and a man is immediately drawn into the game of the destructive pendulum. For the same reason, the pendulum increases its oscillation even faster, at the speed of an avalanche. Secondly, when he panics, a man almost completely loses control of himself, which means that he turns into a sensitive receiver and at the same time an active transmitter of the oscillation of the pendulum. And finally, the pendulum finds itself the ideal path to materialize in the form of a crowd. Unfortunately, all of these factors make it very difficult for a pendulum to fail or stop. In moments of panic, no one would think of how to fight the pendulum. Poverty. Let us go back to the man who was born into poverty. He dreams of being rich, radiating energy from the frequency of his own miserable life. It will be very difficult to move towards a line of prosperity if you only feel hatred towards your own poverty, jealousy towards the rich, and your only desire is to become well off. Or, in fact, I would say that with only these three elements at your disposal, moving to a line where you are rich would be next to impossible. Let us now see why this is so. In these crises of indignation, it is not only children, but also adults who ask themselves the same question. It's really hard to accept the following situation: if you don't want something, it happens anyway. And if you hate her, then she follows you wherever you go. You can hate your poverty, your job, your physical defects, your neighbors, the tramps in the street, the alcoholics, the drug addicts, the dogs, the thieves, the criminals, the insolent young people, the government. The more you hate a thing, the more you encounter it in your life. And you already know why. It happens to you, you think about it, which means you are emitting energy at the frequency of a lifeline where that thing that you don't want exists in abundance. The polarization that this radiation takes does not matter, I like it or I don't like it. The second alternative is all the more effective as the emotions are stronger. On the other hand, anything that displeases you is a destructive pendulum, and that is why you swing the pendulum even higher with your own emotional pain. And finally, if you really hate, it means you are creating excess potential. The balancing forces will then move against you, because it is easier for them to eliminate an opponent than to change the world that does not suit him. See the number of factors present in a negative attitude towards life. But desire alone, as you know, won't change that. You might just lie on your sofa and lazily think, that would be nice with a bowl of strawberries. But where can I find it? It's impossible, since it's winter. This is almost how a poor person dreams of becoming rich. If a man isn't ready to act to get what he wants, he doesn't get it. And he does not act, because he is convinced that it is useless, because nothing good will happen to him. It's a vicious circle for you. Desire in itself has no power. You can't even lift your little finger. It is your intention, your ease of action that is able to lift your little finger. Intent also includes ease of having. One of the very likely first discoveries that all children make when they come into this life is this: just because you don't want something doesn't mean you'll be free of it. Sometimes the soul only cries out of despair, but I don't want that. I just hate it. Why does it never leave me in peace? Why does this happen to me all the time? A poor person only sees the outward signs of wealth, luxurious houses, expensive cars, decorations, clubs. If you put a poor person in such an environment, he would not feel good there. And if you gave her a briefcase full of money, then she would start doing all kinds of stupid things and eventually lose everything. The frequency of the energy it transmits is in acute dissonance with an opulent life. And until this poor person integrates the attributes of wealth into his comfort zone, until he learns how the owner of expensive goods feels, he will remain poor, even if he discovers a treasure hidden. Man might say, okay, I'm ready to have riches. It's so simple after all, I really want to get rich. This is how the desire to have becomes a psychological defense and turns into rejection. Rejection happens on a subtle level, because the subconscious literally understands everything. The conscience devalues the object of jealousy only in appearance, to calm down, while the subconscious takes everything seriously. In doing so, he does more harm than good by doing everything possible so that man does not obtain this thing which he has devalued and rejected. So you see which stubborn forces keep the person on a poor lifeline. Events unfold even more dramatically during an induced transition from a prosperous line to a poverty line. It happens that an individual in full. Yet the other hurdle on the way to wealth is greed, because, as you know, being jealous of someone is like being upset about their success. In this sense, there is nothing constructive in covetousness. Moreover, jealousy has a very powerful destructive element. A man's psyche works in the following way. If he covets something he would like to have, then he tries to devalue it in every possible way. which explains the whole logic behind the concept of being green with envy. I covet what he has. I don't have it and probably never will. But how could I be worse than him? So what he has is lousy and I need it like a fish needs a bicycle. Number. Once again, there is a chasm between wanting and being ready to have. For example, a poor person feels like a fish out of water, in the context of wealth or in a luxury store, even if he tries with all his goodwill to convince himself and others otherwise. In the depths of her soul, she feels that she is not worthy enough of anything like this. Riches don't fit into the poor guy's comfort zone, not because getting rich is uncomfortable, but because he's too far removed from it all. A brand new chair is good, but the old one is more comfortable. Please note that anyone, at any time, may be subject to temporary financial hardship. It's such an ordinary, unavoidable thing like, say, the rain on the day you want to have a picnic. If you don't fall into anger, depression, restlessness, or get angry with life because of these difficulties, then the destructive pendulum swing will die out because you haven't let go of your energy towards the pendulum. An induced transition begins only in the event that you have caught the tail of the spiral. Your response to the pendulum is necessary for the spiral to begin to spin. These discussions are, in general, of a destructive type, that is, they consist of complaints, dissatisfaction, and aggression toward the allegedly guilty parties. This is quite evident in companies where business is, no matter what, really bad. In such societies, the day begins with the assumption that there is no money, as if it were a morning prayer. Your first reaction to the push of the pendulum is discontent. It is, for the moment, too weak as support for the pendulum, and if your emotion stops there, the pendulum will die out. Another reaction is indignation, and this feeling is stronger. Then the pendulum will come to its senses and send you for information that you have to blame someone for your financial difficulties. With this second push, you respond with negative actions or comments toward the offending party. At this moment, the destructive pendulum is already well animated and therefore, a new turn of the spiral is formed. Your next salary will be less, or prices will skyrocket, or someone will suddenly ask you to pay off your debts. At this point, you have already been captured by the spiral, and your success loses everything and ends up on the street. The most insidious thing about this induced transition into poverty is that the spiral begins to unfold very slowly, then faster and faster, until it becomes unstoppable. Note that at this point you do not yet realize that a process is underway. It could only be an unlucky event. But in fact, it is a directed process, which you have induced yourself as responsible for the oscillations of the pendulum. The frequency of your energy radiation changes by itself, from the line where you are prosperous to the line where you are dispossessed and upset. Then you move to the rows that correspond to these new parameters. This spiral starts with temporary financial difficulties. In fact, your situation is more and more serious. Bad news starts pouring in on you from everywhere. Prices are rising. Your company is doing badly. You begin to actively discuss this bad news with your friends and loved ones. Abstract. Radiation is tuned to the frequency of the destructive pendulum. Because things are constantly getting worse, you will be plagued by anxiety. Now, when the destructive pendulum is joined by the balancing forces, the situation slips out of your control and begins to grow like a snowball. You feel the fear and go berserk. The only way to avoid an induced transition is not to catch the end of the spiral, not to get involved in the swing of the destructive pendulum. Simply knowing how the mechanism works is not enough. You must constantly keep this in mind. Your observer must not sleep. Pull yourself together whenever you accept the swing of a pendulum out of habit, as in a dream, that is, when you show displeasure, indignation, anxiety, when you take part to a destructive discussion, etc. The energy of anxiety, despite its small size, is very well assimilated by the pendulum and makes it more and more reckless. In the state of anxiety, you will inevitably create excess potential all around you: discontent, aggression, depression, apathy, resentment, etc. It's as if someone took you by the hands and started to spin you around, then suddenly let go. You fly through the air, fall and lie there in shock. It's a terrible picture. But it all started with small financial difficulties. The pendulum does not need your money, because only the negative energy, which you emit when your money melts like snow in the sun, interests it. As a result, when the spiral has rolled up, the unlucky person loses a lot at best, and at worst, everything. It no longer represents any interest for the pendulum. There is nothing more to draw from it. Going further, the events can unfold in several ways. Either the unfortunate remains lying on his line of setbacks, or he tries, with difficulty, to get out of it. Such an induced transition can happen with individual people, as well as with large groups of people. In the latter case, as you can imagine, the spiral is no longer a spiral at all, but a real whirlwind from which it will be very difficult to get out. Remember, anything that makes you react negatively is the provoking action of the destructive pendulums. It is exactly the same in a dream. Until you realize it is a dream, you are a puppet in someone else's hands and you may be plagued by nightmares. Upon awakening, you shed these illusions and realize the true nature of the game. That's it. You are in control. You will not become a victim of circumstance, while everyone around you is in a zombie state. Chapter 6. Don't let any negative information into your world layer. By spreading negative energy, a person makes the layer of his world worse. Don't let in doesn't mean avoiding, but intentionally ignoring and non-caring. We mistakenly consider aggression as a sign of strength and dissatisfaction as a normal reaction. Each man creates a separate layer of the world in which he lives. A response to a negative event induces the transfer to the negative lifelines. An induced transition introduces a negative event into an individual person's layer. The world of human beings, as a whole, is made up of individual layers placed one above the other. Where do premonitions, intuitions, prophecies, discoveries or works of art come from? Is it true that the human spirit is the only one that invents and creates? The current of variance is an invaluable present for the mind, but man has no idea of it. What are these signs? Where do they come from and why do they work? When you go with the flow, the world comes your way. The information field. The current of variance. The variance space represents an information field or an energy matrix, a model of what must happen and how it must happen. The energy granted to a particular sector of the matrix illuminates it and the modeling is realized in material form. Hence the question, can we use this energy when it is not yet materialized? In other words, can we see into the future? You could say we do it every day. Our consciousness does not know how to get information from the variance space, but the subconscious has free access to the information field. This is precisely where premonitions, intuition, predictions, prophecies, discoveries and masterpieces of art come from. Information enters consciousness, either from the outside world, such as the interpretation of external data, or from the subconscious, at the intuitive level. The data written in the information field is, roughly speaking, the truth in its purest form. In other words, it is objective information, free from any interpretation. When truth passes through the filter of the mind, it becomes interpretation, that is, knowledge. All living creatures perceive truth through their interpretations. A chicken perceives and understands the world very differently from a human. Each individual may perceive and understand the same thing in a different way. So knowledge is nothing but the greater or lesser distortion of truth. This is how discoveries are made and something new is created, like music, artistic works. In fact, everything that a man cannot see or know directly. This is how intuitive knowledge and premonitions arise. Data in the information field takes the form of complex energy structures. These structures contain everything that makes matter move in accordance with certain laws. First, data from the information field is received by the subconscious, soul, then the consciousness, mind, translates it into symbolic words and descriptions. Fundamental scientific discoveries do not come from logical reasoning, but from a flash of inspiration, just like knowledge that comes out of nowhere. This is also true for great inventions. Good music is not just made from a collection of notes, but happens on its own. Artistic masterpieces are not created from the mastery of a professional technique, but are born from inspiration. A work of art, painted by someone who has mastered a particular technique, will not necessarily become a masterpiece. It becomes a masterpiece because of what lies beyond the bounds of excellent technical performance. Poetry that touches the soul is not the result of a logical assortment of rhymes, but comes from the same place, from the depths of the soul. Art is based on inspiration, and the stroke of genius has nothing to do with the mind. Only then does the mind itself take care of the production of such a creation. For example, the mind is able to make a perfect copy from an ancient masterpiece, but he is not able to give birth to a new one. The mind analyzes the data received by the subconscious from the information field and packs this data into symbolic interpretation, in the form of melody, drawing, poem, formula, diagram, etc. All this can shock you and fill you with distrust. Are we then saying that the mind cannot create anything new on its own, but is only able to receive input from the information field? Not quite. The mind can construct a new object or solve a problem, using familiar objects or logical configurations. In other words, the spirit can make a new house out of old bricks. But to bring out something entirely new, something that cannot be made out of the old, cannot be done by the mind. There are people who see events in the information field as clearly as if they were unfolding before their eyes in the material world. Such people have the ability to attune to a specific sector of the variant space that has already manifested. For example, in order to agree on the sector of a missing person, a clairvoyant must look at photos of her or touch something that belonged to her. At the moment, we are unable to understand how the subconscious gets access to the information field. We can only testify to the manifestation of this access. One example is clairvoyance, the ability to perceive events that have either already happened, are about to happen, or are happening beyond the limits of the clairvoyant's visual perceptions. We do not understand the mechanisms of these phenomena and therefore call them paranormal. The pendulums of basic science, unwilling to admit the limits of their power, do not take paranormal phenomena seriously. Yet just because we can't explain some things doesn't mean they weren't true, and we can't just dismiss them. Knowledge from nowhere. Whether you believe all of this or not is up to you. Keep in mind that transurfing is only a model, allowing us to use the laws of the world for our own benefit. It does not pretend to be the description of the structures of the world. Nor is transurfing a stone monument with the inscription, "It is precisely here that the heart of the problem lies." The truth, as you know, is always nearby somewhere. The notion that man is able to synthesize anything new using his mind is only one way of looking at it. It's just that we've been used to this model for a long time and it's appropriate for us. It should be noted that this habitual pattern of life is as unprovable as the transurfing pattern. So whether things turn out this way or another is not very important to us, as a matter of principle. There remains the fact that information from the space of variations somehow reaches our ears in the form of various hints, visions, illuminations, signs, and that, if possible, we must try to understand their meaning. Only a select few are able to clearly read the information field data. The majority of people only receive echoes of this data, in the form of passing premonitions, or vague knowledge. People involved in science or art receive the click after several days or years spent in observation. It is difficult to discover something new because it is much easier for our mental frequencies to attune to sectors which have already been realized in the space of variations. Something fundamentally new is always found in the unrealized sectors. But how do we agree with these sectors? This is beyond us for the moment. Not everyone can see so clearly, and therefore there can be errors. There are two reasons for these errors. The first relates to the fact that clairvoyance can be attuned to a sector which has not been realized and will not be realized. Different sectors can, depending on the relative distance between them, differ very slightly or enormously in scenarios and settings. The second reason why a clairvoyant can be wrong is the interpretation of the data by the clairvoyant himself. For example, ancient preachers and prophets, when they saw strange and unfamiliar scenes from the future, interpreted them in their own way, based on their level of knowledge. This is why prophecies are sometimes imprecise. When the search for new solutions does not yield any results in the realized sectors, the subconscious arrives in one way or another, on an unrealized sector. Such information is not embedded in. Even the police sometimes use the services of such clairvoyants. Usual symbolic interpretations. In fact, consciousness perceives them as vague and unclear data. From the moment the brain is able to grasp the essence of this information, you have the click and arrive at an enlightened understanding of things. If our mind understood everything the soul wants to tell it, humanity would have had direct access to the information field for a very long time. It is difficult to imagine the greatness that our civilization would have reached in this hypothesis. But it's not just that our mind doesn't know how to listen. It doesn't even want to. A man's attention is constantly preoccupied either with objects in the outer world or with inner thoughts and emotional feelings about those objects. The inner monologue almost never stops, even when under mind control. The spirit does not listen to faint signals from the soul, but in an authoritative voice repeats over and over whatever it is concerned about. When the mind thinks, it operates in categories, classifying the qualities of visible objects into materialized areas. In other words, he thinks with the help of well-established labels, symbols, words, concepts, diagrams, rules, etc. He tries to place all the information in labeled and appropriate lockers. It is always very difficult to come up with an explanation for something absolutely new. Imagine a man listening to music for the first time. Music is also information in the form of sounds. Try explaining the following definition to a child. Milk is white. There are many ambiguities and contradictions in the workings of our consciousness and our subconscious. We are not going to dwell on all these problems, but will only consider a few specific aspects. For simplicity, and not to get lost in terminology and semantics, we will call mind everything that refers to consciousness, and soul everything that relates to the subconscious. There are labels for everything that exists in this world. The sky is blue, the water is wet, the birds fly, tigers are dangerous, the winter is cold, etc. If the information from the unrealized sectors does not yet have a mental label, the mind perceives it as a kind of incomprehensible knowledge. If a new label can be put on a piece of knowledge, or it can be explained within the framework of old explanations, then here we go. We just made a discovery. When the mind receives this information, it knows, but does not understand. There is, for the moment, neither name nor label for it. Understanding comes later, when the mind listens to the music several times and has been able to establish a link with all the names and objects associated with music, musicians, instruments, notes, songs. But when the spirit first listened to music, it was quite real and exact knowledge and, at the same time, an incomprehensible mystery. In other words, the spirit knew it was experiencing something and that it existed, but it could not identify what it was experiencing. The child is just beginning to use abstract concepts, and will then ask you a lot of questions. Well, he knows exactly what milk is. But what does white mean? It's a color. And what is a color? It is a characteristic of the object. And what is a feature? And what is an object? And so on, again and again. It would be easier not to explain what color is, but to show objects of different colors. Then the child's mind would be able to label the parameters in which various objects differ, using the abstract concept of color. This is how he puts labels and definitions on everything around him. Therefore, he thinks using these definitions. This breakthrough can appear in the form of a vague premonition, which is also called the inner voice. The mind was distracted, and in that moment you perceived a feeling or knowing from the soul. This is called the rustling of the morning stars, the voice without the words, attention without thought, sound without volume. You understand something, but vaguely. You don't think, but feel it intuitively. Everyone has been able, at some point in their life, to experience what intuition is. For example, you feel that someone is going to arrive right away, or that something is going to happen, or you simply know something without being able to explain it. Suppose the soul is attuned to an unrealized sector and has found something there that does not yet exist in the material world. The ambiguous feelings and knowings of the soul are drowned among the heavy thoughts of the mind. When the control of the mind weakens a little, then the intuitive feelings and knowings can well up in the consciousness. From the moment the mind began to think using abstract concepts, its connection with the soul slowly began to wane. The soul does not use these concepts. She neither thinks nor speaks, but feels and knows. She cannot express what she knows with words or symbols. This is why the spirit can never agree with the soul. Teach the soul to attune in a determined way to sectors not. Moreover, the mind is constantly occupied with its own conversation. He thinks everything can be intelligently explained, and constantly keeps all information under control. The mind receives only a vague signal from the soul, a signal which it cannot always identify with the help of its concepts. Unlike the spirit, the soul does not use labels. How then can the soul explain to the mind that milk is white? The mind is constantly busy generating thoughts. The voice of the soul is literally drowned in this thought mixer, and therefore access to intuitive knowledge is difficult. If we could stop this train of thought and just stare into the void, we would be able to hear the rustle of the morning stars, the voice within, without words. The soul can find the answers to many questions when we simply listen to its voice. How can she bring this information back to the spirit? Maiden forcing the mind to listen to what the soul wants to say is quite difficult. Let's say you mentally see one of the possible solutions. At this stage, your mind is guided by practical reasoning and is not inclined to perceive any feelings at all. If you manage to remember it in time, then write down how you feel. Is there anything about this situation that has alerted you or upset you? Was there anything that seemed dangerous or something? Somewhere, she sees what lies further ahead, in the sectors still unrealized, but which are approaching. If the soul has connected to one of these sectors, it knows what awaits it if it were to materialize. Something nice, or on the contrary, unfortunate. These feelings of the soul are perceived by the mind as a vague feeling of inner peace or inner discomfort. The task is to learn to feel and identify what your soul is saying to your spirit when making the decision. It's not that hard to do. Just tell your watcher to pay attention to the state of your soul. Let's say you're making some kind of decision. Your mind is completely trapped in the pendulum or preoccupied with solving a problem. In order to hear the rustling of the morning stars, you only have to remind yourself in time that you need to pay attention to the state of your soul. It's so banal that it's not even very interesting. But here's the thing. The only problem is paying attention to your own feelings. People are more likely to believe their practical arguments than their own feelings. Therefore, people have forgotten how to pay attention to the state of their soul. You have to make decisions with every step you take in life, do one thing or do another. Material manifestation moves through the space of variations, and as a result we get what we call our life. Depending on our thoughts and actions, this or that sector comes to fruition. The soul has access to the information field. Yet, it is well known that practical reasoning in no way guarantees the right solution. The soul, unlike the spirit, does not think, it feels and knows. And so, she makes no mistake. How often do we hear people suddenly remember, but I knew there was nothing good to come of it? Let's start small. The soul has two quite distinct feelings, a feeling of inner peace and another of inner discomfort. The mind has the interpretations of these feelings. I feel good and I feel bad. I trust and I worry. I like and I don't like. The soul very often knows what waits it, and she tries with her weak voice to warn the spirit. Yet the mind almost never listens to the soul or attaches any meaning to these vague instinctual impressions. The spirit is caught by the pendulums. He is too busy solving his problems and remains convinced that his actions are rational. The mind makes purposeful decisions, governed by logical reasoning and common sense. The claimant, the offended and the warrior. If you were able to get an explicit answer, yes, this is good for me, or no, this is bad for me, it means that you have listened to the rustling of the morning stars. Now you know the answer. It does not mean that you will act according to the dictates of your soul. Something you didn't like? Make a decision and now command your mind to be quiet for a while, then ask yourself if you feel good or bad. Then choose another solution and ask yourself the question again, do you feel good or bad? There are two extremes of human behavior in life situations. Going with the flow, like a little paper boat, without any will of its own or rowing against the current, stubbornly going your own way. If someone just sits there, without taking any initiative or making any effort to get anywhere, but simply stays there, then life directs him. In this case, this person becomes a puppet of the pendulums, and they determine his fate at their own discretion. By taking such a position, man refuses to choose his own destiny. His choice to have a predetermined destiny will be, let it be as it should be. By agreeing to such a condition, the man asserts that one cannot escape one's fate. And he is absolutely right, since for him, there is only one destiny, thus in the space of variance. Having made this choice, a man can only mourn desperately over his fate and place his hopes in the hands of a higher power. We can always act the way we want. But in the end, you will know what you can expect in the still unrealized sectors. If you don't have an explicit feeling, it means your mind is not yet a good listener. Allow your watcher to force you to pay more attention to the state of your soul. Whatever happens, it is possible that the answer to your question is ambiguous. In this case, you should not rely on such imprecise data. The only thing left to do then is to act on the suggestions that your mind makes to you. Or to simplify the question, having put his destiny in other hands, a man goes through life on one or two paths, that of petitioner or that of offended. By taking the first path, he can submit to asking for charity to live his life by appealing either to the pendulums or to some sort of supreme power. The pendulums force the seeker to work, and he spends his whole life bowing to them, getting only a few crumbs in return to live on. The applicant naively appeals to the higher powers, but they have nothing to do with him. If the role of the plaintiff does not suit him, the man can choose another path, take the role of the offended. That is, expressing dissatisfaction and demanding something that is supposed to be in one's right. The offended, by expressing his grievances, does even more damage to his destiny. Let's see another allegory to illustrate this. A man arrives at a gallery of paintings. He does not like the exhibition on display and considers he has the right to express his dissatisfaction. He begins to stamp his feet, to make threats, to demand that the exhibition be taken down, and perhaps even begins to destroy everything around him. Of course, as there are different forms of retaliation for his actions, this man then feels even more offended and actively continues to rant. What? They should bow down to me. It doesn't even occur to him that he's just a guest in this world. From Transurfing's point of view, the first route, like the petitioner gave others full responsibility for his own destiny, saying, it's all in God's hands. And if it is, then all you have to do is ask nicely, and since God is charitable, He will give it to you. Mountains and valleys, rivers and oceans. Oh, the sky. Oh, the earth. I bow to your power. I am filled with reverence and faith. I believe you will help me buy my daily newspaper. How? Was that too exaggerated as an example? Not at all, since for the great superior powers, there is no difference between a daily newspaper and a great palace. Everything is possible for them. And if you didn't get what you wanted, it's obviously because you didn't ask enough. Well, then, keep asking. An infantile nature finds its justification in the fact that the path to the goal is strewn with pitfalls. In fact, there is always something in the way of a man's goal. And that something is the pendulums and the balancing forces, which are the result of the excess potential that this man has created for himself. It's like in this children's game 11. Hello there, geese, geese. Honk. 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 Are you hungry? Yes, yes, yes. Well, fly away then. We can't. The gray mountain wolf won't let us go home. There is a Russian joke that says this. A man is lying on his couch, praying. Oh my God, help me get rich. I know you can do it. I believe in your greatness. I place my hopes in you and your mercy. And the Lord answers him, annoyed, listen, man, you can at least buy yourself a lottery ticket. It's a comfortable situation, denying all responsibility for oneself and at the same time, reveling in one's own inner importance. What matters here? The man has imagined himself to be such an important personage, that he believes that God, in all his majesty and mercy, cares about the welfare of his person. God has given this man too much already, freedom of choice, but because of his infantile nature, man does not accept this gift and therefore remains constantly unsatisfied. The warrior, having chosen battle, has taken a more productive position, but his life is hard and takes a lot of his energy. No matter how much the man resists, he only gets more and more entangled in the spider's web. It seems to him that he is fighting for his own destiny, when in fact he is just wasting his energy in vain. From time to time, this man wins a battle, but at what cost? His victory is there for all to sigh, and everyone is once again convinced that winning the winner's crown is definitely not easy. This is how public opinion about how to achieve a goal is formed and strengthened. If you want to achieve something, you have to be persistent and work hard for it, or fight bravely. Second seem totally absurd. Transurfing suggests an entirely new path. Don't ask and don't demand, but just go and take. We already know that both resignation and dissatisfaction make us depend on pendulums. Remember that we talked about this in the chapter on the potentials of importance, and everything will become clear to you. The current creates potential through his resignation and willingly places himself in the hands of the manipulators. He who asks already believes that he is condemned to ask and to wait for someone to give him, perhaps, something. The offended creates the potential for dissatisfaction, turns the balancing forces against him and actively destroys his own destiny. Public opinion is in fact shaped by the pendulums. Potentials of importance serve them as a buffet. If the target is difficult to reach, we speak of external importance. If only someone who possesses specific qualities can achieve it, then it is called internal importance. On the way to the target, the man will be stripped. It is possible that he will be allowed to reach the finish line, and then he will be very happy, not understanding that he has spent most of his energy in fulfilling the request of the pendulums, and not so much in reaching his aim. We see the following image. To achieve his goal, a man must wade through a crowd of beggars. These make a hell of a racket, block his way and keep grabbing him. The man tries to justify himself, apologizes, gives them money, pushes them aside, forces their way and fights them. Finally, with great difficulty, So what's new about this? After all, that's exactly how someone who has already made another choice acts. My destiny is in my own hands. He begins to fight with the world for his place in the sun. By taking a tough stance, man enters into war with the pendulums, attracted by the ongoing competition and jostling for a passage. Basically, his entire life is a continuous struggle for existence. Man has chosen combat, and this alternative also exists in the space of variance. Go with the flow, You are then able to not ask, not demand, not fight, but simply go and take. Life situations. One cannot speak of freedom to move with the current when a man plays the characters of the petitioner, the offended, or the warrior. Even the warrior has the same amount of freedom to express his will, as does a small paper boat. Now there is the question, how do we understand the phrase go and take? And what must be done so that we can go and take whatever we want? All the other volumes of this book are devoted to this question, and you will soon know all the details. So far, we have only outlined the general strategy for choosing our own destiny. The roles of plaintiff, offended, and warrior do not suit us. What do you think? What role does transurfing give to the master of his destiny to play the game called life? Here is your class assignment. The petitioner and the offended go, in spite of themselves, with the current of life. The warrior, on the other hand, tries to fight the current. There are, of course, no typical pure representatives of these three roles. From time to time, each of us, to some degree, takes on one of these roles. When we play these characters, we act in a completely inefficient way. For now, let's look at a tactical way to behave and achieves its goal. By doing so, this man used a very small part of his energy to move his feet in the direction of the goal. All the rest of his energy was spent in fighting with the most frantic beggars. The remaining mass of energy was spent in the fight with the persistent beggars. But then, if we can fight, or go with the flow, what's left for us to do? By having broken the chains of the pendulums, man obtains his freedom. The beggars leave him alone and bother other people. As you remember, in order to free yourself from the pendulums, you must let go of your internal and external importance. By doing so, the obstacles in the way of your goal simply self-destruct. We saw earlier how the mind authoritatively dictates its own will, based on common sense. People reason very sensibly, but at the same time get nowhere in solving their problems. What then is the use of such common sense? The mind cannot guarantee that its solution will be infallible. The mind only thinks it is reasoning intelligently, when in fact it is offering itself to the pendulums. How does the warrior move with the flow of life? The pendulums challenge him to single combat, and he swims against the current, not understanding that it would be easier and more advantageous to use the current. The main reason why it is not profitable to actively oppose the current is that it involves a waste of massive, unnecessary, and even harmful energy. But can we trust the current of variance? After all, it can take you to a peaceful lagoon as well as to a waterfall. This is precisely why, to avoid inconvenience, you must correct your movements calmly, even with caresses. Of course, to begin with, you need to choose the general direction of this current correctly. The direction is determined by the goal you have chosen and the reasons for achieving it. After the direction has been chosen, you should trust the current as much as possible and not allow yourself any sudden movements. But can we, in fact, see life as a current? And why can we neither swim without will nor resist the current? On the one hand, the information contained in the space of variance is immobile, like a matrix. But, at the same time, the structure of information is organized in chains of cause and effect. These give rise to the stream of variance, and this is the stream we are discussing. His mind is captured by the pendulums, but the warrior is resolutely prepared for battle and, making resolute decisions, he whips the water with all his might. When calm, steady movements would have been more than enough. Everyone knows approximately the general direction of his current, in other words, where he or she goes. For example, for the moment I study, later I will have a job, a family, I will climb the social ladder, I will work in order to climb in the hierarchy, will build my house, and so on. Many make a number of mistakes along the way and complain when they look back. But you can't do anything about it, what's done is done. The current has taken you far from your primary objective. Your mind and its reasoning cannot save you. All that remains is the regret that if I had only known where I would fall, I would have put something soft there to land there. Everyone wants to know what awaits them after the next bend. Few of them seriously go to see fortune tellers or astrologers, but many are interested, at least out of curiosity. An astrological forecast or an optimistic prediction brings a ray of hope. And now imagine that you are not resisting the current, nor creating additional turbulence, nor being a little paper boat without willpower. You intentionally move in tune with the current as you notice shallows on the way, bottlenecks and dangerous areas, and just with the help of steady movements you are able to maintain your chosen course. You are the one holding the helm. Internal importance convinces the mind that it is sounding healthy and making the only right decision possible. Moreover, the majority of all problems are artificially created by the mind anyway. The restless mind constantly experiences the swings of the pendulums and takes it upon itself to solve all the problems at once, while trying to keep the situation under control. His stubborn decisions naively amount in most cases to hitting the water unnecessarily. Most issues, especially the smaller ones, resolve themselves if we don't disrupt the variant flow. As previously mentioned, the mind is constantly under the pressure of artificially created importance and therefore cannot make effective decisions. Internal and external importance are, in essence, the main source of problems. The action of the balancing forces manifests as rapids and eddies on the course across the current. If you reject the importance, the current will turn into a much calmer riverbed. The question of whether one should surrender to the current is also a matter of importance. External importance forces the mind to seek complex solutions to simple problems. The stream of variance already contains the solutions to all the problems. Everyone decides for themselves how they trust astrological forecasts and predictions. We will respectfully leave the subject aside and consider the practical points we can extract from the stream of variance. The main questions to ask ourselves are: how can we totally surrender to the current? Have we chosen the main direction correctly? And finally, why do we have to totally surrender to the current? Of course, to solve everyday problems, you need logical thinking, knowledge and analytical skills. But all this does not require a lot of energy. The fact that the current of variance exists is a luxurious present for the mind, which nevertheless uses it with difficulty. When you get unwanted predictions, you can always kick them out. The transurfing model does not contradict astrology. Predictions have a real basis, the space of variance. Astrology exists not only because people are curious about their future, but also because if the success rate were too low, no one would trust these short-lived predictions. However, the fact that the current of variance exists in accordance with certain models authorizes us to take a look at the unrealized sectors of space. It is quite another matter if astrological calculations are, of course, unable to guarantee their predictions 100%, and the same is true for clairvoyance. If we threw away the importance, the mind could breathe calmly because it would have freed itself from the influence of pendulums and the pressure of artificial problems. It could make more adequate and objective decisions. But all the beauty here lies in the fact that the mind would not need a great intellect once freed from importance. We all have to either learn something new or do something that is already familiar to us. The question is, how can we do both in the most efficient way? The answer is so simple, it's really hard to believe. In keeping with the principle of going with the flow, you must try to do everything in the simplest and easiest way. The mind cannot always choose the optimal variant because the string. But you can simply test how real these terms are. By applying some of the principles described in this chapter, it is truly a luxurious gift for the spirit. Every problem contains coded keys to its solution. The very first key is to move along the path of least resistance. People usually look for complicated solutions because they perceive problems as obstacles. And obstacles, as you know, have to be overcome with a large amount of effort. We must cultivate the habit of choosing the simplest solution to the problem that arises. The mind makes a stubborn decision. He thinks he can calculate everything and explain everything. Nevertheless, It is not the case. You can probably confirm for yourself the number of times you've told yourself you could have done something differently, but it's too late. The problem is not that the mind is inattentive or not sharp enough. All this reasoning may appear to you as excessively abstract. She makes a logical decision which, from the point of view of common sense and everyday experience, appears to be the most appropriate. A great intellect is of no use if the solution already exists in space. If we don't step into a maze and interfere with the flow of variance, a solution will come by itself. And this will be the most adequate solution. Perfection is already present in the structures of the information field. The point is that cause and effect chains create separate torrents in the stream of variance. These torrents prove to be the most accomplished paths in which causes and effects move. Everything exists in the space of variance, but only the ideal variants or those that consume the least energy are those that have the best chance of occurring. Nature does not waste energy for nothing. People walk on their legs, not on their ears. All processes strive to follow the least energy-intensive path. Therefore, the torrents of the variance are organized according to the course of least resistance. And it is there, precisely, that the optimal solution is found. The spirit, captured by the pendulums, acts in their interest and constantly comes out of the ideal torrent. In other words, the mind enters a labyrinth looking for complicated solutions to simple problems. Variants of any action are organized into torrents. Optimal cause and effect chains form these torrents. When you make the decision to take the next step in your action, you are choosing the next link in the chain. You only need to determine which link belongs to the torrent. What does a person usually do in such a case? In order to choose the next current chain, we have only to free ourselves from the strings of the pendulum and obediently follow this current. In doing so, we must adopt a balanced position and not create excess potential. In order not to create excess potential, we must constantly measure the level of importance. I will not continue the list of examples. You will make many useful and extraordinary discoveries if, at least for a whole day, you try to go with the flow. Whenever you need to find some kind of solution, ask yourself what is the easiest way to find the solution. Choose the easiest method to find this solution. As soon as someone or something distracts or misleads you, do not rush to actively resist it or. Therefore, the spirit always acts in force and organizes a frontal attack against the external world. Here is another example. You have a full to-do list in your hands. What should you choose to do first or later? You don't have to think about it. If following a set order isn't of great importance, just do things as they come. Move with the current, untie your mind from the influence of the pendulums. We're not talking about turning yourself into a little paper boat on the waves, but rather about not hitting the water with your hands, when all that's needed is creamy, light and easy caresses. No matter how you go about it, you will rarely choose the optimal action if you only use your logical conclusions. The mind is often under pressure from stress, problems, depression or sustained activity. In other words, the pendulums are constantly tugging at it. For example, you need to find something that you really need in a store, but you don't know exactly where it is. The spirit will suggest the most reasonable option, but often also the most complicated. You went around the city to finally find the object in a shop near you. If the importance of the problem had been less, the spirit would not have sought a complex solution. Causes and effects of the current does not always agree with the logical construction of the mind. When you are in balance with the world around you, simply go with the flow. You will see a multitude of signs that will guide you. Let go of the situation. Do not become a participant, but the spectator who observes. Neither a slave nor a master, just someone who performs actions. Command your watcher to pull you back whenever your mind tries to make a meaningful and stubborn decision. Hire yourself like an artist, while observing the work from the sidelines. Everything is much simpler than it looks. Give in to this simplicity. It is the spirit that brings you to a waterfall, not the flow of variations. Indicator signs. The most well-known and widespread form of signs are omens. There are good omens and bad omens. If you saw a rainbow, it's a good omen. If a black cat crosses in front of you, bad luck awaits you. These are examples of well-established superstitions. The generally accepted omens are formed from multiple observations and comparisons. From the moment when a high percentage of omens announce what they must, a certain pattern is created and integrated into public opinion, because people always talk about strange phenomena among themselves. However, omens do not always come true. Far from it. Why? What happens when a man forgets something and has to turn around to get it? He thinks having to go back is a bad omen. Even if he doesn't necessarily believe in this omen, a well-established social stereotype casts a shadow over his subconscious. In his thoughts, he expects something unpleasant to happen to him. This man can also say to himself, omen or not, I'm not going back. In fact, it is of no use to him because the current itself is already disturbed and man is already out of balance in some way. Expecting bad luck brings changes to thought radiation parameters. The man is then placed on the lifeline that matches these parameters and gets exactly what scares him. He gives himself this possibility in the scenario. This explains the increase in the percentage of omens that work. Let the game develop as much as possible on its own, under your observation. Don't hit the water with your hands. Don't stop your life from going with the flow, and you will see how great this all becomes. But how do you distinguish approaching shallows or waterfalls from a simple bend in the current? We can orient ourselves in the world with the help of quite tangible signs. The world constantly gives us these signs. As you see, the commonly accepted omens cannot in themselves serve as a law or even as a rule. How come a black cat in? Avoid it. Try renting yourself out, and see what happens then. Whenever you need to do something, ask yourself what is the easiest way to do it. Allow things to flow in the simplest way. Whenever someone suggests something or shows you their point of view, don't rush to dismiss it or come up with arguments. Perhaps your mind does not understand its benefits and sees no alternative. Activate the observer. First observe and only then act. Get off the stage and don't rush to take control of the situation. A man who regards omens as superstition has no clue of their validity in the layer of his world. Omens work in layers of other people's worlds because those people find evidence for their beliefs in those omens, while our skeptic finds none. Particular is a standard-based sign for everyone? Or, seen another way, how in the world could a black cat have any form of influence over our lives? The influence is not the cat, but our attitude towards this particular omen. If you believe in omens, they will influence the events of your life. If you do not believe it, but remain in doubt, the influence of omens weakens, but nevertheless remains effective. If you don't believe them and pay attention to them, they won't have any influence no matter what happens to you in your life. Indicator signs are the signs that indicate the possibility of a turn in the stream of variance. In other words, a telltale sign is the harbinger of an event that will bring about substantial changes in the flow of life. If you are expecting some sort of turning point, even a very insignificant one, then a sign might appear telling you that it is about to happen. If an unexpected turn is brewing in the near future, some sort of characteristic signal might appear too. What do I mean by characteristic? The point is, when the stream of variance negotiates a bend, you move into a different lifeline. You remember that a lifeline turns out to be more or less homogeneous, as far as quality of life is concerned. A turn in the variant stream can cross many lifelines. These differ in their parameters. The changes that will have taken place may be insignificant, but you should still feel that something is different. And it is this qualitative difference that you will notice, either consciously or unconsciously, like something isn't quite the same as it was a minute ago. If omens by themselves have no bearing on the events of our lives, then what telltale signs are we talking about? The black cat can have influence. No, but it can serve as a signal that warns you of an event that will take place later in your path in the course of the variations. The question then is simply, what signals can be considered telltale signs? After all, if you decided to monitor everything around you, then you can see signs everywhere. But how to interpret them? We won't bother with the interpretations. It is a relatively thankless task, which is too unreliable and incomprehensible. The only thing you can do is heed the sign, raise the observer's level of awareness, and be more attentive. It's quite simple. You get what you allow in your scenario. Therefore, the telltale signs appear only in cases where a transfer to another lifeline is implemented. You can skip a undeniable phenomenon. For example, a crow caws, but it did not alert you. You did not feel a qualitative difference, which means that you were on the same lifeline as before. But if you had paid attention to the phenomenon, and felt something unusual, something weird compared to the whole episode, it could be a sign. You just have a feeling that something is not quite right. Usually, a phenomenon that takes place on the current line of life does not put us on alert. It is of the same quality as other phenomena on that given line. Yet, if a man is unaware of everything going on around him, he won't be able to notice the obvious signs either. Transfer to a substantially different line takes place gradually through intermediate lines. The signs on these lines may appear as warnings with varying degrees of severity. Sometimes a man ignores the first alert. The transfer continues, then the second alert occurs, then the third, and if after that the man does not stop, then what was supposed to happen on the final line happens. The sign itself carries an indication of the particularity of the next bend. If you associate the sign with an unpleasant feeling and a sign is different from any ordinary phenomenon in that the sign always indicates that the transition to a substantially different line of life is in progress. The phenomena that usually put us on alert are those that occur immediately after the complete transfer to a different line of life. This is because lifelines are qualitatively different from each other. These differences can be varied, and it is often difficult to explain or pinpoint the exact difference. When the transfer is complete, we intuitively sense it and sometimes even notice obvious changes in what the signs look like. As if out of the corner of our eye we see or suspect that something new has appeared in the stream. Signs act as signposts. They tell us that something has changed, something has happened. As we have already discussed, it is extremely difficult to unambiguously interpret the signs. You can't even be sure whether the phenomenon that caught your attention is a sign or not. We can only consider that the world is trying to tell us something. We are mostly interested in the approaching shallows and the rapids. It would sometimes be nice to have an indication of what awaits us ahead. In most cases, we could formulate a question which would then have two possible answers, yes or number. For example, will it work or not? Will I succeed or not? Could I do it or not? Is it going to be good or not? Will it be dangerous or not? And so on. Any interpretation of a sign should be reduced to a question whose version of the answer would be positive or negative. There is no point in counting on a higher degree of accuracy. The best thing about signs is that they can wake you up in time. Moreover, they make you realize that you may be acting in the interests of a destructive pendulum and to your disadvantage. Filled with fear, mistrust, unpleasant surprise, concern, discomfort, then this means that the sign announces a negative turn of events. If the sign is ambiguous, it is of no use then to try to interpret it. The evaluation would be doubtful. In any case, you shouldn't worry too much about it, nor attribute too much importance to it. However, if you have already paid attention to this sign, then you should not be indifferent to it either. This sign may bring an alert that you should be more careful, or that you should change your behavior, or stop doing something in time, or choose another direction for your actions. Spontaneous sentences are those that people say without actually thinking about them. Surely you remember a similar situation where you answered something immediately, almost automatically, and without thinking. It seems then that the answer is already there, somewhere. Signs can take the most varied forms. You only have to distinguish the meaning they carry, positive or negative. For example, I'm late, but a little old lady with a crutch is blocking my way. Is there no way around it? What does that mean? The human species has often made fatal errors under the anesthesia of zombifying pendulums, only to remember later that it was unaware of its actions, that it was not on its guard. In such cases, it would be useful to interpret even the least harmful warning signs. It never hurts to maintain a modicum of caution, be aware of what's going on, and have a reasonable overview of things. It is important to be careful not to fall into anxiety and suspicion. You have to take care of things without worrying about them. I will more than likely be late. Or here is my bus, which usually doesn't go very fast, but today, for some reason, it's going like crazy. Apparently I went too far in a situation and I should be more careful. Another example could be that I'm trying to do something and it doesn't go very well no matter what I do. Hire yourself, and be impeccable in everything you do. There's always one thing or another and it doesn't all go as smoothly as it should. Maybe it's a dead end and I don't need to pursue it at all? Strange as it may sound, the clearest and most accurate telltale signs are the phrases spoken spontaneously by other people, something mentioned in passing, without putting more thought into it. If someone is ostensibly trying to impose their opinion on you, ignore it. But if someone spontaneously mentions something to you that seems like a recommendation on how to act, take it very seriously. These feelings can be described as I feel good or I don't feel good. If you made the decision reluctantly, if you didn't really feel good about it, then clearly you don't feel good about it. In this case, the decision can be changed. Go ahead and do it. Deep in your consciousness, and it springs from your lips, beyond the analytical mechanism of your mind. In a similar way, thoughtless phrases are spoken to you when your mind is dormant or overloaded with something else. When the mind sleeps, the soul speaks. And the soul, after all, is directly connected to the information field. For example, someone casually tells you, take a scarf or you'll catch a cold. If you don't follow the advice, you'll regret it later, that's for sure. Or say, you're concerned about a problem and someone incidentally recommends something that you don't think is important. Wait before throwing it away. Instead, examine his opinion. Or in another case, you are convinced that you are right when someone, by accident, shows you that it is not correct and that you are wrong. Don't be stubborn. Observe. Maybe you are hitting the water with your hands? Determining the level of your internal discomfort is not too difficult. It is only difficult to remember in time to listen to one's own feelings, since the mind believes it has authority through its reasoning and therefore does not want to listen to anyone but itself. The loud roar of common sense doesn't just drown out the whisper of the soul. Your mind is constantly trying to justify and prove its reasons in every way. At this moment, you face a choice. Yes or number. The soul tries to timidly object number. The spirit realizes the soul is saying no, but pretends not to have heard the soul's whisper. So the spirit puts forward persuasive arguments to support its yes, based on reasonable reasoning. Internal discomfort is also a very clear signal, but we don't pay attention to it in most cases. If you have to make a decision, no one knows how to do it better than your own soul. Understanding what the soul wants to tell us is often very difficult. But, as has been shown above, we can quite unambiguously determine whether the soul likes the decision of the spirit or not. Let's say you have to make a decision. Stop and listen to the rustling of the morning stars. After reading these lines, put them in a separate folder in your memory and the next time you make a decision, remember them. You will see that everything takes place exactly as described above. But if your mind has already made a decision and you remembered the rest a little too late, try to remember how you felt when you made the decision. I suggest you keep in mind the simple and trustworthy formula for determining when your soul says no to you. If you have to convince yourself and persuade yourself by saying yes, then that means your soul is saying number. Remember, when your soul says yes, you look, the birds are flying high in the sky. What does that mean? Well, they're not afraid of altitude, and that's why they fly so high. You only need to consider and keep in mind that there may be telltale signs. As soon as you forget it, the pendulums will take you by the hand and you could become a victim of circumstances. Don't have to convince yourself of anything. We will come back to this formula a little later. There is, however, a goal. If a series of incorrect actions have woven a complex knot, then the method of simply refusing desires and actions may not always be appropriate. In some cases, you'll have to do uncomfortable things, like not telling the truth or going to a job you hate. Yet, once these knots are undone, you can go straight ahead and apply the method of denying inappropriate desires and actions. That's about all that can be said about the telltale signs under the transurfing model. Only you can notice and interpret your own signs. And you don't have to take a class to learn how. You will understand everything about yourself, if you pay attention to yourself and the world around you. Just keep in mind that you should not give too much importance and significance to ambiguous signs, since doing so could trigger negative interpretations about your life scenario. In order not to fail yourself and drift down the rapids in the stream of variance, you only have to refrain from creating excess potential. You should pay close attention to those desires and actions that can dramatically change the course of your life. If your desire makes you feel uncomfortable and you have the ability to deny that desire, then do it. In this case, the desire does not come from the soul, but from the spirit. The desires of the spirit are always imposed by the pendulums. This is just as true for stocks. If you ignore the internal discomfort you are experiencing, most of the time nothing horrible will happen, but every once in a while you will be really sorry about it. However, if possible, it is better to refuse desires and actions that evoke discomfort, doubt, apprehension, or feelings of guilt. It will greatly simplify your life and free you from a lot of trouble. You should always pay attention to the signs that the world is showing you. Saying that, you don't have to look for signs and everything. You can then pass without any sign. After all, it is beyond our possibilities to clearly understand their true meaning. The only sign to which you should pay particular attention is your state of internal comfort, each time you are about to make a decision. Definitely worth listening to the rustle of the morning stars. How to do it? Shaking off this massive wall of common sense is very difficult. The mind is not accustomed to accepting evidence based solely on faith. He asks facts to be based on real evidence. You can get this real evidence for yourself if you test the principles and methods of transurfing in real-world situations. I can only present you with certain arguments to calm a suspicious mind. Our teachers and the circumstances of life have made our mind a soldier ready, at any time, to find an explanation, to give an answer to any question asked, to assess a situation, to make a decision, to maintain control over everything that happens. The mind is taught to act rationally, with common sense. To make this happen to you, the mind needs a more or less rational explanation of why it is a better option not to carry these two burdens. As you have probably noticed, there is a lot of irrationality in this book, a lot of stuff that doesn't conform to common sense. And even if transurfing does not seek to explain the structure of this world, I still have, one way or another, to present arguments to support all these conclusions which prove to be shocking to the mind. Are you aware of what you are doing? Explain your actions. Do your school homework, because if you learn to use your head, you will be able to achieve anything in your life. You, Limited, you. Will you ever learn? Worms in the stream of variance relieve the mind of two crushing burdens. The need to rationally solve all problems and constantly have all situations under control. Of course, you will only be relieved of burdens if the mind wants to release them. The mind only makes one mistake: it follows this set of rules too literally and too strictly. The obsession with common sense prevents the mind from looking around and seeing what is not in accordance with these rules. The two crushing burdens that our mind carries were laid long before. In our childhood, we were constantly told, use your head. In the worst case, you would not only not check any of these principles, but you would not read any further. And yet, we are really only at the beginning. There are many more discoveries waiting for you later. And there are so many things in the world that deviate from common sense. Proof of this is our mind's inability to explain everything or shield us from trouble. There is a very simple way out of this situation: connect to the torrents of the current variance. The basis of this logic is very simple, as it is, the opportunities lie in these. Don't think I'm so full of myself that I'm ready to sweep away common sense. I'm actually totally against it. Common sense is a minimum collection of necessary rules that tell you how you should behave in the surrounding world to survive it. Let go with the situation. The mind's problems also lie in its tendency to perceive events that do not fit into its script as obstacles. Think about it. When do people feel happy? When do they experience satisfaction? When are they satisfied with themselves? When everything goes according to their plans. The slightest deviation from the scenario is perceived as a failure. Internal importance does not allow the mind to accept any possibility of deviation. The mind thinks, after all, I planned and calculated everything in advance. So I know better than anyone what is good and what is bad for. You already know that rushing and jostling the world is not only useless, but also harmful. When you disagree with the flow, the mind creates success potential. Transurfing offers an entirely different way. First, we create our own obstacles by increasing excess potential. If we diminish the importance, the obstacles would eliminate themselves. Second, if an obstacle does not yield to our efforts, we should not fight it, but simply circumvent it. Telltale signs can help us do this. So the spirit takes on this mission very diligently and thereby creates new problems. In this way, the mind itself accumulates a whole lot of obstacles in its way. But nature is inherently perfect. So there's more opportunity in logic and torrents than in the most sensible argument. And no matter how convinced the mind is that it thinks rightly, it will still make mistakes. True, the mind will make mistakes in any case, but there will be fewer of them if the mind moderates its zeal and, if possible, lets the problems work themselves out, without actively interfering with the process. This is called letting go of the situation. In other words, you need to loosen your grip, lower the level of control, keep the flow flowing, and give more leeway to the world around you. Effectiveness, from the mind's point of view, is when everything happens according to the pre-established scenario. Anything that doesn't fit the script is seen as an unintended problem. And the problems must be solved. The mind is used to planning and calculating everything in advance, and if something unforeseen happens, the mind begins to actively fight it in order to meet its own script. As a result, the situation worsens. Of course, the mind is not able to plan events in an ideal way. At this point, more freedom must be given to the current. The interest of the current is not to destroy your life. Again, that would be inappropriate. It is the spirit that demolishes your destiny with its unreasonable actions. Torrents, and that's exactly what the mind is looking for. As you know, torrents follow the path of least resistance. The mind strives to reason meaningfully and logically and relies on the links of cause and effect. But the fact that the mind is not perfect prevents it from correctly orienting itself in the surrounding world and finding only the right decisions. I'm intelligent. Life often gives people gifts, which they reluctantly accept for the simple reason that these gifts are not part of their plan. I wanted another toy? The reality is such that we hardly receive the toys we had planned to have. Everyone can regulate the level of their own happiness. Most people set the minimum level of their own happiness far too high and therefore do not consider themselves happy. I'm not preaching that you should be happy with what you have. The dubious formula like if you want to be happy, then just be happy is not suitable for trend surfing. You'll get your toy, but we'll talk about that later. For now, we are talking about how to avoid unpleasant events and how to decrease the number of problems. The proper torrent, which moves on the path of least resistance, cannot create problems or obstacles. They are created by the mind confused in its head. Activate the observer and at least for a whole day observe how your mind tries to control the flow. They offer you something and you refuse. Someone tries to tell you something, you tell them off. Someone voices their opinion and you argue against it. Someone does something their way and you set them right. You are given a solution and you refuse. And now try to loosen your grip and allow the flow more freedom. I am not suggesting that you agree with everything or accept everything that is given to you. Just change your tactics, shift the center of gravity from control to observation. Strive to observe more than to control. Do not be in a hurry to throw things off, to object, to argue, to push your opinions forward. Therefore, we all wonder, mournful and discontented. And now imagine how good life would be if only the mind would demean its importance and recognize deviations as having a right to exist in the script. The mind cannot use a ready-made solution for the problems in the current variant torrents. It's only because the mind doesn't want to accept any deviation from the script. The mind's obsessive tendency to keep everything under control turns into a constant battle against the current. The mind couldn't really allow the stream of variance to move on its own without first and now submitting to its will, could it? So here we come to the main error of the mind. The mind wants to control, not its movements in the current, but the current itself. This is one of the main reasons why problems and unpleasant events arise. You expect something, but you get another, very different one and express your dissatisfaction. Someone interferes with you and you lose your cool. Something goes against your script and you launch a frontal attack to direct the current into the correct channel. Maybe for you everything turns out differently, but there is a grain of truth in all of this. Am I right? When you look back, then you will be convinced that your control was against the grain. There was meaning in the other's proposals and arguing against them was totally pointless. Your interference was futile. What you saw as obstacles were not obstacles at all. The problems resolved themselves nicely, even without your knowledge. Anything you didn't plan on wasn't so bad after all. The accidental phrases mentioned in passing were actually quite valid. Your internal discomfort has put you on alert. You did not waste energy and remained satisfied. It was the magnificent gift of the current to the mind that I spoke of at the beginning. To interfere, control or criticize. Give the situation a chance to resolve itself, without your active interference or resistance. Letting go of the situation, in many cases, is far more effective and useful than insisting on it in your own way. People who fight for their own self-assurance give birth to the habit of proving their own importance from childhood. From this comes the tendency, which is on all sides harmful, to prove that I am right, regardless of the cost. This struggle creates success potential and conflicts with the interests of others. People often try to prove themselves right, even when the verdict, on one side or the other, does not directly affect their interests. There are people whose sense of internal importance is so exaggerated that they try to do as they please, even when it comes to the smallest detail. Internal importance develops into a mania for keeping everything under control. I will prove that I am right, to everyone, no matter what. This is a harmful habit. It complicates quite a life, and more particularly the life of a guardian of truth. And of course, in addition to all the above, let's remember our friends. Pendulums make it difficult to move in tune with the current. They invent taunts at every step a person takes, forcing him to violently beat the water with his fists. Pendulums do not like the existence of torrents in the current, for a very simple reason: torrents move in the direction of least energy expenditure. The energy expended by a man to fight the current continues to create excess potentials and feed the pendulums. The only control worth discussing is the control over the level of internal and external importance. Remember that it is importance in particular that interferes with all of the mind's attempts to let go of the situation. You will be, if not stunned, at least amazed. That's for sure. And what will happen is totally paradoxical. By having denied control over all situations, you will gain even more control than you had before. A detached observer always has a higher advantage than an executor. That's why I constantly repeat, rent yourself out. If your interests don't suffer too much, then move on and let go of the situation. Give others the right to hit the water with their hands. If you do this with a clear conscience, then you will immediately feel relieved and even better than if you had proven your point. You will find satisfaction in the fact that you have taken the next step. You didn't enforce your importance, as you usually would, but you acted like a wise parent with unreasonable children. So, does that mean you're not allowed to say a word and shouldn't claim at all? Well, that's not quite it. Yet, if your innovations are destroying the usual way of life at work, don't expect to get anything happy out of it. Here is a case where the initiative is reprehensible. You were pulled into a slow, peaceful current, and began pounding the water with all your might, trying to swim faster. Let's look at one more example. Excessive zeal at work is also a harmful and negligent attitude. Suppose you have managed to get that prestigious job that you have been dreaming of for a long time. You ask a lot of yourself, because you think you have to show the best of yourself. It's true. But if you grab the bull by the horns too zealously, you probably can't handle the pressure, especially if your job is tough. In the best case, your work will be inefficient, while in the worst, you will be entangled in a nervous breakdown. You might even come to this false conclusion that you are not capable of doing this job. Consider this question from a mercantile point of view. You cannot criticize and nag someone or something that bothers you directly, and only if your criticism can change something for the better. Never criticize what has already happened and cannot be changed. For everything else, you have to go with the flow, not literally agreeing with everything and everyone, but only shifting the center of gravity from control to observation. Observe more and don't rush to control situations, people, etc. The ability to moderate, how and when to interfere, will come to you on its own. Don't even worry about it. Another option is also possible. You cause vigorous activity in your new work and in this way disturb the established order. It looks like there are a few tasks at work that could be done perfectly, and you're absolutely sure you're doing the right thing. The soul does not think or speak, but feels and knows. The telltale signs show you a possible turn in the flow of variance. The mind is only able to create a relatively new version of a house made of old bricks. Freedom of choice allows you to stop asking, stop demanding, and stop struggling. It allows you to move forward and take what you want. The mind is able to unambiguously determine the comfort state of its soul, internal comfort. The links of cause and effect provoke the current of variance. Train yourself to pay attention to the comfort of your soul. The mind interprets information using a set of well-established notions. By denying importance, you gain the freedom to choose your destiny. The soul accepts unrealized information as knowledge and without interpreting it. The structure of the information is ordered in chains of causal links. When the spirit succeeds in interpreting the information of the soul, it is the birth of a discovery. The signs can be distinguished by the ability to create the sensation that something is wrong. Quite innovative discoveries come from unrealized areas. Lifelines differ qualitatively from each other. The soul mediates between entirely new information and the spirit. The signs put you on alert, because they appear during the transfer to another line of life. Abstract. The state of discomfort in your soul is a clear sign. It's not the superstition that works, but your attitude towards it. Towards in the current variants contain in themselves the solutions of all the problems. The spirit tries to direct, not its own movement in the current, but the current itself. It is necessary to release the grip and accept an unforeseen event in your scenario. Spontaneous sentences can be perceived as instructions from which you can act. Everything is easier than it looks. Give yourself to simplicity. Paths of least resistance are organized into separate torrents. Importance prevents you from accepting the possibility of deviating from your script. If you have the opportunity to refuse an uncomfortable decision, do it. If you move along the stream of variance, the world will come to welcome you. It is the spirit that leads you to a waterfall, and not the torrents in the stream of variance. If you have to convince yourself of something, it means your soul is telling you number. Shift the center of gravity from control to observation. Internal and external importance pushes the mind out of the optimal stream. By refusing to control, you take true control of the situation. 7. For more information on goals, see Chapter 4 of the second book in the Transurfing series. 4. Alexandre Dumas, 1802–1870, author very famous for his classic literary work The Three Musketeers, tr. 8. The Transurfing of Reality is a series of 5 books. Tr. 1. Reference to the lyrics of a popular Russian song, The City of Childhood, tr. 10. In this case, the author is not referring to a personal disaster, but rather to a global disaster, such as an air crash, natural disasters, fire, a terrorist attack, etc. 5. Snapshots are to be understood as slideshows. For more information on how to use snapshots, see Chapter 2 in the second book in the Transurfing series. 9. Russian saying, tr. 11. Russian child's game, the equivalent of several Western chasing games like the game of it. The object of the game is to avoid the big bad wolf. In this context, the wolf, of course, represents obstacles in the way of its own goal. Tr. To realization, making something real. In the context of this book, transforming a particular sector of the space of variance into material reality. Tr. 6. Russian proverb, tr. 3. Egregor is a relatively recent word, borrowed from the Greek, egero, which means to be awake, to observe. Egregor is now used as a word in esoteric and psychological literature to refer to a mental form or collective group spirit. Tr. 12. Russian superstition. Notes. Freely and lightly. Module 1. Unit 3. In just a few years, Transurfing's ideas have gone around the world, first in Russia, more than 1.5 million copies, then in Eastern Europe, Latvia, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Romania, Estonia, and Germany, Italy, in English-speaking countries, England, USA, Australia, etc., and in Asia, China, Japan, Korea. Unit 4. Lead your life. Play a game where everything is possible. Alongside the book, the first Transurfing Center opened in St. Petersburg to help readers move from the theory of the book to practice and reality, using the methods and ideas of the Transurfing model through a range of varied and proven tools, and thus allow the participant to implement the realization of his dreams and desires in concrete life. Unit 2. The Center Transurfing Francophone was created in Belgium in September 2009 by Tanya Sikovic, certified coach trained in St. Petersburg, and Olivier Maslot, coach and translator of Transurfing. It is now operational in France, Belgium, Switzerland and Canada. The personal development programs it offers are based on 4 principles, 4 essential steps that allow you to acquire all the reflexes to move towards a life such as your soul desires. A completely practical journey towards what seems for the moment like a distant dream, but the Francophone Transurfing Center. www.transurfing.fr. The impossible becomes possible. Thanks to Vanessa Rincontieri Derua. Contact info@transurfing.fr. You can obtain more information on the transurfing concept as well as on the ways to integrate its principles into your life, group training, by visiting the website. Completed printing in January 2012. On the presses of the Nouvelle Imprimerie Labolerie. 58,500 claims. The Nouvelle Imprimerie Labolerie is the holder of the Imprimeur trademark. Printed in France. Print No. 201,128. Legal deposit, January 2012. Should I read more books? If yes, 1. Like this video. 2. Share this video. 3. Comment the title of the next book you want. Thank you for your watching. I see you in the next video.